Welcome to the Comic Book Noob podcast. This is my first attempt at a podcast. My name is Kay Chamberlain, and this podcast is just going to be where I talk about comic books and chill. But there's a little bit more to it than that, and I'll explain exactly what you should expect on this podcast. So, there are two shows that I plan on featuring on this podcast every Sunday. The main one is a show that I'd like to call Flash Forward. It's basically a show where I read through Flash comics. Not on the podcast. I read them before, and then I explain what happened to them in them. I explain what happened in the comics, and kind of give my thoughts on what happened. In fact, the reason I started this podcast is because I was reading Flash comics, and I just really enjoyed talking to people about it and explaining what happens in it. I get very passionate about it, and I thought, why not just start a podcast, and then I can just let it all out so that it's not, because otherwise it's just kind of like inside, and I really want to tell someone. You ever get that? So that's what this is all about. When it comes to the show, we're going to be starting with post-Crisis on Infinite Earths Flash comics. So Wally West onward. And the reason why is because before I decided to come up with this podcast, I had read all of Barry Allen's history, and I don't want to read it all again, which is why we're not skipping Barry entirely, but we're skipping most of him. And the reason why I say that is because if you're looking at the title, it says that this episode is Trial of the Flash. And that's because today I'm going to be talking about Trial of the Flash, which is Barry Allen's final story before Crisis on Infinite Earths, because I thought it would be a good idea to not skip over Barry entirely and just kind of tell the final story leading into Crisis, so that then we can then pick up where Wally left off and continue on from his run. So yeah, I'm going to be covering the entirety of Trial of the Flash today. If you don't know what Trial of the Flash is, it is a story where Barry Allen gets accused of murdering one of his foes. And he gets put on trial. This arc is a mess. But it's not entirely the fault of the writer, who is Cary Bates. DC were planning on, they were already they were already setting up Crisis on Infinite Earths. The Monitor was appearing in different DC comics at the time. If you don't know who the Monitor is, he's this being that basically watches over the DC universe. He's like the Watcher of the DC universe. Except, unlike the Watcher, he interferes. And he's kind of set up as this mysterious being. And we'll get more into it because there's a little bit of it in the Flash itself. But yeah, they were setting up Crisis on Infinite Earths, and Cary Bates was doing his trial. He'd started the story, and then DC were like, can you hold off on ending this? Because we need to set up Crisis. And so Cary had to, keep prolonging the event by filling it with other stories. And so there ended up being, 5 different stories happening within the same event. And those stories get wrapped up before the actual trial ends. So it's kind of all over the place, but I can't help but enjoy it. In fact, I would describe the Trial of the Flash as being DC's Clone Saga. Because, as everyone knows, the Clone Saga in Spider-Man was known for going on longer than it needed to, and is kind of all over the place. But you still people still love it. And I think that's what this is. So yeah. Without further ado, let's start. And before we get into the main event, there was a lot of build up to this trial. That is included. The trial doesn't actually start until issue 340. We're starting at 321 because that's when the build up starts happening. Yeah, it's insane. Like, there's so much stuff happens, but we're gonna try and get through this in a good time. Cover the whole thing. So yeah, let's not startle. So we start off in issue 321, and there is this alternate dimension. Like, we open with this other dimension. We don't know what this dimension is. We just know that it's got a lot of, like, blue squiggles, and it's, like, very otherworldly looking. And somebody is floating inside this dimension. They're trapped. And they're like, oh, I gotta find a way out. Like, all I have to do is find it, and find it I must. Because the infinity I'm trapped in for who knows how long is slowly but surely driving me out of my mind. I want out. And you're like, who is this person? And if you've been reading Flash comics, you have an idea on who this is. We're going to find out who this is, and when we find out who this is, I'll explain everything, so you don't need to worry about being out of the loop. We cut to Utopia Towers, which is where Barry Allen lives. And Barry is having a nightmare. And it's assumed that, like, his nightmare is, like, what we just saw. And, yeah, he's recently just told Fiona Webb, who is his current love interest, that he loves her. Now, Fiona Webb is another person who lives in Utopia Towers. Like, she's one of Barry's neighbors. And Barry's last wife, Iris West, died, and then he met Fiona Webb, like, right after. And he and Fiona have already been through a lot, She originally thought that Barry was trying to kill her, but it turned out to actually be an assassin called Sabretooth, who was pretending to be Barry Allen. So eventually she kind of gets over that. And in between that, she's been dating the senator of Central City. And we'll touch a bit more on that later, because it is important later. But just know now that, like, Barry and Fiona are slowly starting to get, like, they're getting together now. But their relationship has been rocky. But he's feeling guilty because he thinks, like, I've like professed my love for this new girl, but, like, I feel like I'm betraying my wife by moving on so quickly with somebody else. Yeah, but he calls Fiona. He's like, "Hi, it's me. Did I wake you?" And Fiona is like, "Oh, you called me at 3 a.m. because you wanted to hear my voice, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, you got me. We need to talk." And so we cut to a prison. Sirens are going off. Somebody is escaping. The cops are all like, "We gotta get after this person. I think they went that way." And then, like, he's, like, with his cop friend, and his cop friend is like, "Oh, yeah." And then, like, hits his partner over the head. And so we realize that, like, his cop is, like, his friend has turned on him. And, it's not actually his friend. It's Sabretooth, the assassin I was mentioning earlier. He's, like, this, master of disguise. And so Sabretooth escapes. And, we go to the next day, where some guys are talking about, the breakout. And one of them is talking about how, like, Barry came up with microscopic evidence that sent his brother away. And So it's it's this guy's talking to Sabretooth. Like, they don't reveal that it's Sabretooth that he's talking to, but like, it's Sabretooth. He's hiring Sabretooth to go and kill Barry Allen because he sent his brother to prison for 20 years. And he's like, I trust you're going to prove it because you're Sabretooth. So after that we cut to, there's a lot of, we're going to be jumping around a lot. We cut to a graveyard. Barry and Fiona are visiting the grave of Creed Phillips. Now, Creed Phillips is the senator that I'd mentioned earlier, who was dating Fiona, or Fiona was in love with. And the thing with Creed, and I'll just kind of explain it now, is that he was also a vigilante called the Eradicator. And as the Eradicator, he was killing criminals. He would touch them and they would disintegrate. And it's later revealed that, like, the Eradicator is actually a different personality within him, and that it came about because some guys went after the senator because they were like, "Oh, you're the senator. We hate you. We're gonna kill you." And so they kidnap him and they throw him into like a ditch, and there's like plutonium in the ditch, and he gets irradiated by the plutonium, and that creates the Eradicator. It gives him powers. It warps his mind, and he gains this whole new personality that he doesn't know about. And eventually, like, he's going around killing criminals, and eventually he finds out that he is the Eradicator. He kidnaps Fiona. He's got her, like, hung up. He's trying to kill Barry because he's like, Barry keeps stopping me, so my only choice is to kill Barry because he's standing in between me and justice or vengeance. And then, like, Barry manages to get through to Creed and convince him that what he is doing is wrong, and he agrees, and Creed kills himself. He touches himself and he disintegrates himself because he's like, I am a monster. Like, this is the only way we're going to get rid of the Eradicator because he is me. So he kills himself. And so, yeah, Fiona and Barry are, like, at Creed's grave, talking about how just unfortunate it is about what happened. Meanwhile, from a bush, somebody's got a trigger. It's Sabretooth. And he shoots a bunch of torpedoes at Barry's car, attempting to kill him. The car explodes, and he's got binoculars, and he's like, may Barry Allen rest in peace. And Fiona's like, oh my god! Because Barry was in the car, and she was, like, on her way there. Like, he was waiting for her. So she's like, oh my god, Barry! Like, she thinks he's dead. And then we obviously show that Barry, like, vibrated when the missiles were about to hit the car, like the torpedoes were about to hit the car. And so he managed to, like, vibrate out of his car just in time before they hit and blew up. Yeah. So it kind of shows it all in slow motion of Fiona being like, oh, like, as the car, like, explodes. Barry's clothes are, like, a little bit on fire from the explosion. And Sabretooth is pretending to be an ice cream man. So he, like, leaves. He, like, like the ice cream man disguise. You know? And Barry puts on his superhero costume because he's like, someone tried to kill me. I'd better go figure out who. Because there's no way that the car just blew up on its own. And he passes Sabretooth, not knowing that it's him that is the ice cream man. And he's like, so, you know, I'm going to get the culprit and then maybe I'll get some answers about what happened. And, so, like, Barry is searching the park, looking for anything nearby as, like, evidence for the explosion. He's, like, running in circles. Eventually he finds the switch, like the device, and he like picks it up, but it's a trap, and it blows up, and he's like, "Whoa, miniature bomb!" And so he just manages to escape another explosion attempt at killing him. The fire department comes, they put out everything. Fiona thinks Barry is dead, and then Barry shows up and he's like, "Hey Fiona, I'm fine." And he like roughed up his clothes and stuff to make it look like he was in an explosion. And the cop's like, "Oh, you look burnt toast." Fiona is like so happy. She like runs up to him, hugging him. And Barry's just like, "Oh, the Flash saved me. That's how I'm alive." Of course. And the cops have already come to the conclusion that, like, somebody put a bomb there, because they were like, that's the only conclusion that we could come to. And they were like, of course, Flash had to save Barry, because it's the only way it's possible he survived. Like, they don't even consider the fact that it might have been Barry who was the Flash. And so, yeah, Fiona was like, "I lost Creed. I was so sure I lost you." And then we cut to, like, a cottage somewhere. And there's a little bit of backstory to this that I've got to explain. So in some previous issues, we didn't start with the previous ones because they weren't directly related to this, but they kind of were. Tomar Ray, who is a Green Lantern, he's the bird-looking fish one. You'll know who he is. He's the one that mentors Hal Jordan in the movie. And he also mentors him in the comics too. He's like his mentor. Tomar Ray has like come to Earth in order to find Barry Allen because he knows that something is coming. Like something bad is going to happen. And so he's come to Earth to help Barry. But upon arriving on Earth, he crash-landed, and he was brought in by this family. So they're eating pancakes, and he was like, I'm grateful that you like brought me in. And they were like, "How did you even survive that?" And he was like, "Because of my power ring. Like it has the power to protect me on its own. Like it creates like a little shield around me. So that's how I survived." He was like, "I was sent here in order to help my friend because something is coming. He's in danger." And so we cut to the, like, nightmare realm that this person is in. He's, like, from the beginning, he's still floating around in this nightmare realm. He's like, "Closer. After eternally shifting my molecular structure through a never-ending myriad of varying vibration frequencies, I can sense I'm inexplorably coming closer. Closer to that one magic frequency among millions. The one loophole in the swirling hell through which I can set myself free at last." And then we cut from that. So he's in there just being like, I can finally escape. We cut to a graveyard. Two men are grave robbing. They've got, like, some ashes that they're trying to steal. Because they're valuable, I guess. They're trying to find, like, treasures in a grave. And then one of them just gets thrown away straight into a grave and hits his head. And the other guy is, like, trying to run away. And then, like, these power tools come after him. And, like, he's being scared by these power tools because he's like, it's a ghost. They're, like, being, like, levitated at him. And it causes him to trip over a shovel, and then he falls into a grave. And then it's revealed that it was the Flash who was holding the power tools, and he was vibrating at a frequency so that he was invisible, because he wanted to trick them into thinking that he was a ghost. And then he buries the guy by kicking dirt into the hole up to his head so that he can get answers. And so the cops come and they take him away, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess I'm sure Mr. Foley's estate will be glad to hear his ashes are back where they belong, Flash." So yeah, it was the ashes that they were trying to steal. And yeah, so they take the guy away, And while like they take the criminals away, and while Barry is at the grave, he goes to Iris's grave. Like while he's at the graveyard, he goes to Iris's grave just to like reminisce. And he's like, yeah, Fiona's love doesn't compare to what we have, but like what we had, but like I love her, and I've just got to come to terms with the fact that I've got to move on from Iris. Meanwhile, Sabretooth is on the phone with the guy that hired him, and he like looks at the guy's like complaining to Sabretooth that like he looked at the newspaper and he didn't see Barry Allen's name under the obituary. And then like Sabretooth is like, oh well, then all he's gained is like a reprieve of a short few hours. I'm gonna have another shot. I'm gonna kill him. And then meanwhile, the guy that we've been seeing in the other realm reaches out of this other dimension. He's like, at last, I've done it. I found the one way out of this hellish realm of no return. All this time, Flash figured I was as good as dead. But no, the Reverse Flash is back. It has been 4 years since I murdered my Scarlet-Clad nemesis wife, and now I shall see to it that he joins her for all eternity. And so, the Reverse Flash was the one that was in this other realm, and he's escaped. How did the Reverse Flash end up in there? Well, I'll quickly explain. So, many issues ago, Reverse Flash killed Iris. We're not going to go into that because that's a whole thing. He murdered Iris. Barry found out. And he went after Reverse Flash. And Eobard Thawne was trying to get back to the future. Because if you don't know who the Reverse Flash is, he's basically Flash's #1 fan in the future. And because Flash is a celebrity, like they sent his suit in like a time capsule to the future. Eobard Thawne found the suit, took the suit, used the suit to give him self-powers through science, went back in time because time travel is normal in the future, and in order to like meet his like the person he's the biggest fan of. I think he also like already colored his suit yellow, like the opposite. And he went back in time to see Barry, and Barry just like hates him. He's just like, you're a dick. I don't like you. Like, you suck. Because Eobard Thawne goes back in time and like he just like is like a bit of a douche to people and stuff. Barry Allen's like, I hate you. And so Reverse Flash just gets like really upset at that, and it triggers him, and like he decides, if I can't be Flash's best friend, I'll be his worst enemy. And so he starts trying to ruin the Flash's life. And he starts off by trying to take place of Barry Allen at his own wedding. So Barry Allen is getting married to Iris, and Reverse Flash pretends to be Barry Allen and almost marries Iris, but Flash stops him just in time. Later on, he tries again, and he actually takes over Barry Allen's life and lives with Iris for like a month without Iris even knowing. And Barry Allen eventually comes back and realizes what's happening, and he stops Eobard again. And then the third time after that was Reverse Flash was like, well, if I can't be with Iris, then Barry can't either, because he's like obsessed with her. And so he decides, I gotta kill her. And so he kills her. At a costume party, he just like puts his hand in her brain and messes up the molecules in her brain, and that kills her instantly, and she doesn't even feel it. It's so messed up. And so Barry Allen goes hunting for him when he finds out that eventually it was the Reverse Flash that killed her. They end up in the time machine that Reverse Flash was trying to use to get to the future, and they accidentally like bump controls. Like, because Barry Allen, like, grabs Reverse Flash's head and just, like, smashes his head into the ground because of how upset he is. And during the scuffle, he accidentally hits the time machine, and it starts, like, sending them so far into the future that they're going to, like, the end of time. And then Reverse Flash is just like, we're gonna end up in the end of time, and I'm gonna ditch you there and leave you there, Barry, forever. And then Barry's just like, well, not if I do it first. And so he ditches Reverse Flash. He, like, leaves the time machine and, like, makes it so that, like, he, like, configures the controls so that Reverse Flash can't escape from the time machine. And so he just leaves Reverse Flash stuck in the time machine, and Reverse Flash is sent to the end of time. And it's assumed that this is where he is. Like, going to the end of time, he ended up in this weird dimension, and he's just escaped from it. So, you know, that's basically a rundown of what happened. So, that's issue 321. In 322, you know, we start off with, like, Fiona saying that she, like, we got this kind of splash page of, like, all the different people in Barry's life right now. There's, like, 4 different things that are happening at the same time. Fiona is talking about how, like, she's in love with Barry. Sabretooth is talking about how Barry's gonna be a dead man. He's gonna kill him. Turbo Ray is talking about how, like, Flash is in danger and he's gonna go save him. And Reverse Flash is escaping from the dimension. He's like, I'm gonna kill Barry. And so, like, the family that Toma Ray is living with tells him that they've got, like, a helicopter in their backyard that he can use to make into a ship. So they, like, go and find, like, the helicopter. And Toma Ray... Oh, it's not a helicopter. Why did I say that? It's a tractor. He changes... Like, he, like, uses his scientific expertise to, like, morph the tractor into a, like... like a glider, like a ship, which he's going to use to go to Central City to find the Flash. And so he gets into the ship and he leaves. He's like, yep, I'm off to Central City. Meanwhile, Barry and Fiona are in a horse carriage. Barry has just proposed to Fiona. Like, he proposes to Fiona, and she agrees. Like, already. Like, they're engaged. It sounds abrupt, and it is. I didn't even cut out anything. It's literally like, he's already proposed to her. We didn't get to see that, but, like, yeah, they're engaged. And then he's like, are you sure you're over Creed? And she's like, yes. Like, even though he was a vigilante, and after everything that happened, they kind of go over the fact that he was the Eradicator, which I've already explained. She's like, even though he was a vigilante, like, yes, I'm over him. And so she's like, yeah, enough about the past, let's talk about our future. And meanwhile, Sabretooth is watching them. He's pretending to be, like, a blind guy with a dog, I think. Or he's just supposed to be a guy with a dog. He's wearing black glasses, so I would assume that, like, he's supposed to be a blind person with a helper dog. And so he's like, this night Barry Allen shall be your last. And then we cut to Toma Ray. He's at Utopia Towers because he knows that that's where the Flash has been seen, like, as Barry Allen. Like, he lives there as Barry Allen. So Toma Ray knows that the Flash is Barry Allen. And so he lands there, and he's getting out of the ship. Meanwhile, Reverse Flash is watching from the bushes, saying, like, thinking, like, man, this Green Lantern guy is going to warn the Flash about me. Like, I have a feeling, like he's talking about this crisis that Barry is going to come to heads with. And I know he's talking about me. Like, I have a feeling he's talking about me. So, I gotta deal with that. I gotta stop him from warning Barry. So, Toma Ray is, like, going to Utopia Towers, and he just gets cross-chopped by Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash just goes flap, 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 like, on his chest, sending Toma Ray flying across the ground. And then while Toma Ray is, like, in the ground, like, unconscious, Reverse Flash, like, using his super speed, makes his, like, ship into a spaceship. And then he puts Toma Ray into the spaceship, locks it onto autopilot, and then just sends it into space. And then he's just like,
yeah, you're not stopping me from killing Barry. Reverse Flash is here to stay. Take that. Goodbye, Green Lantern. No one's getting in my way. Which is awesome. It's such a good scene. But yeah, we cut back to Central City, like the police department. Barry is back at his lab. Everyone's talking about how, like, he's engaged now. They're all excited because, like, he's gonna get married. He's talking to his parents. Like, they're gonna be having the wedding on Saturday morning, or on Saturday. Maybe not in the morning. They talk about, like, they're booking the chapel for Saturday morning, so it's assumed that the wedding is gonna be in the morning. But all we know is that it's on Saturday. So yeah, he's telling everyone. Meanwhile, Sabretooth is, like, talking about how, like, Barry's getting married, and I'm gonna kill him. And he's got, like, photos from the newspaper of, like, Barry Allen's engagement. Because for some reason, that's newspaper-worthy. It's, like, in the papers that Barry is now engaged, which is a bit weird. And so Barry and Fiona go rowing. Just a little couple getaway. And somebody's watching him from the water. It's obviously Sabretooth. So it's like this is his second assassination attempt. So he's underwater in, like, a scuba suit. He's going to kill Barry. He waits for them to, like, get under the bridge so that he can set off a bomb. And the rowboat goes under and he sets it off. The bridge explodes. And Barry notices it as it happens because he's got super speed. So he's like, dynamite going off as we go under the bridge. And so, like, using his super speed, he, like, rocks the boat over so that, like, it protects them from the falling rubble. And then they're, like, underwater. And while they're underwater, Barry Allen puts on his Flash costume. And Sabretooth is, like, looking for him, and he thinks, like, he's dead. Because he can't see them. And then, like, as the Flash, Barry takes Fiona out of the water, and then he goes searching around the area looking for looking for who did this to him. Sabretooth is underwater going back to, like, his vessel that he used to get down there. So, yeah, Sabretooth talks about how, like, yeah, so, like, he talks about how, like, there's, like, an empty pipe underwater that he was able to use to get to, like, the reservoir. That's how he got there, without anyone seeing him. He, like, went through the sewer pipe. And so he goes back through the sewer pipe to get out. And he's just boasting about being, like, the best assassin ever. And Fiona wakes up, and she's like, why aren't we dead? He's like, because the Flash. Oh wait, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. This time he doesn't use the Flash as an excuse. I thought he did. I must be misremembering. I read this a while ago. He tells Fiona that, like, he just has fast reflexes. Like, they were gonna die, and he was like, would you believe fast reflexes is how we survived? So we cut to the Flash Museum, and Barry is on the phone with Dexter Miles, who is the curator at the Flash Museum and a close friend of Barry's, talking to him about how, like, someone is trying to kill them. And then after he gets off the phone with Barry, Dexter Miles is like, yes, Barry, do hurry. I'm so fraught with worry. And so it's obvious that, like, it's not Dexter Miles, it's Sabretooth, pretending to be Dexter. So now Sabretooth knows that Barry is coming to the Flash Museum because Barry organizes to come see Dexter and, and talk to him, like, figure out what to do. But meanwhile, somebody's watching Sabretooth from the shadows. It's the Reverse Flash. And he's watching him from behind his own statue in the museum, which is really fun. You know, you got the Reverse Flash statue, and then you got Reverse Flash behind it being like, Sabretooth is going to try and kill Barry. I can't let him be the one to kill Barry. It's my job. So Sabretooth reveals that, like, he has kidnapped Dexter and he's pretending to be him. He's going to wait for Barry to come to the museum so that he can kill him. But yeah. We go back to space. Or we go into space. And Tomar Ray is in space. And then, like, a Green Lantern power comes out and, like, grabs his ship. And it's a Green Lantern. It's another lantern. Not anyone specifically. It's just one that looks like a plant. I don't remember his name. He finds Tomar Ray drifting in space. And he manages to wake up Tomar Ray. And Tomar Ray is just like, oh, right. What was I doing? Oh, yes, I need to save the Flash. Like, he's in danger. And so he's like, we got to go tell the Guardians. And so we go back to the Flash Museum, where Sabretooth explains what he's going to do. So, like, he alters this giant boomerang that's being kept in the museum, like one of Captain Boomerang's boomerangs. He puts a giant, like, he, like, triggers the arsenal weapon. So it's like a giant boomerang that, like, opens up and there's guns inside. And so Sabretooth, like, alters the guns so that they will work again. Because he plans on, like, shooting the Flash with the giant boomerang as soon as he enters the museum and killing him. And while he's working on the boomerang, Reverse Flash is like, tisk, tisk, tisk. He's like, do you really think the Flash is going to fall for that? And then, like, Sabretooth is like, what? You! And then, like, he's just like, everyone thought, like, you were gone. And Reverse Flash is like, yes, you thought I was dead? Whatever everyone was told, well, you know, that's not the truth. Like, I'm not dead. I'm as alive as ever. And Sabretooth tries to pretend to be Dexter Miles. So he's just like, you are breaking and entering these premises. Because Reverse Flash doesn't know he's Sabretooth. Or I think he does, but, like, Sabretooth doesn't think he does. So he's like, yeah, you're breaking and entering in this exhibit, and so, like, this is, like, leave, or you're going to face the consequences of this exhibit. Like, this weapon here is to protect this exhibit, like, this museum from intruders. And Reverse Flash is just like, oh, I got the impression you were here to murder somebody. Like, or I was interrupting a murder. And, you know, and then Sabretooth is like, on the contrary, the murder is proceeding as planned. But your annoying presence has necessitated a change of victim. And so he, like, shoots the projectiles at Reverse Flash in an attempt to kill him. But Reverse Flash, like, dodges them easily. And he's like, if it is swiftness you desire, consider your wish granted. And so Sabretooth is like, no, like, he's faster than I thought. And then Reverse Flash just, like, grabs Sabretooth and, like, spins him around in his hand. He's, like, spinning him in the air to, like, get his outfit to fly off so that he can get a look at Sabretooth's real face. And the thing about Sabretooth is that, like, we don't know what Sabretooth looks like because we never see their face. It's always, like, off screen, or they're always wearing a disguise. So he takes off all of, like, he, like, spins Sabretooth around and gets all the disguise off. We don't get to see Sabretooth's face yet. He's like, oh, so it's like, oh, it's you. Wow, okay. Well, you are a threat to my plans. So I'm going to kill you. And so Reverse Flash kills this Sabretooth. And Barry Allen is coming to the Flash Museum as he hears Sabretooth scream. And he talks about how, like, he recognizes the scream as a woman called Loretta Norton. And, like, Captain Fry, who is Barry Allen's captain at the lab, had showed him a picture of her mug file. And he gets there, and she's dead. She's tied up. It turns out that she was the apprentice of the original Sabretooth, and that she was trying to get revenge for Sabretooth being locked up by the Flash. So she like took on the thing of like took on the case of like going and killing Barry, but like she was gonna go and kill him anyway. And so, yeah, Barry finds Dexter Miles, who is, like, on the ground, and frees him, and Dexter gives him a letter, and it's from the Reverse Flash. And the Reverse Flash is basically like, I'm gonna kill you, you know? You locked me away for a while, you thought I was gone, I'm back, and I'm gonna make your life a living hell. And so that's where that ends. It ends with Barry getting this letter from the Reverse Flash. And so we get to issue 323, Flash versus Flash. So this is like the climactic battle between Barry Allen and Reverse Flash. So we start off on the Justice League Watchtower. So, Wonder Woman and Firestorm are, like, in the Watchtower, and Firestorm is talking about the fact that he's, like, kind of pissed that Barry's got hitched, and he isn't. He's just, like... Well, he's not pissed, he's just, like... It's not every day that, like, superheroes like us get married. Like, you know, I'm the junior member, and I don't quite understand it. And Wonder Woman is like, oh, I guess you must be offended because, like, he didn't tell us about his marriage. And so she's just like, you know, it's not our right to, like, meddle in the affairs of other heroes. And you got to understand that. And Firestorm's like, yeah, I meant well. And Wonder Woman's like, I know you did. All of us wish Flash nothing but the best. And so it's cool to see a little bit of, like, you know, Barry getting married, kind of like what the other superheroes think about it, or just Wonder Woman and Firestorm. And so, you know, Barry is, he's focused right now because he's just gotten that letter from Reverse Flash. You know, but he needs to go pick up the ring for the wedding. His parents already know he's the Flash. Like, he revealed his identity to his dad a while back. I won't go over that because that's a whole thing. But, like, his parents know he's the Flash. So he arrives to pick up the ring, you know, and he grabs his suit. Yeah, so they show the ring and it's like, oh, it's a beauty. Like, here's your ring. It looks amazing. And his parents are understanding of, like, the whole engagement because they weren't warming up to Fiona Webb very well at first, but they admit that, like, you know, they need to just let Barry marry this woman because it's who he loves, you know? And that their opinion doesn't matter. And he's just talking about how great his parents are for understanding. And his mum is, like, a little bit hesitant. She's like, it's too soon. Like, I don't trust this Fiona lady. Like, is she really good for our son? And his dad is just like, you gotta trust Barry. Like, we gotta be supportive of him. We can't be second-guessing his own marriage. He needs us more than ever now, you know, for this kind of thing. And so Barry is, like, fixing his tie while looking in the mirror, and then he notices something wrong with the mirror. He's like, whoa, something's happening to the mirror, and, like, it's not Mirror Master, it's Guardian. Guardian comes through his mirror and tells Barry that he is in grave danger, and that Tomo Ray was sent to help him, and he was wondering why, like, Tomo Ray hadn't gotten to him yet. And it's because, somebody had, like, intervened. So the Guardian explains what's happened to Barry. He kind of explains the whole thing of Reverse Flash escaping from that dimension. So he talks about how, like, in space there was, like, you know, the energy discharge that just randomly happened in space. You know, and a bunch of stars and planets were utterly annihilated. And this discharge just, like, traveled through space and eventually got, like, warped, and then it blew up. And so yeah, it was like this bolt of energy discharge. Yeah, so the bolt was torn apart, except for, like, one piece of it. One part of the discharge managed to rip through the time barrier, and it inflicted damage upon another dimension. So this bolt that was traveling through space got hit by, like, this other, like, spatial, like, discharge energy. That's as well as I can explain it. It's as much as the Guardian explains it, which tore the bolt apart, but not entirely. And one piece of it managed to puncture this dimension, and that is how Reverse Flash escaped. It was through the hole that this discharge created that Reverse Flash was able to get out of this other dimension. And so Barry is just like, oh man, the man who he killed my wife, he's escaped. And so he's, like, distraught. And his parents see him, like, crying. And they're talking about how, like, awful this is. They're just like, oh my god, like, this, we feel for our son. Like, he's like, this is not good. So Barry is just like, I've got to stop the Reverse Flash, no matter what happens. Like, I gotta do something. And so he, like, puts on his Flash costume, and he leaves. He also tells the Guardians not to intervene. He says that it needs to be between him and Reverse Flash, and the Guardians agree, and they say, like, yeah, we promise not to intervene on you. This is your fight. And so Barry reflects over everything that's happened with Reverse Flash. Him killing his wife and everything, you know. He reflects on the fact that Reverse Flash was the one that killed the new Sabretooth. So he heads to the Flash Museum, and while he's there, he sees the Reverse Flash's statue. And, like, he just gets so pissed off looking at the statue. And then the statue starts talking to him. It's Reverse Flash. And he's just like, oh, you're here at last. He's like, you finally figured out that you owe me a favor. And then in a rage, like, Flash destroys the statue. And when Reverse Flash, like, announces that he was like, it was I who killed the assassin. You know, and I'm going to ruin your life. He's like, yeah, you being with, like, a new woman, like, it makes me cold. Like, I hate the fact that you're with somebody else. So I'm gonna kill her. So basically he's just like, yeah, you gotta hunt me down. You gotta figure out where I am. And so Barry's parents are talking about everything that's going on. It's the day of the wedding. They're all going to, like, the chapel. And all of the people that are attending the wedding are arriving. So you've got Barry's parents, you got Ralph Dibny comes in. He, like, stretches his leg all the way down to the ground from a helicopter, which is really fun. You know, you got Dexter Miles, you got Patty Spivot, Daryl Fry, Frank Curtis. These are all, like, friends of Barry's. You got his neighbors show up. You know, Fiona's in her wedding dress. She's getting prepared for the wedding. She's so excited. Meanwhile, she has no idea that, you know, Barry is out as the Flash. And so Flash is looking for the Reverse Flash. So he's going to all the different places, looking for the Reverse Flash. He goes to Fiona's apartment. He can't find her there. He goes to his lab. Nothing. And so he's just like, where is he? Like, where is he? Like, where is he hiding? So he, like, runs across the ocean. And, he's just like, where is the Reverse Flash? He's, like, getting really agitated. And everyone's at the church waiting for Barry, and he's not there. And they're like, where is he? Like, where is Barry? Like, he's late. And then Barry figures out, wait a minute, I haven't checked our old house. Iris and I, the house that we lived in before she died. And the house is vacant now, and it's just been bought by a new couple. And, like, Flash rushes into the building because he figures out that's where the Reverse Flash is. And while he's in there, this new couple shows up, and then all of a sudden, the house just explodes. And they're like, what the fuck? And so, like, the house explodes, and it's obvious, like, it's Reverse Flash and Flash. They're fighting inside the house, and they've just completely destroyed the house. So the couple is scared off. They're like, screw this. I can't believe you chose this house. Like, you were trying to kill us. like his girlfriend is just like, I think it's his wife. It's like, why would you get us a house like this? Like, we could have died. So they drive off. And, so, like, Reverse Flash and Barry, like, leave the house. They're chasing after each other. You know, everyone at the church is still, like, thinking Barry... Like, they're getting to the conclusion that Barry has deserted. Like, he's left Fiona at the altar. And, what they don't know is that, like... You know, Reverse Flash and Barry are fighting. But Fiona is just like, he's not going to show up, is he? Like, has he left me here? And so that's where that's left off. Is that, like, Barry and Reverse Flash are going to fight. And so we end up in another part of Central City. And there is a nurse who has, like, her baby in a wheelchair. And it's literally, like, those stereotypical, like, she loses control of the baby, like, she accidentally lets go, and it starts, like, rolling down a hill. And someone comes from behind to chase after the baby and save it. There's two guys holding, like, a glass panel. And, the baby's gonna, like, crash into it. And so, like, this mysterious person, this speedster... you know, grabs the baby's pram and then, like, vibrates the baby's pram so that they vibrate straight through the glass because they don't have enough time to, like, move out of the way. But it causes them to, like, drop it, and so it just, like, shatters everywhere. And it turns out it was Kid Flash. Kid Flash saved the baby. You're led to believe it's supposed to be, like, the Flash at first, but it was Kid Flash. And so, like, because at first all you see is, like, the yellow boots. So he gives back the baby, and then he grabs, like, his suit that he had given to this guy, because he was like, can you hold my suit while I save this woman? I've got a wedding to go to. And so he grabs his suit and he leaves to go to Barry's wedding. He gets to the chapel, which is where he finds out that, like, Barry isn't there. He's just like, that's not like Barry. Like, it's not normal for him to, like... He wouldn't do this. Like, he wouldn't leave Iris at the altar. And so we cut to a desert where Reverse Flash and Flash are fighting in the desert. And the thing I love about this is that Barry isn't talking. he doesn't say a word. Like, Reverse Flash is just talking. He's, like, taunting him. He's like, like, you're too hurt to talk, are you? Like, I'm going to do, like, so much pain to you. Like, I'm gonna, like, rough you up. Like, this is my plan. Like, I'm so dastardly evil, aren't I? And, like, Flash tries to, like, he grabs, like, Reverse Flash's mask and, like, chucks him off. And, like pulls him over his head, because, like, the Reverse Flash has him from behind. He, like, grabs his mask and, like, lobs him over. And then, like, he's, like, holding on to Reverse Flash's mask, like, in front, like, the Reverse Flash is, like, in front of him, midair. Reverse Flash starts, like, spinning, like, vibrating, and that allows him to, like, get free of Barry's grasp. And so Reverse Flash is now ahead of Barry. And so now they're chasing each other. So they chase each other across, like, water, and then, like, grass, and then, like, rocky terrain. Like, they're going all over the place. You know, they chase each other across, like, the Himalayan mountains. You know, everyone back at the wedding is like, what the heck is going on? And, like, Wally is like, I gotta go find Barry. You know, like... And so, like I can't sit back and, like, not do anything. Like, Barry's obviously busy. Like, he's in trouble or something. I gotta go help him. And so he prepares to put his Kid Flash costume on. And then the Guardian appears to him and is like, no. Barry said that he wanted to do this alone. He doesn't want anyone intervening. This is his battle. Please don't intervene, Wally. And Wally is just like, what? Like... I hate this, but I understand. And I understand, and I won't. I promise. But if things take a turn, then you can't be mad if I do get involved. But for now, I will listen, and I won't get involved. So Flash and Reverse Flash are, like, running through the mountains, like snowy mountains. Reverse Flash is talking about how, like, just dastardly evil he is. He's just spouting all sorts of stuff. He's like, up here, Barry, it's been quite a while since I had the opportunity to practice my speed sculptures techniques. So he uses his super speed to create, like, Iris's face in the mountain. It's like, true, it's been 4 years since I last laid eyes on Iris's lovely visage. That tragic last moment before I was forced to end her life after she turned down my most heartfelt marriage proposal. But now the memory of her delicate features lingers. Don't you agree, Barry? So he's just being a dick. You know? And, like, Reverse Flash, like, causes an avalanche using sonic booms. But Flash manages to dodge the avalanche, keeps chasing after Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash, like, starts spinning in a circle on some snow to, like, create a trench to, like, go underground. You know, and so, like, the two Flashes go underground and they, like, start fighting each other under the snow while everyone at the church is, like, getting pissed off that, like, Barry's not there, or, like, they're getting worried. It's great, because, like, Barry's not saying anything this whole time. Like, he hasn't said a single word while he's chasing after Reverse Flash. The only person who's been talking is Reverse Flash, and he doesn't stop talking. There's a lot of dialogue in this, and Cary Bates loves his dialogue. But yeah, eventually they make it to Miami Beach. They're, like, running across the Miami Beach ocean. They run so fast that, like, Reverse Flash creates a tidal wave, which a lot of people get caught in. And so he counts on the fact that Barry is going to save them all, which he does, which sets him back a bit. It costs him valuable seconds, but he chose to save those people rather than be caught up to Reverse Flash. And still not saying anything. We head back to the church, where they've, like, left the chapel and the police are there. You know, and they're talking about how, like, they think that Barry's been victimized by foul play. Like, they think that Barry's, like, up to something. Like, he's like, cheating on her or something. And so, like, Reverse Flash and Barry go to, like, a scrapyard. Like, their chase leads into a scrapyard. and Reverse Flash like builds a rocket out of scrap using his super speed, and he like flies off in the. So Reverse Flash flies off in the rocket to get away from Barry. He goes into space, not knowing that Barry has actually like grabbed onto the rocket ship. And while they're in space, he like separates the two halves of the rocket ship. He knows Barry has gotten onto the rocket ship. Sorry, I was misphrasing. He knows Barry has gotten onto the rocket ship, and so he splits it in half and plans on having Barry stay on the half that's still going through space, while he is on the half of the rocket that's going to go back down to Earth. But what he doesn't know is that Barry is on the bottom half of the rocket that he is on, so the rocket starts like vibrating and falling apart, and he's like, what is going on? And he realizes it's Barry who is pulling it apart. Barry grabs onto Reverse Flash's feet, and they both plummet to Earth. And in order to lessen the impact of hitting the water, Reverse Flash like spins, which causes Barry to spin. They both land in the water, and they start swimming at super speed, and that's where the chase continues onto a beach. A lot of happening. I hope you're keeping up. There's a lot happening right now. They are on the beach. They were in space. Now they're on the beach. They're running across the sand, and while they're running across the beach, Reverse Flash puts in his, like, in the beach, I'm going to kill your wife again. Like, guess who's going to kill your wife again? And Barry's just like, no, you won't. So they go to the chapel where Fiona's coming out of the chapel. She's upset that Barry has, like, deserted her. Cameraman comes to take a photo of her, and she's just like, don't, like, I'm not in the mood for photos right now. And a Reverse Flash is like about to kill her. He like comes from one side, Barry's coming from the other, and he's so close to killing her, and then Barry's like, no, not again, and like pulls him back. He like grabs him by the neck and pulls him back, and then Reverse Flash's body falls to the ground. He's like, "Grr!" And he falls down. And Barry walks over to Fiona to see if she's okay. Meanwhile, Captain Fry goes over to Reverse Flash's body and pronounces him dead. Like that he's like the Reverse Flash is dead. So, in the next issue, everyone's talking about how, like, Flash did what he could. They don't say Barry, because obviously you're not supposed to know it's Barry. The Flash did what he could. It was the only way to save Fiona. Reporters are reporting on the fact that Reverse Flash's body is being taken to the morgue. And they're all up in arms on, like, what's going to happen now with the Flash? So Barry and Fiona are, like, in the chapel talking to each other about what happened. And Fiona's just like, I'm just not feeling well at all. Barry's like, I understand. Like, you've been through so much. A bunch of reporters come to the chapel to take photos. There are police in front trying to keep them out. Barry's parents are talking about how, like, awful this is, and wedding photographer gets his camera confiscated from him because it's going to be used as police evidence. Barry and Fiona exit the chapel to, like, just photographers flashing. And so Barry takes Fiona away. They run away to get away from it. And while running, Fiona just passes out from exhaustion. And so Barry takes her to the hospital, and they say that, like, the emotional stress has, like, she's collapsed from emotional stress, and that she just needs rest. Meanwhile, there is somebody taking a body to a morgue. It's Digger Harkness, by the way. I didn't know that the first time I read this. I didn't realize that. It's him dressed up as, like, a mortuary person. Or a morgue person. And he's got a body with him that he's brought to the morgue, and the guy opens it up, and it's Captain Cold. Captain Cold freezes the guy's nose. Meanwhile, in the confiscation room, somebody knocks on the door, and the cop is like, yeah? And the guy on the outside is like, Captain Fry needs you in his office. And he's like, what does Captain Fry need with me now? Like, why is he upset with me this time? And he opens up the door, and it's the Trickster, who has a cardboard cutout of a police officer. And he shoots a bunch of knockout bubbles, knocking out the police officer. And then he takes Reverse Flash's costume, which is being kept in the confiscation room. Bunch of cops are running around because they're like, we gotta stop these rogues. Like, they're attacking the facility. Captain Boomerang puts on his costume again, and he and Captain Cold meet up with the Trickster, who has Reverse Flash's costume, and then they find Reverse Flash's Eobothon's body, and they take it. They take his body, and then they leave in Captain Boomerang's giant boomerang ship, which is just a giant boomerang. Some guys are watching like a tape of. We cut to some guys watching a tape of like Barry Allen killing the Reverse Flash, and they're like the Flash killing Reverse Flash, and they're like, the Flash has got a long road ahead of him. Like this is like things are gonna go bad for him. And meanwhile, Barry Allen, the Flash, is he's stopping a rampaging elephant. Like, he's doing all sorts of heroics. He stops a rampaging elephant. He saves a guy who almost ends up in a bike crash. He stops a plane from crashing, and Kid Flash catches the plane with him and helps him. And that's when he like tells Barry that like, you're just doing this in order to like, you're saving all these people because you feel like you should, because you've just killed a man and you're trying to make up for it, right? And Barry Allen is like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, because I have to live with the fact that I killed someone. And the reporters are reporting on it, saying that like the Flash is being more of a hero than he's ever been before, and that they're already guessing that he's doing it because of like what happened with the Reverse Flash. Like, perhaps it's an effort to forget the controversy starting to build over the Reverse Flash's death. That's what they say in the report. And Barry is like with his family, and they're all like consoling him. He wants to go see Fiona, so he calls up the hospital to see if he can go see her, and the hospital says that she can only have family members visit. Like, only close relatives are allowed to come visit at the moment, which bums Barry out, but he's like, I gotta see her. We cut to a mountain where, like, the rogues have gathered. All of them: Captain Cold, Trickster, Captain Boomerang, Pied Piper, and Weather Wizard. They brought Reverse Flash's body to the mountain. They, like, set him in, like, a coffin, and then they put, like, his suit on top of it. And they're all talking about how, like, he was a great rogue, that he did a great job fighting Barry Allen, and that, like, it's sad that he's dead. So they're all, like, holding a little funeral for him. And they're like, may you rest in peace. Or not. And they, like, blow up his coffin, and they're like, we don't hate you, like, because you died. Like, we can forgive you for dying at the hands of our enemy. It's the fact that you've ruined our reputation because of what you did. Because now everyone thinks that we're like you. Like, we're just murderers and stuff. But we're not. So screw you. And so, like, they blow up his coffin and his body. And then they leave. And they're like to each other, if I ever see you guys again, I'm gonna kill you. Which is great. I love the rogues. They're just like, yeah, let's work together this one time, and then fuck you. I'll kill you if I see you again. If we cross paths again. And then you see, like, the remnants of, like, Reverse Flash's costume blow off of the mountain, like, what's left of it. And it's already been caught, like, on camera. And they're already reporting on it. And so somebody's, like, watching the recording, talking about how, like, they took the body and they destroyed it. And that, like, these criminals are, like, insane for, like, doing that. Apparently a guy called Anton Harvey is the one who is watching this. He is the district attorney of Central City, and he's watching what the rogues have just done. And so he announces that, like, they need to go to a grand jury with this. Like, this is, like, to a point where, like, the Flash needs to be arrested. So Barry Allen goes to the hospital that the Fiona is in as the Flash without anyone seeing because he's at super speed. And he visits Fiona and then like takes his costume off for a sec so that she can see him. And he's like, "Oh, Barry, I knew you would come." And he's like, "Yes, I'm never gonna leave your side. I promise." And they embrace. They have a hug, and she passes out. And so he leaves her there and leaves the hospital without anyone seeing him. Somebody goes and visits Fiona, and she says about how she saw Barry Allen. Like, her doctor goes in. She says how she saw Barry Allen, and she's like, and he's like, "That's impossible. Like, nobody else has been in here." She's like, "But I saw him." And he's like, "Man, I think she's more far gone than we thought." So they think she's insane. And then Barry Allen gets arrested. The Flash gets arrested. Specifically the Flash, not Barry Allen. He gets arrested. And he's taken to court. So, it's at the police headquarters. You know, Barry's been taken there. And the police are trying to stop a bunch of reporters from coming in. And one guy manages to break through, but he gets taken down by the police real fast. And the judge is telling Barry Allen that, like, anything you say can be used against you, you know. You're going on trial for the death of, like, for the possible murder of, like, the Reverse Flash. And, you know, some guy is just like, "Can you tell the reporters, like, anything just to get them off our backs so that they'll leave?" And, so, like, Daryl Fry goes outside to, like, talk to them and get them to, like, to tell them some stuff. And he's just like, "There's no way the Flash killed Reverse Flash. We're going to prove his innocence." The Flash goes outside and everyone's taking, like... The Flash is, like, in the building, and he gets, like, his prison photos taken. There's a really cool shot of him, his prison photo, like his side shot and his front shot, which is fun. And as he's being taken away, he sees the Weather Wizard, who has also been arrested. And Weather Wizard is just like... But yeah, he sees the Weather Wizard and it's like, "It's been a while since we've seen each other." And then Weather Wizard is like, "It would have been longer if it wasn't for my recent crime accessory." Because, like, he's been arrested for blowing up the body of Reverse Flash, for, like, stealing it from the morgue. And then Weather Wizard has something, like, in his mouth, and he, like, sets it off, and his face gets covered in, like, a cloud. And then, like, a cloud appears in, like, the hallway, and there's, like, lightning and stuff. So he manages to escape. He breaks the cuffs off, and he gets away. And, meanwhile, one of the, at the same time that this is happening, one of the detectives is talking to, like, a little kid who's, like, a ruffian. And the kid's just like, "What's up? What's it to you? What's it to you, Fuzzface?" Like, he's just dealing with this little kid. This kid will be important later to a little story that's going to be coming up. So yeah, Weather Wizard escapes, or, like, he tries to escape, and the Flash tries to go after him. And he, like, seemingly attacks a police officer and, like, knocks him into a wall. And they're like, "Man, Flash is freaking out. Like, he's attacking the police now." But it was Weather Wizard disguised as a policeman. Or at least he thought it was him. Like, the Weather Wizard made it look like the cop was him. So, like, Weather Wizard got away. Like... It's confusing. Like, he attacks a policeman who he thinks was Weather Wizard, but it wasn't Weather Wizard. It was just a policeman. But what Barry Allen saw was a policeman. Like, because Weather Wizard used, like, weather techniques to, like, create a hallucination. And so Barry gets taken into prison, and everyone's there being like, "Oh, it's the Flash. Like, he's joining us." And so he gets put in a cell. And meanwhile, Fiona is like with her therapist in the hospital, talking about how like she saw Barry Allen and that she knows like that's what she saw. And then she's like, "Do you believe I'm telling the truth?" And the doctor is just like, "I'm convinced you believe it, Fiona, but I don't think Barry was here. And I think we should continue working on this. Like, I think you need to learn how to move on from Barry so that you yourself can heal, because it's clear that like he is harming you more than helping you." And Barry's thinking about Fiona in prison, and he said like, "Oh yeah," he's like thinking to himself like, "If I knew I was going to get arrested, I never would have seen Fiona, because now that I'm arrested, like I can't go see her again. So like it was kind of pointless going and telling her I was always going to be by her side when I'm not actually going to be by her side." And so meanwhile, that kid that we saw earlier is getting let go by the judge, and he's like, "If I ever see you again, I'm not going to let you go this time." And we don't know the kid's name yet, but like, yeah, he's only getting let go because Detective Curtis, which is the guy that was talking to him before, plead. So he like allowed the plea. Because he's like, he sees something in you, so yeah, we'll let you go. And then he receives his next case, which is the People versus the Flash, and he's like, "Is this some kind of joke?" So this kid goes outside and he sees Detective Curtis. He's like, "You can thank me, I don't usually do that for people." And he's just like, "Hey, I didn't ask you to stick your neck out for me, detective." He's like, "See you around. Maybe you ought to think about finding another line of work, you know? Because playing guidance counselor, man, you're a real washout." And that's when we find out the kid's name is Angelo. He's like, "Take good care." And he's like, "You know where to find me if you need me." And the kid leaves. And then Curtis is thinking to himself, like, I helped him, but like, did I get through to him? You know, Flash gets released from prison on bail. But if the grand jury hands down the indictment, then Flash is going to have to break his silence, and he'll end up going on trial. Like, he would have to plead either guilty or not guilty. So Flash is in Utopia Towers, just like thinking it over. But like, this only matters to Flash, but not to Barry Allen, because it's the Flash who's on trial and not Barry. He's like playing with a ball. He's like bouncing around his house. And he gets so angry that he just completely destroys the ball by hitting it so hard. And then he destroys his own apartment. He destroys Barry Allen's apartment. Because he's just like, Barry Allen doesn't matter in this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to destroy Barry Allen's apartment. Barry Allen is going to go missing. So Flash stages his own, like, Barry Allen is dead. Like, he's gone. And so Barry Allen's neighbors hear the ruckus, and they go and check out his apartment. It's all over the place. And so, like, Barry Allen going missing is now being, like, all over the headlines. And so, like, they're announcing about the grand jury's decision that, like, they can't like be lenient on anyone, even if they're superheroes. So Barry is going to be judged the same way as everyone else. Barry goes and saves an old woman who has just been robbed by Angelo, the kid from earlier. And a car goes like careening off the road because they're about to hit Angelo, so they swerve and they like almost hit some people and they go like into a building, but Barry manages to like catch all the glass from the shattered window that the car is like crashed through to save all these people that are inside, inside the building. And upon catching the glass, he's like cut up his hands. And then he catches Angelo. And then, like, Angelo is just like, man, you got eyes, but hell, you don't see. I wasn't making off with the old broad's necklace. I was running down the dude who did pull the snatch. So Flash finds out that Angelo didn't actually steal from her. He was going after the guy that actually stole from her. And that guy has been, like, taken by the police. And, one of the cops gives Barry a card for a man named Leonard Lewis, attorney at law. And then he also tells Flash that he should probably go to the hospital because his hands are all cut up from the glass. And so Barry, like, and they offer Barry to take him there. But, like, he's just like, I'm fast. I'll go myself. And so he leaves for the hospital. And he goes to the emergency room and they wrap up his arms. And while he's there, he sees Fiona, who is in a wheelchair. She's, like, going insane. She sees the Flash, but she thinks it's, like, she sees the Flash and she's like, oh, darling, it's you. She, like, gets out of her wheelchair and starts running towards Barry to hug him. And he's like, oh, my God, this can't be happening. And he's like, does she know I'm the Flash? Because he's in his Flash costume at the moment. So he's kind of like, does she know I'm the Flash? And so, like, she comes running out and she's like, Barry, my dear, I thought I'd never see you again. And it turns out she wasn't running towards the Flash. She was running towards this, like, sickly person in front of him. And she thinks that that's Barry. So she, like, is going insane. She's starting to hallucinate. And the nurses sedate her. It's sad. Yeah, she gets sedated. And then Barry is just like, oh, dear God, what have I done? What did I do to you? Like, I never should have come and seen you because now you're like, this is what happened. Like, I've accidentally made my girlfriend think she's insane. And so the doctor is talking about how, like, he's, like, talking to Barry. And they're like, oh, thank you for the assistance of, like, keeping Fiona restrained, but Barry's gone. Meanwhile, Detective Curtis and Daryl Fry are looking through Barry's apartment, investigating what happened to Barry. And Daryl promises that he's going to find Barry and, like, find out what happened to him. And there's a fire going on at the moment at an apartment building. We cut to, like, an apartment building that's on fire. The fire department is there. It's Angelo's apartment, and his mum is in the apartment building, and so she's, like, at risk of dying. And Angelo decides that he wants to go in and save her. The apartment building, like, falls apart, and, like, Angelo, like, is gonna die. Like, he's gonna, like, fall from the apartment as it, like, crashes. Because he, like, ran inside. And so, like, the Flash comes in. He grabs, like, one of the, like, firefighter trampolines. And he, like, throws it up. So that, like, Angelo lands on it. As he's falling. And so Angelo bounces off. And, or not Angelo, Angelo's mum, that's what it was. He stops Angelo from going inside the building, and then, like, or, like, he grabs Angelo just as he's about to go inside the building, and he throws, like, the trampoline to catch Angelo's mum as she falls from the building. The way that the art is, it's really hard to see who's who, at times, because it's, like, quite far away. But yeah, he saves Angelo's mum using the trampoline. He, like, catches her. And then Angelo and his mum are reunited, and they're like, thank you, Flash. And he's like, I'm sorry I was such a dick to you. Like, you saved me, and you saved my mum. Meanwhile, this gang is watching from the sidelines, and they are a gang that have been acquainted with Angelo. You know, they've been, like... Angelo apparently quit their gang. They're called the Vultures, and he's like... The leader is like, nobody quits the Vultures. So they plan on going after Angelo. teach him a lesson. Teach him what happens when you leave the Vultures. A bunch of reporters are in Barry's face asking him about the trial. And they're asking him, like, have you decided to plead guilty or not guilty? He doesn't answer, he just leaves. He ignores them. Barry's parents are talking about the trial. Barry goes and stops their car as they're driving so that he can talk to them. And so, like, Barry talks to his parents about, like, what he should do. Like, what is the right thing to do? He's, like, talking about, like, the possibility of, like, pleading guilty. And they're like, whatever you do, we will be by your side. No matter what choice you make, we will always be in your corner. And we know that you didn't kill Reverse Flash, like, on purpose. And so the gang from earlier, the Vultures, find this hobo in an alleyway, and they attack him. And they grab him, and he's like, let go of me. And then the hobo starts transforming into a gorilla. Because it's Gorilla Grodd. And in an earlier issue, Gorilla Grodd got turned into a hobo after a fight with the Flash. There's a whole thing. It happened earlier. What happened was, like, he fought, like, another version of himself. Like, there's this, like... It's really confusing, but, like... The point is, at the end of the story, his mind gets placed in the body of a hobo. And, or he, like, gets regressed into becoming... Like, he takes over the body of a hobo and then, like, becomes Gorilla Grodd. And then at the end of the story, he gets regressed back into being the hobo. And he gets trapped inside the hobo's body. And so that's the hobo that they've jumped. And by jumping him, they've, like, set off Gorilla Grodd's transformation because he didn't remember who he was. And by attacking him, they said that he was looking like a gorilla when he was transforming, and that's what set off his memory and made him remember that he was Gorilla Grodd. So he turns back into Gorilla Grodd, and he, like, picks up one of the gang members and is like, don't fuck with me, and throws the guy through the air. And, like, the guy just dies. He throws him in the air and the guy just splat on the ground. And then he attacks the other three guys with his mind powers, making them feel like they are in, like... He makes them think that they're in lava. So they're on the ground, like, writhing in pain, and he's just like, with my mind powers, you think you're in lava. And they're like, it burns, And then he uses his mind power to take control of their minds, so he can read their minds. And in their minds, he sees Angelo. And he's like, ooh, that kid is interesting. I could use him to my advantage. And he also sees, because he sees that Angelo and Barry Allen, the Flash, have met each other. So he's like, yeah, I can use Angelo to my benefit to get the Flash. And, so yeah, he's like, I'm going to destroy the Flash with the help of this kid. And so, Flash is thinking over the trial to himself. And then he sees, like, a beam. And then he, like, it's like a teleporter beam from, like, the Justice League. And so he, like, goes into it. Like, he sees the beam and, like, it's obvious the Justice League is coming to get him. So he goes into it, and he gets sent to the Watchtower. And when he gets there, the Justice League are like, you know what we're here to... Like, you know what we brought you here to do, Barry. You killed someone, and so we got to decide whether or not you're going to stay on the Justice League. And the members that are present are Hawkman, Green Arrow, Aquaman, Firestorm, Elongated Man, and Wonder Woman. That's the current Justice League. And I think Batman and Superman are members, they're just not here at the moment. And so, like, they put a vote. The vote ends in a tie. You know, Aquaman votes against him being on the Justice League. Firestorm votes for him. Green Arrow votes for him. Wonder Woman votes against him. Hawkman votes against him. And Elongated Man votes with him because, like, they're friends. And Green Arrow even says, like, I vote with you because, like, I've killed a man myself because it was the only choice I had. So, of course, like, I think you deserve... If I deserve to be on the Justice League, you deserve to be on the Justice League. Especially because you did it in you were in defense of somebody else. And so they're like, we've come to a stalemate. We need someone to break this tie. And so Superman arrives. Superman is the deciding vote. And so like Superman is just like, my decision is... He thinks about it. He's just like, this is my decision. And then we get a filler issue in between that literally has no story other than Superman making his decision. Yeah, so we go to like the next issue. Some cops see Gorilla Grodd attacking like the gang members, but it's all pretend. Like he's staging something. So like they make it he's taking control of the Vulture's minds now. They're attacking him in an alleyway as a stage in order to get the cops to come. And so when the cops come, he's just like, you fools, and like turns into Gorilla Grodd and like zaps them with his mind powers. And then they steal the police car, Gorilla Grodd and the Vultures. Gorilla Grodd uses his mind powers to turn the police car into a hot rod, and they drive off to go find Angelo. Back in the Watchtower, Superman is talking about his decision about like whether or not Flash should stay, and Superman votes for Flash to stay because he says like, I have a thing against killing, but like I know that when you killed the Reverse Flash, if what you say is true and you had no choice, you did it to save like one of your loved ones. And so I can't judge you because of that. Like, just because I live by different rules doesn't mean that you should live by the same rules. And I think your heart was in the right place, so you can stay on the Justice League. Like, that's my vote. So they vote for Justice League for Flash to stay. And the Flash is just like, I'm leaving anyway. Like, you might have voted me to stay on the Justice League, but I can't even guarantee you I'm actually going to stay with the Justice League. I need time to be on my own. And so he leaves the Justice League. And his, like, status on the Justice League is left up in the air now. Of, like, is he going to be a member? Is he not? He goes back to Earth. Yeah, there's a bunch of reporters at the airport. They're asking, like, this attorney if he would take the Flash's case. And the attorney is like, I would certainly consider it. And then he's just like, yes, definitely. I would definitely take the case of the Flash. So yeah, like, Barry's parents are, like, trying to, like, they're talking about it again. There's a lot of shots of, like, Barry Allen's parents talking about him and his trial, about him getting, like, an attorney and stuff. We cut to a car that is, like, careering down the road, and the guy in the car is just like, I had the brakes on this baby checked out only last week, and they're not working. The car goes off the cliff. Barry sees it, and, like, he grabs the guy from the car as it's crashing down the cliff and pulls him out, and the car crashes and explodes. He's like, you're a real lifesaver. And it turns out that the man is a lawyer. And, wait, what's his name again? Peter Farley, that's right. So it turns out the guy that Flash saved is Peter Farley, a lawyer at Farley and Horton. The name Horton being very important later. And any Flash fans out there might already know what Horton means. So Peter Farley agrees to become Flash's attorney. He talks a bit to the Flash about Barry Allen being missing. And so he's like, let's cement this lawyer-client relationship. And they shake hands. And Peter becomes Barry's lawyer. And the people in Flash City are like the kids in Flash City, like not Flash City, the kids in Central City, Jesus, are handing out flyers to defend the Flash. Like they're trying to raise a fund to clear his name, and the initiative is being run by Angelo. Because he looks up to the Flash now, after the Flash saved his mom. And then the gang finds Angelo. Dirk from like the Vulture gang finds him and like grabs him by the neck, and takes him away. They take him to Gorilla Grodd, who was like in a pool just bathing with the rest of the crew. And at least it looks like they're bathing, but they're actually holding Angelo's head underwater. They're torturing him. And he's like, Grodd? Because he knows who Grodd is, because Grodd is a famous Flash villain. And Grodd is just like, you will become the agent of destruction, Angelo. And Angelo's just like, not me. Not me, hairball. So he plans on using Angelo. Go to the hospital where Fiona is with Barry's parents, and she's finally getting over Barry, or at least she thinks she is, and then she sees a picture of him and she just starts hitting her head on the picture repeatedly. And she just keeps doing it, and they take it off of her, and then she goes insane. She's like, let go of me! And then they sedate her again. And they pick up the portrait of the broken portrait of Barry Allen, and they're like, man, I feel so, like, Barry's parents are like, man, I feel so bad for her. Like, she's broken. Like, she's, like, this is awful. And so we go back to City Police Headquarters, and Daryl Fry and Patty Spivot talking about how, like, sad this whole situation is of the Flash being arrested and Barry Allen going missing. And Patty reveals that she, one of the evidence that they found at the apartment was a flash ring. But they don't know it's a flash ring. They just think it's like a wedding ring. Or just like a ring. And so Fry takes it home with him. And meanwhile, Peter Farley, Flash's attorney, takes Flash to his, like, bungalow. Like, his, like, mansion on a mountain. He's like, I got a pool, I got a machine room, like, I got a room full of computer stuff, like, this place is cool, you can live here while you're, on trial. And it's in the newspaper that, like, Flash has a lawyer now. And there's a kid with the paper, and, like, this douchebag is, like, driving in a limousine and, like, drives past a puddle and, like, douses the kid because he's an asshole. His name's Mr. Reddick, and he's just an asshole. And he thinks that he's the only lawyer that deserves to have the Flash as a client, and so obviously he's planning to do something about it because he's just like, the Flash deserves to be my client, so I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna be a dick. And so Angelo gets back home from the grocery, and his mum is just like, oh, you finally got back with the why do you have just bananas? And, like, Angelo's just bought nothing but bananas home with him. And then it's revealed that Angelo is being mind controlled by Grodd, and he uses the mind powers on Angelo's mum, knocking her into a wall. She gets knocked out of the apartment and, like, falls to the ground. Or, like, but he doesn't, though. Like, so It's kind of confusing the way that the story tells it, but like basically what happens is that he tells his mom like, this is what I could do to you, and we see what he could do to her. He's like, I could throw you out of this apartment and you go splat on the ground. But he was making her see it in her mind. And he's like, why are you saying that you do that to your own mother? Have you been spending time with that gang of gutter trash again? Angelo's eating bananas. Like, he's like eating a banana. She doesn't know that he's being mind controlled. His mum says like, you should go see the Flash. Like, he's a good influence for you. You should look more up to him. And he's like, the Flash? Oh yeah, that's some good influence he is. And so yeah, Gorilla Grodd reveals that he's going to use Angelo to like use his mind powers on the Flash and like kill the Flash. And so we go back to Peter Farley and Flash at Peter's house. They're talking about how like they're going to start work tomorrow. And so Flash is like, see you tomorrow, and he leaves. And Peter is thinking about how like Barry's life is in shambles. Like, this, we got a long road ahead of us. Like, there's going to be a lot of disgrace and humiliation. And yet, through it all, he somehow just manages to keep his cool and stay together. Meanwhile, Barry is showing that he's doing the opposite of that. And he writes, "Why me?" In the ground. He's like, can't someone give me an answer? Like, why is this happening to me? Like, after everything I've done, I'm going on trial for saving my wife. Why? And so Fiona is still in the mental hospital. She's like tied up to a bed in like a self-isolated room. She's like going nuts. It's like, everything's fine. You're always there for me, Barry. Someone for me to lean on, to turn to. She like thinks back to about like the Reverse Flash's death and stuff. And then she's like pissed at him though. She's like, but only if you were here for me now, Barry. Like, you were here for me all those other times. Why aren't you here right now? And she's like muttering about how she needs Barry, and the doctor comes in and like is like, that's a good girl, get it all off on your chest. Get it all off your chest. But this doctor's a bit of a skeeve. He tries to steal the recorder that Fiona is like recording her thoughts on to herself, and he wants to sell it for money. But then the Flash comes in and like stops him. He like runs him through the wall of the like room and like takes him out. Like, he like grabs him, pulls him out of the room, and then like throws him at super speed into a car wash. And the guy comes out the other end covered in like soap and shit. He's like, that's what you get for being such a dick. Like, you leave her alone, you scum. And so like everyone's just like, oh my god, did you see that? The Flash just threw that guy. And then Flash breaks the recorder by vibrating it at super speed. And then he leaves. He like runs off. He's like, my dear Fiona. And he goes and visits her. He's like talking about like how peaceful she looks. And then he leaves just as the doctor comes to give her her medication. And he's just like, I can't bear to leave her. It's all my fault. And we go back to police headquarters. And like Curtis is talking about how like what Angelo has been doing lately is just not like him. Like, there's no way it's him. He's like talking to Angelo's mom. And he's like, I believe you. Like, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, on CCTV, Mr. Reddick, talking about like the Flash's chances of like an acquittal. And he believes that because he's being like represented by a commonplace attorney, that there's no way that the Flash is going to get acquitted. Like, he thinks that the Flash, his only chance of being acquitted is if he's with someone like him and not Peter Farley. So he's trashing Peter Farley on TV, and he's saying, like, there's no way the Flash is going to win this trial. So we go back to attorney at law, and, like, Peter and Flash are talking over, the case. Flash recalls what happened, and he's like, it all happened so fast. I just grabbed him, and then I released him, and then he was dead. That's what happened, He just didn't get up again, and he knew something was wrong. But instead of checking on the body, he went over to see if Fiona Webb was right. And he was completely oblivious to, like, everything else. And that's when Peter, like, stops the recording. Yeah. And downtown, the Flash is being taken into police headquarters again. He's being asked to look over, like, the missing case of Barry Allen. And so they're asking the Flash to search for Barry Allen. And so he agrees because he's obvious, like, that they won't find him because he is Barry Allen. And then Curtis sees that he's taking a request for a missing person. So he's like, how about you go look for another missing person? There's this kid, Angelo. He's gone missing. And Flash remembers who Angelo is. And he's like, I'm on the case. And so he runs off. And so he goes looking for Angelo throughout the entire city. And he can't find him. And then he sees something. He sees a trail in the sky of some sort of something. So he goes running after it. It's not the wind. And so he decides to investigate this weird, like, anomaly, this weird, like, windish looking anomaly. And he goes inside it, he spins around it, and then he starts feeling like he can't get out, and he wants to just keep running around in circles. And then Gorilla Grodd comes in, and he's like, I got you with my mind powers, you're trapped in there forever. In the nether dimension. So, like, Flash and Gorilla Grodd teleport away to another dimension that Gorilla Grodd has sent the Flash to. The Flash is there. He wakes up in this other dimension. He, like, runs around for a bit, and he's like, where am I? And then he sees Angelo being chased by this guy on a ship. He's like, Flash, Flash! There's, like, this dude on, like, a hover bike that's, like, shooting at Angelo. He's like, no problem, Angelo, I got you. And he grabs him just in time before a beam comes and hits Angelo. He places Angelo, like, behind a rock, and he's like, you'll be safe here. He goes after the guy that was shooting at Angelo. He jumps up the guy's, like, laser beam by running on it. And then, like, he attacks the ship, and it explodes into, like, an orange cloud. He's like, oh, what? He disappeared? Like, the guy just completely disappears in an orange cloud. Like, he just poofs. Like, he never even existed. He's like, what happened? Where'd he go? And then Angelo's just like, I don't know how long that'll last, but Grodd will find a way to mess with us again. Like, he's going to send somebody else after us. So it's obvious that it's like Grodd's mind powers or something is creating these things to come after them. The Vulture members are talking about how Grodd has zapped Angelo into the dimension, so they're gonna go get him. They're gonna, like, attack Angelo. Flash and Angelo are, like, walking through the dimension, figuring out a way to get out. And then somebody, like, comes at them. And it's like this dude in, like, an orange mech suit attacks Flash. He, like, jumps on Flash's back, and Flash vibrates around and, like, is speeding around trying to get him off. And eventually he does. He gets the guy off. And the guy is, like, crashing to the ground, and he crashes into the ground and bursts into, like, a bunch of orange smoke. And the Flash, like, breaks his fall by, like, spinning off of a mountain And he, like, lands on the ground, and he's all good. And, like, before he can catch his breath, like, Angelo comes over and he's like, I was worried. And then somebody just comes out of the ground and, like, grabs Flash from underground and then throws him. And then, like, when he throws him, he, like, runs after the Flash because he's got super speed as well. So he's just as fast as the Flash. And the Flash is all, like, messed up from being thrown. And then, like, Gorilla Grodd is just like, I want to be the one that deals with the Flash. And so he throws a rock at, like, the big dude that was chasing Flash and destroys him. Like, destroys, like, this manifestation. I'm explaining this as well as I can. Like, it's all over the place. Like I told you, like, this event is a mess. And especially this part is very confusing. But, like, I'm explaining it as well as I can. He throws the rock at, like, the thick guy that's chasing the Flash and destroys it. And Angelo is still under Grodd's control this whole time. And the Flash is, like, all messed up. He's just like, once you keel over, Flash, you're gonna be mine. Like, you're gonna pass out from exhaustion, and I'm gonna get ya. So that's where that issue ends. You know, Flash is, like, gonna pass out from being attacked by all these guys. And so Flash is, like, stumbling through the dimension, just, like, exhausted, and then he collapses. And then Gorilla Grodd comes in. He's, like, holding Angelo's hand. And he's like, you having a great time, Angelo? And he's like, the time of my life, Grodd. He's like, together we're gonna destroy the Flash. You and I. And he's like, soon, old adversary, you will exist only in my memories. Like, in memories. And then he, like, grabs the Flash, who is on the ground. He, like, picks him up, raises him above his head. And then he, like, spins the Flash around. Because he's gonna, like, kill him. And then Angelo is, like, slowly breaking free of Grodd's control. He's like, no. No! He's like, be off, youngster. I release you from my mental control. You have served your purpose. And he, like, releases Angelo's mental control and he, like, runs off. Gorilla Grodd continues to spin Flash around and so, like, he's just like, you know, I used you for all I needed, and now the Flash is, like, in a position where I can kill him, so I don't need you anymore. And so he's, like, spinning the Flash around above his head, and then he's got him dangling by his legs. He just, like, he doesn't even throw him. He just spins him up above his head, and then he's just like, alright, now he's really woozy, I'm just gonna hold him. And he drops Flash to the ground. And then he's just like, the final fall of the Flash, like, drops him and then just, like, stands over his body. Angelo is talking about how, like, he's like, I suck, I'm running out on the Flash, he saved me, so I need to go back and save him. And as he makes his way back to the Flash, like, this weird orange smoke comes and, like, starts enveloping him, and he's like, oh, that swelling stuff, it's making my head swim funny. All I see here is... And then he collapses. And there's two people surrounding him. Meanwhile, the Gorilla Grodd has, like, Flash hanging from a rock. And, he's like, even the mind of such as myself, a genius 1,000 times over, requires recreation. And I derive mine in adding more imaginative respects to your destruction. And then Barry Allen's like, glad to know. And he, like, dodges it out of the way. You're keeping your mind occupied. He's like, glad to know you're keeping your mind occupied, Grodd. He, like, dodges and then, like, uses his legs to, like, kick Grodd away. And so he gets off of, like, the little rock that he was hanging from. And Gorilla Grodd tries to shoot, like, his mind beam at Flash. But Flash uses his speed to, like, run from behind, come from Gorilla Grodd from behind and grab him. And then holding onto Gorilla Grodd, he, like, runs at super speed and puts Gorilla Grodd in front of his own mind beam, and so his beam hits Gorilla Grodd, and it essentially like lobotomizes him, and like he just goes into like a comatose state. He like falls over and he's just like, I will withstand it, I will transcend it, I will, and then he like collapses. He's like, good grief. So Gorilla Grodd has been defeated by his own mind powers. And that's when Angelo reveals that like the people that were surrounding him were the other gorillas from Gorilla City, including Solivar. And they're like, thank you for defeating Gorilla Grodd, Flash. And they take him away, and they use like a device to get all of them out of the dimension. And they go to Gorilla City, where Gorilla Grodd has been put away. They fix the Flash's suit because it was all torn up during the fight with Gorilla Grodd. They use like a machine to fix it for him. Gorilla Grodd has been put in like this stasis room where like psychic powers are keeping him levitated so that he can't get out. And the gorillas offer their help in the trial, and Flash is just like, it's best not, because like they won't believe me if I say that gorillas are on my side. And so they make a ship for Flash to get him back to Central City. And he lands in Central City, and Daryl Fry sees him landing in, like, sees... Oh, wait, no, they send, like, Flash stays in Gorilla City. Angelo gets sent back to Central City in a ship built by the gorillas. Daryl Fry sees the ship, but the other guy doesn't believe him. In the helicopter, the guy that he's with, and Angelo gets like left off, and he's like, goodbye Grods, because I guess he's calling them all Grods. Like, is that the name of all of them? Like, is that what they're called? Are they called Grods? Is that their species name? Wow, didn't even think about that. And so like the reason why Daryl's in a helicopter at the moment is because he is dropping missing search warrants for like flyers for Barry Allen. And they all drop down from the sky in front of people and stuff. Like, people are finding them. And in Gorilla City, Solivar is talking about how like humans have like weird rules when it comes to like manslaughter. Like they have like different rules for like murder and stuff, and the gorillas are just like, you did what you thought was right, we agree with you. And then that's when Flash is just like, yeah, but like I don't think that they would allow gorillas to speak for me in a trial. Like, I don't think they would believe me. And so he leaves and goes back to Central City. And, meanwhile, Peter is at his attorney building. He's asking if they've heard anything from the Flash. And they're like, no, I haven't heard anything. He's like, I wonder where he is. He's like, I wonder what those reporters would print if they knew I had no idea where the Flash has been for days now. See the headlines now. Flash missing. Flash skips town. I hope for his sake that's the worst they can print about him. Meanwhile, a plane has crashed in the ocean. Flash is saving these two pilots who have crashed. He, speeds really fast and separates the ocean from the plane so that he can then create a speed tornado underneath the plane to lift it up out of the ocean. And then he brings it to land. And that's that. He saves those people. Every now and then they just have, moments where Flash is just saving people. That's just all that is. And, yeah. We go to a guy who is, in his office. He's like, everything is set for tonight. You certain? I don't want anything to go wrong. Nothing will go wrong. I am a professional. I don't make mistakes. Your target will be dead within a few hours. Keep a radio on, listen for it on the news. You had better succeed. And so there's something's going on. Someone's planning to kill someone. or do something. And so that's going on at the moment. And it's the reporters are reporting on the plane and the people almost being killed in the plane crash. The Flash. So Flash calls Peter over the phone, and he tells Peter that he is in Florida at the moment. And he's like, I've had to make a few super speed rescues here, but I'm heading back to your office. Ready for me? And Peter's just like, for days, Flash. While he's on the phone, you can see from his chair that there's a bomb under his chair. And as he's talking to the Flash, his office explodes. Flash has dropped the phone. He knows what's going on. He zooms over to Peter's office. And so he's like, Peter? And he hears like that ba-doom, and you see like Peter like caught in the explosion. Flash runs as fast as he can. He heads over to Peter's apartment, and like he's going so fast that the explosion hasn't gotten to Peter yet, so he manages to grab Peter in time to get him out of the office with only minor burns. And he's like, I gotta get Peter somewhere safe. Like someone tried to kill him. Meanwhile, a villain known as Roy G. Bigelow, aka the Rainbow Raider, is putting on his costume. He's listening to like everything that's been going on with like Gorilla Grodd and like the Flash and like Barry Allen going missing and all that stuff. And he's just like, oh, poor jerk, like poor Flash. He's gonna have one heck of a hard break. Well, I'm gonna go be a criminal. And so he like leaves on his rainbow. And that's literally what he does. He's just like, I'm off to start some crime because Flash is busy with a trial, so I can go and commit my crime. And so Barry takes Peter to a hospital where Peter is being operated on. He's like, this sucks. Like, I hate the fact that like his life is in danger because of me. And they're all like, he was so courageous for like running into the explosion and helping him. And while Barry's there, he's like, I gotta go see Fiona. And he goes to Fiona's room, and Fiona's not there. She's gone. And he asks her, like, where Fiona is. Like, if her condition has worsened. And she says, no, on the contrary. Like, she's been so rapid that they actually transferred her to a different clinic. And she also lets Flash know that before he goes, they're all rooting for him. Because, like, they knew that, like, if he hadn't killed Reverse Flash, like, Fiona would have been his next victim. And then, like, she turns around and the Flash is gone. He left. Meanwhile, Reddick, that scumbag attorney, has been watching the news about Peter Farley's attempted death and how it failed. And so he's just like, yes, very tragic, but let's be realistic here. Like, if Peter's in hospital, then Flash is going to need a new lawyer. How about me? And yeah, so like he's already trying to get his mitts on the Flash. Like, he's such a dick. He's just like, Peter's in hospital, Flash is mine now. And he tells this guy to like plant an item. Like, he's basically asking them to kind of like plant stuff about the Flash, like he's basically asking this guy to like plant, like this journalist to like plant stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to like wrap my head around this because there's a little bit of confusion here. He tells the guy to like plant a story about him to like boost up his chances of getting the Flash, of being like, he's the world-renowned attorney. Now that Peter's in hospital, Flash should look at getting Reddick to be his new attorney. So he's going to like put Reddick's face on all of the like out there in a story to boost his chances of Flash seeing him and hiring him now that he's looking for a new attorney. And while Flash is running through the city, he's seeing all these flyers of like people looking for Barry Allen. He tears them all up because he can't have people looking for Barry because he doesn't want people to find out that like he's not actually missing. He goes to Peter's house and a guy comes to give Flash a telegram. And that's when he realizes that like he came to deliver a telegram, but he wasn't expecting to deliver it to the Flash. So he's like, oh my god, like the Flash. I wasn't expecting to give you that. And he's like, I need you to sign it. And then the Flash is like, I already did. And he's like, oh, you must have used your super speed. And the Flash is like, thank you. it's so funny. He's like got the pen. And he's like, I need you to sign this. And then Flash is like, I already did. And then like gives it back to him and then slams the door. He's like, oh, golly me. And so the Flash reads the telegram, and it says that a new attorney is going to be taken over, signed C. Horton. So he's got a new attorney that's going to be coming to him. She's like Peter's partner, or they are Peter's partner. We haven't met her yet. It's Cecile Horton. We all know who Cecile Horton is. If you've seen the CW Flash show, you know who Cecile Horton is. So she's going to be Flash's new attorney, or at least she's going to meet the Flash and see if he wants her to be his new attorney. And so, meanwhile, the Rainbow Raider attacks a police van with his powers. He's got like the ability to make like rainbow. He's got like rainbow vision, so he shoots like rainbows out of his eyes, like different colored beams. And the red one can, like, heat things up and cause things to explode. So, like, he uses that and blows up the car. And the money from the car goes, like... Because it's, like, a money van. Like, a police van with, like, money in it. So the money goes everywhere. And Rainbow Raider, like, sucks it all into, like, this vacuum gun that he's got. And then he leaves on his rainbow. Like, he gets a bunch of money, and then he runs away. We go back to Central City headquarters, and Daryl Fry is saying that, like, there's, like, 5,000 posters for Barry Allen and not a single lead. And then Reddick shows up. He was like, I can help you. And Fry's just like, there isn't a enforcement officer who wouldn't recognize your face, Reddick. You're famous. And he's like talking to him, and he's like, I heard about Peter Farley's unfortunate accident, which leaves the Flash without legal representation just when he needs it most. And so he's just like, I would like you to pass a message on to the Speedster. I want to be his attorney. Free of charge. And so, like, he leaves that message with Peter. And so, the Flash is running through the city. He's like, think positive. Just gotta do some hero stuff. Maybe take something off my mind. And at that time, he sees Rainbow Raider in the city, and he's like, perfect. I can get my mind off of things by going after Rainbow Raider. So he goes after Rainbow Raider, and what's really fun about this story is it actually ties into a Green Lantern issue that's happening at the same time, where Green Lantern goes after the Rainbow Raider as well. So he goes after the Rainbow Raider. Rainbow Raider shoots a beam at, like, a window, and it, like, bounces off the window, but the Flash dodges it. He dodges it, and it bounces off the window. Flash is, like, hopping around at super speed. Rainbow Raider's, like, shooting beams at him. And but he keeps missing, and so he hits a bunch of, like, pedestrians with his red beam that makes everyone angry, and they all attack the Flash. But the Flash circles around them, which makes them become exhausted due to lack of air, so they all pass out. He doesn't kill them, he just makes them pass out. So the Rainbow Raider is just like, alright, I'm getting out of here. and he goes on his like rainbow track, and the Flash starts running on it. And then Rainbow Raider starts shooting like blue rings at Flash to trap him. And he causes the Flash to fall off. But as he's running along his rainbow, he sees like a green stop sign. And he's like, what the heck? Why is this green stop sign there? And he sees there's one in front of him and one behind him. And they're coming closer. And they both slam into him, crushing him. But he doesn't die. He just gets like squashed between them. And he's like, ugh! And then it turns out it's Green Lantern, and he catches Rainbow Raider. And this happens in the Green Lantern issue, which is really funny because I read that issue before I read this, not knowing that the two issues were tied together. You get to see that from Green Lantern's point of view, and now you get to see it from Flash's point of view. It's like the same thing. And Hal talks to Barry about the trial because they're friends, and Hal is on Barry's side, and he's like, if you need anything, like, you know who to talk to, because you're my best friend. And Barry's like, thank you, Hal. And then so Green Lantern leaves. He's like, you know where to find me if you need help. So Barry heads back to Peter Farley's house, and while he's there, a car pulls up. Barry's on the phone. He's saying that like he doesn't have any good news for him about Peter Farley's condition, that he's like still in bad condition. And he's like, Barry, and then the hospital is like, if you want to be informed about like Peter's condition, like, you could leave a number with us and we'll call you. And Barry's just like, no thank you, because he doesn't want them to know his location, and he hangs up. Obviously he's like, I say Barry, but like, just think of it as like, he is the Flash all the time now. So when he's talking on the phone with people and I'm referring to him as Barry, he himself is referring to himself as the Flash. They don't know that it's Barry Allen on the other side of the phone. Like, I just want to make that clear, that every time I talk about Barry Allen, I'm talking about the Flash only, and not Barry Allen himself when he's talking to other people. I know it's confusing, but like, that's just how the story is laid out. Like, this is the trial of the Flash, and that Barry Allen is supposed to not exist right now. I just wanted to clear that up. So the person who was like driving to the house gets out. She buzzes on the door. Flash answers the door. It's Cecile Horton, and she's like, "I'm your new attorney. Nice to meet you." And that's where we end on that issue. And so we go to the Flash Museum, and there's these guys outside the front of it. They're getting ready to like do something. What are they going to do? They break into the Flash Museum. They blow up the door with some dynamite. And then they run inside the Flash Museum. And Dexter Miles is like on the phone to Barry. To like on the phone to the Flash. To like get help. These three people, they're like a family. It's like a dad and his two kids. The names don't really matter. Like, they're just random criminals. I think they're only in this one issue. They basically go in and, like, I think it's assumed that they are just random people who, like, hate the Flash and believe that he's guilty, and so they go into the Flash museum to destroy it. Which is what they do. They go in, they destroy Flash's statue, they, like, break it apart. Daryl tries to stop him, and he gets a rock thrown at him, which knocks him out. And, the dad, like, leaves, like, a grenade behind. And, like, or, like, it's like a flame grenade. So he, like, throws it and sets the whole museum on fire while Dexter is unconscious. There's a policeman in the area and he sees smoke. And, like, he's, like, chasing after someone. Like, he's going after, like, Detective Curtis. And so the police follows Detective Curtis, and Detective Curtis like goes into the museum after following the smoke, and he finds him like on the ground, and so they save him just in time. Meanwhile, the Flash is at Peter's house, and he's like talking to Cecile. She's like, because Peter is like, my friend, it's just de facto that I would take over. Like, I'm doing it for him, I'm not doing it for you, really. But yeah, I'll be your new attorney. And Flash said, like, do you want me to take you to see Peter? And Cecile's like, yeah, I'll take your offer. And so Flash takes Peter to go, takes Cecile to go see Peter at the hospital. It's like one of her decrees of like, I will be your attorney, but can we go see Peter first? So they go to the hospital and they see Peter in his condition. And so Flash is just like, I've got some errands to run. I guess I could drop you somewhere else. And she's like, that won't be necessary, Flash. I have a full agenda ahead of me as well. Tell you what, though, we can meet in front of City Hall at 5 o'clock if you're so inclined. And so, like, Flash is just like, whoa, she's got some attitude. I wonder what's up with her. She's, like, being very cold and, like, she's being very professional, but to a point where, like, she's the opposite of Peter, where, like, Peter was friendly. Cecile is not. And Flash gets told about the Flash Museum being attacked, so he goes down there to help. He finds the firemen, he finds Curtis and Dexter Miles. He asks Dexter Miles what happened, and he says, like, you gotta save the exhibit, Flash. So Flash runs into the museum, and there's like smoke everywhere, and he's like running through, looking for the people inside the museum, but he can't find them. There's a firefighter on top of the roof while Flash is searching the museum, and he falls through the roof. Flash catches him before he hits the ground and brings him outside to safety. So, like, right now, the Flash Museum is out of order. But Dexter Miles is like, the people of the city won't leave it like this. Like, they'll want it repaired because they love you. Meanwhile, the family that attacked the museum are talking to the person that hired them. And this person tells them to remove, like, these sonic devices that are in their heads. And he tells them to place them on the table in front of them. And he tells them that they're just going to forget everything that they just did. So somebody has been mind controlling them. So 2 mind control stories now. That's 2 mind control stories that we've had now. Except it's not Gorilla Grodd this time. It's somebody else. Somebody else is controlling the minds of just random people. So they go on their way. Like, they just go in their separate ways. They're just regular people again. So the whole time, they were just regular pedestrians that were under the control of a mysterious being who had sent them to the Flash Museum to destroy it. And we see the legs of the person that was doing it, and it's pretty obvious who it is. I won't reveal who it is right now, but if you're reading it, it's pretty obvious. But we'll find out later. And they're just like, my plan is coming into fruition to ruin the Flash's... to ruin the Flash. Because everyone wants to ruin the Flash these days. And we cut to a car that's on a dock. There's an oil spill in front of it. And he drives into the oil spill and, like, goes off of the dock out of control and lands in the water. Some cops are there and they're like, geez, talk about rotten luck. They landed upside down in the water. Flash comes in and saves the people from the car. Like, he, like, brings the car up on land and, like, pulls them out. And then the cop's just like, thank you, Flash. And he's like, yeah, no worries. And he leaves. So he's just saving another person. We go to Woodside Psychiatric Clinic, which is where Fiona is at the moment. There's this guy that has been brought there. I think his name is Spike. I think that's his name. He's like this dude that like attacked a woman at a station because like he thought it was his mom. So he's like sees his mom everywhere and then like attacks her whenever he sees her because she's like messed him up as a child. They don't really go deep into it. That's as much as we know about him. So he's being taken to the clinic by like his like helper. And in the clinic, Fiona is having therapy. And she's finally moving on from Barry. She's talking about how she just doesn't think of him at all. He's like, that's good progress, no? I was right. The guy's name is Spike. So Spike gets taken into the clinic. And, you know, his helper has got a gun on the person at the clinic. Like his support worker. I'd say support worker because that's what he would be classified as, I guess. And so she points the gun. He points the gun at the woman at the desk and tells him, like, we need a shrink right now. Take me to one. And so they take him to the shrink. Like he's busy. She's like, he's busy at the moment. He's like, I don't care. Take me to him. And so they take him to Fiona's shrink while he's doing Fiona's therapy right now. And the shrink tells him to get out, but Spike gets told to just, like, go onto the bed and do therapy. And so he does. He, like, jumps onto the couch and is just like, Doctor, I keep seeing my mom everywhere, and then, like, I just have this urge to strangle her. And then he looks at Fiona, and he's like, oh, Mom, it's you. He's like, I'm sorry, Mom, but I gotta do this. And he, like, comes after, like, he, like, runs up to Fiona and, like, grabs her. And the psychiatrist tries to stop him, but he gets knocked out by the support worker with a gun. And, like, Spike is trying to, like, strangle Fiona. The Flash comes in and, like, spins. Like, he takes, like, Spike's belt and, like, pulls it off, causing him to, like, spin in a circle, which, like, knocks him out. Support worker tries to shoot at Fiona, and Flash comes in and grabs all the bullets, like pings them away, and then he hits the dude and like knocks him out. Psychiatrist is all good now, and like he's like being attended to, and Flash attends to Fiona, and Fiona's like, "Oh, I feel so guilty." Guilty? What on earth about? You're in all this trouble now with the manslaughter charge and all because of me. You killed Reverse Flash because you were trying to save me, and Flash is just like, you don't have to feel guilty about that. Like, that's not your job to feel guilty. Like, it's my job to feel guilty about that. Because I was the one that killed him. I just want you to be able to move on and live your own life. And she's like, thank you, Flash. Like, you really help. Like, with, like, I really needed to hear that. And she's like, if you ever need help from me at the trial, just let me know and I'll be there. And Flash is like, I really hope it doesn't come to that. And so he leaves. We go back to police headquarters, and you know, they're talking about like Cecile is talking to one of her friends about the Flash. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Yeah, I thought it was Redneck. So she's talking to Redneck. She meets up with Redneck. He looks different here than he did before, which is why I didn't, like, recognize them, because obviously I'm using the comic books as reference, in case I need to jog my memory, because I did read all these beforehand, but like obviously I need a bit of a memory jog while I'm talking about this. So she's talking to Redneck. He just has a completely different design now. I guess Carmine Infantino. Forgot what Redneck looked like. So she's talking to him, and she's talking about being like Flash's, this area is like her area now. Like she's her job has brought her here, and she's going to be the Flash's new attorney. And Redneck is bitter about it because he wanted Flash to be his attorney. It's actually like the way that Redneck finds out is that the Flash comes in and like grabs Cecile. That's when he realizes that like she's taken over Flash's defense, and he's like pissed off. He's like, "You've taken over Flash's defense?" Flash takes her away to a park, and they talk to each other. And that's when Cecile says, like, "If it wasn't for my loyalty to my partner, like, I wouldn't go anywhere near you. Like, I despise you and every inch of the ground you run on. Regardless of the outcome of the trial, my hatred for you will never die." And Flash is like, "This is the person who's going to defend me in the most crucial fight for my life? Lovely. Who says I don't know how to pick him?" And so Cecile Horton, like, hates the Flash for some reason. Why? Well, we're going to find out. Eventually. And so, we have like a newspaper column of like Flash's new lawyer, and people are already like on the article talking about like how Barry has a new romance with Cecile, even though there's nothing romantic between them. You don't have to worry about that. There's no romance. It's a platonic relationship. Somebody grabs the article from like a newspaper stand and takes it away. It's a cop, or like it's like a butler or something. It kind of looks like a cop. It's the driver of like Reddick's car, and he hands it to Reddick, and Reddick is like pissed. He's like, "A pity for the speedster. The lady possessed only a fraction of my experience or expertise in the courtroom." And so he's like, "Yeah, this is not good for the Flash. Like, he deserves a much better representative than her." So he obviously plans on doing something. It's obvious at this point that Reddick was behind Peter Farley's explosion, and now he's going to go after Cecile in order to get the Flash. And so there's some terrible weather going on in Central City. Everyone's being blown away by like torrent winds. Flash leaves Central City and like goes across the countryside. He's thinking about how like he can't believe that Cecile is his new attorney, but she hates him, and she's wondering why she hates him because he has no idea why. And we see a guy named J.J. Monroe is like he is a hairdresser, and his next client is the mayor. So he's on the way to his next client. And all of a sudden he starts hearing like music. And he's like, "Oh, I have the urge to suddenly have like a nap. Like, what's this sound?" So at City Hall, this guy called Mr. Devon shows up to cut the mayor's hair. So we already know that something rhymes. So the mayor is just like, "Where's JJ?" He's like, "Mr. Monroe's under the weather today. This is his associate, Mr. Devon. Rhymes with Chiffon." And meanwhile, Daryl Fry is like talking to his wife about like him searching for Barry Allen, like all the time that he's spending with all like these flyers, and he's just like, look, I'm fine with you like trying to help the Flash, but can you keep all this stuff like out of our home? Like, these flyers are everywhere in our house. Like, keep your business out of our home. And so they're like talking about it, and he shows her the ring. You know, and that he like promised him that like he's going to crack the case, and that it has something to do with the ring. Like he's gonna, the ring is like the key to like finding out what happened to Barry Allen, possibly, because it's the only evidence of him that they have left. And so while they're talking, like Daryl puts the ring on the table, and then his cat like knocks the ring off the table while Daryl is on the phone. The cat's playing around with the ring. Daryl hangs up the phone because he's like not getting any leads. Like he gets a phone call and they're talking about how like they just don't have any leads on Barry, so he's pissed off. He hangs up. He doesn't notice that the ring is on the ground. And we go back to the mayor who's getting his hair cut by this Devon guy. The Devon guy starts like singing. Like he starts playing music. The mayor is like, oh, it's soothing to my ear. And Devon puts like something on the mayor's ear. And then takes control of the mayor's mind. And he's like, you will do my bidding. And the mayor is like, yes, I will do anything you ask. Meanwhile, Peter is in hospital bed. He can talk now. He's like, I'm sorry, Flash. There's nothing I can tell you. Flash is like, you're a law partner. Like, you should probably know why, like, she hates me. Like, can you tell me why Cecile hates me? And Peter is like, if it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. And he's like, so if it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. Like, your super speed saved me, so I owe you, Flash. But I also owe her the same kind of loyalty. So, like, I can't betray her by telling you. Like, her true feelings towards you are her business. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. And so, Daryl Fry, like, goes to the Flash Museum to, like, talk about, like, it being rebuilt. And then, like, about rebuilding it to, like, Dexter. And that, like, it's going to take a while to, like, rebuild the museum. And then he leaves. Like, they're going to get, like, they're going to raise funds for the museum. That's what they're going to do. They're going to raise funds for the museum. And so he leaves in the helicopter that they have. And, yeah, he's just like, I'm sure the city council will reimburse it. Like, because it's minor. So I'm sure the city council will choose to rebuild the museum. And, you know, Flash is saving more people. Like, they're watching, like, somebody is, like, watching videotapes of, like, the Flash saving people, like, all the people that he's saved so far that we've seen. You know, like, the guys that fell off the dock. You know, the guy that, like, Flash pulled out of, like, a car. Just all that stuff. Like, he's like, saving people. So it's revealed it's Cecile Horton who's watching it, and, like, Reddick and stuff. They're all watching it. And so they kind of come up with, like, a case of, like, he's, like, saved these people without, like, resorting to, like, killing anyone. And, so, like, he talks about how, like, you know, he didn't kill these people, but, like, he still killed the Reverse Flash. And so, like, we are going to have to, like, it's going to be, like, I believe that he is guilty of first-degree murder. So, like, this guy that's, like, talking to them, he's, like, one of the lawyers. And so he is going to be the one accusing Flash. Like, he's going to be the not the defendant. What's the other one? He's the other side. Like, so Cecile Horton is Flash's defendant, And then this guy is going to be like his I can't even, I'm drawing a blank. He's against the Flash. Like, he's the one that's trying to accuse the Flash. And so we cut back to the cat playing with the ring, and it like opens up the Flash's ring, and his costume comes out, and then like the wife like is like looking for the cat. Like Daryl Fry's wife is looking for the cat. She doesn't know that the cat is like under the table with Flash's costume, so she doesn't even see the costume, which is kind of funny. And then so like Dexter Miles is now on the phone at Flash Museum. We cut to the Flash Museum. There's a lot of cutting, there's a lot of jumping around, but we're at the Flash Museum now. Dexter is on the phone, and it's just been revealed that the council isn't going to refurbish the Flash Museum. Like, the mayor has decided, like, Mayor Pinchot has decided not to refurbish the museum, which has, like, shocked everyone. Because of the fact that he's being done for manslaughter. Like, the Flash is being done for manslaughter, they've decided not to rebuild the museum. And Flash is just like, this sucks. And Cecile was like, we have no time to concern ourselves with this, like with this local politics stuff. And Flash is just like, I don't believe it. I can't believe they're like shutting down the Flash Museum. Like, this is awful. Especially after I saved, like, I can't believe the mayor is doing this to me. Like, why did he make this decision? Like, I saved his life. Like, this sucks. And Cecile is so rough. She's just like, all you seem to care about is like, she's just like, yeah, you're like little tiff over the mayor in the museum it doesn't it doesn't interest me in the least, and like neither does your wounded ego or your wounded pride or deflated ego. And so she's like, now, so we get onto the actual business of the trial. And then Flash is like pacing around really fast. He's like, I just can't accept it. It's like, Flash. He's like, all you're doing is just making a hole in my carpet. Like, stop. And he's like, the cost of which I'll be adding to my fee. She's like being such a like, she's being so hard on him. And it's like, Flash is just like, I'm sorry, but I gotta go. See ya. I need some air. She's like, just marvelous. And it's like, Cecile, like, if you don't want him like busting out on you mid-meeting, maybe you should be less hard on him. I don't know. Or at least tell him what's wrong. And so we go to we go to like a journalist, like a newspaper printing place. The place that like prints that recently printed like the magazine about the Flash. And a reporter is sent to go and get like every development of this trial as possible, and like this whole Flash situation. And he's like, okay, like the guy agrees. He's like, I'll go and like get everything I can. And so we cut to these two guys washing windows, these two window cleaners, and then suddenly the window cleaning like elevator that they're on snaps and they start falling. Flash runs up the building and he grabs them, and then like the elevator crashes to the ground and everyone thinks they're dead, but then they're like, oh, they're not dead, Flash has them. And so like holding onto the two guys, he like vibrates through like the building window inside the building and drops them on the floor. And then the guys are like, wait, Flash, let us do something in return for saving us. And Flash is just like, no need, goodbye. And he leaves. And then meanwhile, Pinchot I think it's been shot. Yeah, so like the mayor is on the phone. Like somebody has like called the mayor on the phone and is like, I am appalled at like what you have done to this, like what you were doing to the Flash, and like I am a citizen of the city, and like I disagree with everything you're doing, mayor. Like what you're doing is stupid. And the mayor is like, what I am doing is what is right for this city and everything. And it turns out the person that's on the phone is whoever is controlling the mayor's mind. And he's pretending to be a civilian because he just wants to make confirmation that the mayor really is under his control. And this confirms that he is, because he's standing by his hatred for the Flash. And so, like, the guy is just like, yes. And so we go to City Hall, and the mayor is talking about the Flash and how, like, he's going to, like, get what he deserves. And like the Flash shows up and sees the mayor like giving his speech, and he goes up to the mayor and he's like, how could you do this to me after all I've done for you, the people of this city? How could you stab me in the back? And then the cop shows up and he's like, I'm glad to have spotted you, Flash, like good to see you, I need your help. And he tells the Flash that there's like an anonymous caller like who wants to speak to him, and so like he answers the call, and the person on the other end said that they've hidden a bomb in like the desk of newscaster Rick Trent, and it's going to explode on live television for millions of people to see. So Flash goes off to like save Rick Trent, who is currently live on television right now talking about the Flash. The Flash comes in to save him. He like rushes past the camera, and just like destroys the mayor's desk. And there's no bomb in there. And we cut to Pied Piper, and he reveals that it was him the entire time. It was the Pied Piper. He was controlling the mayor, and he's trying to like ruin Flash's reputation by tricking him into thinking that there was a bomb in the desk, and that this is just part one of like his plan. And so, like, the Flash has just, like, done something insane on television. So everyone's just like, oh my god, like, Flash, you're going insane. What is he doing? And he's like, a bomb. There was supposed to be a bomb in here. Like, where's the bomb? A bomb was hidden in the desk somewhere. And he's like, I was only trying to help. He's like, sure, Flash, whatever you say. I don't think I appreciate what you tried to do. And it's all on television. All the kids are seeing it. Some of the kids are like, oh, that was awesome. Did you see the Flash destroy that desk? Like, that was great. I want to see more of it. And there are people that are like, you know, man, Flash is going insane. And other people being like, no, he was just trying to help him. Like, he thought he was doing the right thing. You know, it's like mixed opinions. And the guy's just like, get us off the air. And they like shut it off. But before they shut it off, Flash is like, no, there's a logical explanation for it. And then it cuts off before he can say anything. Cecile Horton is pissed. She throws a remote at the TV and she's like, fuck. Like, what are you doing, you idiot, Flash? Now, like, that's gonna set us back on our trial. Like, we had enough troubles and now you're gonna go and do this? Like, come on. So Pied Piper's watching it all happen, and he's just sitting back, relaxing. He's just like, yes, my plan is working perfectly. He's like reading the newspaper about the mayor like nixing the funds to rebuild the Flash Museum. He goes to call the mayor to check up on him, and he orders the mayor to appear on local TV. And he tells the mayor to say something on live TV, but we don't know what that is yet. And so we go to the Central City's Lower East Side, which is like just a rough area. These two guys show up and they find a video player, because like this voice told them to go and like play it. So they play the recorder, And the recorder is saying, like, I've heard you to a specialist in a certain high-risk form of demolition work. I have just a job for you. I have just a job for you. You'll find written details. You will find your final payment waiting for you in the same location. So, like, he's, like, ordering these people to go and, like, destroy something for him. Yeah, so they, like, check the building and they find, like, the funds that he's left for them. And, so, like, it says that they want him, like, basically he's telling them to, like, demolish a house. And the house that he wants them to demolish, it's Pied Piper that's obviously doing this. The house that he wants them to demolish is, spoiler alert, it's Peter's house. The house that Cecile is in. And so Flash goes to check on Cecile. He can't find her. And then he finds, like, a tank, like a sensory tank. He opens it up and she's inside it. She's naked, obviously. She comes out and she, like, dries herself off and, like, ties up her hair. And she's talking about how, like, she hates the fact of, like, what the Flash did. And Flash is, like, going to explain the details. And she's like, spare the details. Like, let me have breakfast first before you explain yourself. And then Cecile is just like, we don't have time to, like, focus on this major setback. Like, jury is coming up in a couple of weeks, like, jury selection. So, like, we need to just get to work. And then Barry's just like, whew, like I said, that was a bad day. Like, this is a bad day. Because, like, yeah, not only is the stuff with, like, the museum happening and WCCTV, but, he's still also dealing with the fact that, like, his attorney hates his guts. Which is nuts. So we cut back to the Fry house. Daryl Fry can't find the ring. And he's, like, wondering where it is. And, he's like, it's vital that I have that ring. Like, it serves a purpose to this case. And they don't know that, like, it's under the table right now. And Flash's costume is right there. And Daryl Fry and his wife are completely oblivious to it. And so the Flash goes to, like, it's like a government, like, land place. It's like a government, like, building. Like, it's like a sanctioned area. Like, it's an abandoned reservoir. That's what it is. He sees a skateboard fly over the wall of the abandoned reservoir. And he finds some kids skateboarding inside it, which they're not allowed to do. He tries to get the kids to come out, and they won't. And so in order to get them to agree to come with him, the Flash skateboards around the reservoir and, like, shows them all kind of cool tricks to, like, get them to come with him. And it's while he's doing this that a cop shows up and is like, Flash, I thought you'd be a better example for children. Like, the kids are like, oh, that's awesome. Oh, he melted my wheels. Like, he went so fast on the skateboard that he melted my wheels. The cop shows up and sees him skateboarding around and he's like, Flash, I'm disappointed in you. And Barry's just like, God damn it. Like, why is there always a cop nearby when I'm, like, doing something and it's always out of context? So yeah, Barry's been, like, in trouble again. It's going to make things worse for his trial. And so, like, we go back to, like, this journalist who is talking about, like, he's like giving the information back that he was sent out to find. He talks about how, like, there's, like, a house on a mountain and they're, like, guessing that that's possibly where the Flash has been, like, taking refuge. And so he tells the guy to go there. Like, he tells the guy to go to the house and, like, see if he can, like, get any photos of, like, the Flash. Because no one actually knows where the Flash is staying at the moment. And the mayor is on TV right now, and he's announcing to Central City that he believes that the Flash should be banned from Central City. and that he doesn't deserve to be here because he killed someone, and that he is a threat to the city. And the host is like, you can't really mean that, do you? And the mayor is just like, how dare you not believe me? And he gets pissed off and he leaves. Like he like, how did, like he like, he's like trying to like say it, and then he starts like arguing with himself, and it's like the mayor is like getting control of his mind. He's like arguing with the Pied Piper to himself, and he's like, you can't control me anymore, like I'm not gonna do what you tell me to. And then he leaves. So he like gets pissed off and he leaves. And we go back to the Flash Museum, the closed Flash Museum. And Dexter and Flash are like talking to each other, and like they've seen the report of like the mayor just like storming out, and they're like, that's weird. Like, it's not normal for him to like the fact that he stooped to like vilifying the Flash's name on TV, like that's just sad. And then Flash is just like, yeah, I'm fed up with it, I'm not gonna take it anymore. And he leaves, and Dexter Miles is like, beseech you, Flash, I know how much you're hurting, and I wish you all the best. Like, I don't agree with what you're doing, but like, I'm not in your shoes. Like, it must be awful what you're going through. And Pied Piper eventually like gains control of the mayor again while he's like driving away, and then he's just like, maybe defiling the Flash just rubbed your moral fiber the wrong way. He's like, unfortunate considering I'm as cynical as they come. And so like he's talking about how like he didn't expect the mayor to be so stubborn, and that it was going to be hard to control his mind, but it seems he's gotten full control of him. And he's like, you know what, because I can't really have full control of you, I can't like trust that you're going to work for me, I'm just going to kill you. And so he, using his mind control, he sends the mayor to the airport. And so like Flash goes to like the mayor's mansion, and like his assistant tells him that he's like he won't be returning, so he's like gone to the airfield to go up in his private plane. So the Flash goes to the airfield. The mayor is in his private plane, and he's being ordered to like fly it out of the out of the tracks, or out of like the airfield. Pied Piper is asking him like to go faster and faster. Flash chases after him. Mayor Pinchot is at 100 feet, and he's going to go straight for a tree. And the Flash comes in front of the plane, and he like breaks the tree in half, and so he misses it. And so Pied Piper tells him to keep going, and then like nosedive into the ground to like kill him. And so he's like, I obey, I will do that. And then Flash jumps onto the wing of the plane while it's nosediving, and he opens up the door, and he grabs the mayor, and he jumps out of the plane just as the plane hits the ground and explodes. And it also like frees him of the mind control, because I guess like his mind control thing like ran out. Or I think it's just the voice that was making. I think it was just like the voice in the recorder on the plane that like the speaker that Pied Piper was speaking through was what was controlling him. So as soon as he got him away from the plane, Pied Piper had no way of controlling him anymore, and so he was free. And he's like, Pied Piper was like, Flash ruined everything, and like destroys his like computer. He like hits it. And so we go back to like Peter's house on the mountain, and the guy is there like trying to record what's going on. Like the guy that was sent there to like see what he can learn, and like see if he can like get any like evidence on the Flash, and like any stories. While he's there, the two guys that were sent there to blow it up are there on the other side of the mountain, and they've got like dynamite set up, and they set it off, which destroys the mountain, and the guy is on top of the mountain, Like the guy that is like using his recorder like gets caught in like the landslide that happens due to the explosion, and Cecile like sees an avalanche coming at her because she's in the house right now, and the house just gets crushed by the mountain, and you see like a bloody hand in the rubble, and that's where that issue ends. And so, you know, the two guys like see what they've done, and they're like, that was downright amazing. Oh my god, yeah, we did our job. Let's go and collect our money. And meanwhile, there's some people that have seen this happen. There's like a guy looking through like his telescope, and he's like, oh my god, like that house is crushed under those rocks. Like, we need to call the police. So they do. And he's like looking through, and he sees like through the telescope, he sees like the bloody hand, and then he sees like a guy that's alive. Like there's a guy, so the guy that was there is still alive, like the guy that was recording, but there is a woman's hand and she's dead. But we don't know who it is. We just know that there's a woman's hand. We know Cecile was in the building, so right now we're thinking Cecile's dead. And so, like, Barry has saved the mayor, and he's, like, thanking him. And he tells him that, like, somebody's been forcing him to say all those terrible things, and that he didn't mean to, and that it wasn't his choice, and that he wants to support him in the manslaughter trial. He calls, like, the Pied Piper a degenerate psychotic. And the Pied Piper is just like, degenerate psychotic? Oh, please, cut me some slack. And so, like, Pied Piper deduces that Flash can probably trace his signal with his super speed, and so he shuts it off, so the Flash can't get to him. And then that's when Barry notices that the, like, mayor has, like, the device. So he does have the device in his ear. I thought so. He has a device in his ear, and he takes the device off, and, like, because it's, like, it looks like a little trumpet, and so he's like, I have a feeling I know who this is. Like, it's like a musical pipe. And he's like, I have a feeling I know who it is. So he goes to Patty Spivot and gives her the little horn. And she's like, absolutely incredible. Like, this horn, it sends off, like, a radio frequency that, like, controls people's minds. It's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. And Captain Fry, like, Daryl Fry intervenes, and he tells him about, like, the microscopic, like, pipe, and that it was the Pied Piper who was controlling Mayor Pinchot. And Daryl Fry tells him that, like, there's a report that's come in, and an avalanche happened about an hour ago, and that Cecile Horton's house was buried under tons of rock. So the Flash is like, Cecile? Like, oh no. Like, they said, like, a guy miraculously survived, but there's, like, a woman in there that has, like, died. And so Flash goes to the house, where he sees all the rubble. He sees, like, workers trying to, like, get the rubble out of the way. Flash is like, no! It can't be! It's not fair! Why her? Sees, like, the dead body. They've, like, brought her, like, the dead body of, like, this woman out. And he pulls it open, and it's not Cecile. It's somebody else. It's, like, it's another woman. And it turns out that, she was there recording with him. We just didn't see her. But she was there, and she got caught in the avalanche, and she died. Her name's Gigi. And so Flash deduces that Cecile is still under there somewhere. So he goes, like, he starts, like, pulling all the rocks out, and everyone's just like, oh my god, Flash has gone in, like, he's throwing rocks everywhere, run! And they, like, run away while he's doing that. He, like, runs in to, he's, like, pulling away all the rubble and stuff, and eventually he comes across, like, something metallic, and he realizes that it's the tank that Cecile was in earlier. And so he opens it up and he finds Cecile inside the sensory tank, and he pulls her out, and she's like, talks about how like what happened, like they all start, like the rocks started coming into the house, and like they were all over the place, and she did the only thing that she could think of doing, which was hiding in the sensory tank. And so she jumps into the tank, and then she jumps into the tank, and then she just waits there for Barry to come and get her. And while she was waiting for she wasn't specifically waiting for Barry, she was waiting for anyone to come and save her, and she was like, I wasn't expecting you to be the one to come save me. And she was like, just because you saved my life, that doesn't change anything between you and me. I won't allow it to. And Barry's like, you've told me you took over my case because it was your job as Peter's law partner. You've told me you'll defend me as a client, but personally you despise me, but you won't tell me why. And then, like, Cecile's like, oh my god, my watch. I gotta find my watch. She finds the watch. Like, Barry finds it. And he's like, would this be what you're looking for? And Cecile's like, don't touch that. Like, this watch is very important to me. And, like, the reason I hate you is none of your business. Like, it's my business. And I just don't feel like telling you. So screw you. And so Barry goes to his parents and he's like talking about it. He's talking about how like he doesn't think he wants Cecile to like be his attorney anymore. And so like his parents are like, we heard about this like redneck guy. Like apparently he's the best. And he's offered to take your case for free. And like Flash is like, no, his name is Reddick. And his mom's just like, something to think about, isn't it? And so Flash is like, I promise I'll think about it. Alright, I've got business to attend to. And so he goes to talk to the guy that was like in the rubble to find out what happened. And so he's like, I was the one snooping around for a National Penetrator story. I should have been the one who broke into the house to wire the hidden bugs, not her. But no, I had to let her do it. And so like, yeah, he's talking about how like the girl that died was the one, she was in the house. So she was like wiring it. And he saw the two guys like come up the side of the mountain, but he didn't know that they were going to like blow it up. He says that they were holding some sort of equipment. And so Flash goes to like the forensics room and finds that like they've got a photo of the two guys that has been developed. And that they are on the lower east side of Central City. So he like goes to find them. And they're in a bar just drinking. And he runs in and he grabs them. And then he throws them to the ground. He's like, we're going to have a conversation. He's like, who paid you to do it? Who like, you blow up the mountain and like almost killed like this person. And you killed a person. Like, who made you do it? And like they're just like, we're not going to tell you anything. And he's like, really? All right then. And he like shakes them up and he's like, okay, well stop. It's like, because if I keep shaking you, there aren't going to be enough brain cells left anyway. And they're like, all right, stop, we'll tell you. And so like Flash thinks to himself, and like they tell him that like the employee never told them his name and they never actually met him. So he goes and finds the tape recorder, and it's been destroyed. And that there's no chance left of the tape actually still being in there, so he has no leads. And so Flash goes to the police department, and he like tells Flash that like Reddick stopped by a few weeks ago. You know, Fry tells him that, like, Reddick was interested, and he was like, this is definitely his card, so, like, because Flash wanted to go there to make sure it was actually Reddick that gave him the card. And so, Fry confirms this, and so Flash goes to Reddick's office where he meets with Reddick, and Flash deduces that Reddick is the one responsible for what happened to both Peter and Cecile, and he tells him that like he was like, the recorder was broken, right? Like, I have this record, because Reddick's like, you have no proof, and he was like, I have this recorder. It's like, but it's broken. However, the tape recorder might be broken, but the serial number isn't, and it's the same serial number. Like, I tracked the serial number to a manufacturer, and the purchaser's name was written on the original receipt, which was Nicholas D. Reddick. He's like, you were the one that put the bomb in Peter's house, and you also did this to Cecile, and it's because you are hell-bent on me, like, on becoming my attorney. And so Flash, like, knocks him, because he's like, you're gonna pay for what you did, and he, like, knocks him, and, like, Reddick's just like, I'm gonna get away, like, you're not gonna be able to take me to jail, and Flash has brought a cop with him, so the cop comes in, he's like, he's gonna take you away. And so Reddick goes for a handgun, and he tries to shoot himself, and Barry comes in and stops him from committing suicide. And so, like, he grabs Reddick, and then, like, as he puts Reddick, like, against the wall. And as he turns away, Reddick jumps out the window. He, like, crashes through the window. He's like, goodbye, Flash! Like, jumps to his death. Barry jumps out the window after him and, like, catches him. And when he gets to the ground, he realizes that, like, Reddick is dead. And that he suffered a heart attack from the fall. And that he knew that he was going to die either way. He knew jumping out of the window he was either going to die by hitting the ground, or even if Flash caught him, he knew that his heart was going to give out. So it's kind of like a last fuck you to Barry. He's like, I'm not rotting in prison. And he dies. So Barry goes home, and they're reporting about Dr. Reddick's death. Age 49. And that's where Barry, like, is like, yeah, he had a serious heart condition. Like, he knew. So he did that on purpose. And meanwhile, Cecile is in a graveyard. She's visiting a tomb. She's contemplating about how the Flash saved her life. But then she says, like, but she didn't save yours. And I blame the Flash for your death. She's talking about someone. Someone has died on the Flash's watch. And so the mayor is he's basically begging for forgiveness. Like, he's on the air, he's talking about how, like, he was under control, like, under mind control, and he hates what he did to the Flash. And so he instantly orders for the Flash Museum to be refurbished to show his goodwill towards the Flash, because he's like, I regret everything I did. I feel terrible for what happened. The Flash Museum will now be rebuilt. And so it gets rebuilt. And he's holding, like, the head of the Flash statue while he's talking about it. And so he leaves, and then somebody's watching from the Pied Piper, Hartley Sawyer, I think is his name, is watching from the crowd. You know, and he's, like, pissed off that the mayor has, like, undone everything that he wanted to do. And so he's like, I'm gonna, like, this is my last chance. Like, I'm gonna end this once and for all. Like, things are gonna go my way. Meanwhile, the cat that was playing with Barry's outfit is still playing with it. It, like, drags his outfit into the cat door. And, like, Darrow's Fry's wife sees it just as it enters, so she barely sees the suit, and she sees that it's, like, she sees some red, but she just assumes that it's just, like, a piece of red cloth or something. And she's just like, dang damn it, that cat got some red clothing or something, runs away with it. Never even realizes that it was the Flash's costume, and that was the key to them knowing that the Flash was Barry Allen. Like, if they'd have found that costume, they would have known. So I just find it hilarious. And so Daryl Fry is like talking to Cecile, and he's like given Cecile everything he has on like the Flash and like Barry Allen. And like Daryl Fry makes a snide remark. He's like, I didn't see any fingerprints on the arrest warrant, so you saw fit to spare my client from one humiliation at least. It's been a bit of a prick, but like Cecile kind of deserves it because she's been like she has reasons for why she's doing this, but also like she's been very unfair to Barry at the moment. And Daryl was kind of like on his side of like being like, can you stop being mean to Barry? Like, he's being done for murder. Because they want to take Flash's prints, and Daryl Fry managed to convince them not to because he's trying to keep the Flash's identity a secret, and they're like, they don't deserve Flash's prints, you know, because like he's the Flash, so he should be on trial as the Flash, which means they shouldn't have his fingerprints because his identity is secret. You know, so they agreed. The council agreed to that, which is weird, I guess, that they agreed, but they did. Daryl Fry is pretty cool. And so there's currently a hostage situation going on that the Flash is dealing with. There's a woman that's been kidnapped by a guy who is like trying to extort stuff. Like the cops are like, hey, did you like the pop and like snacks that we sent in? They're like trying to talk this guy down to get him come out. It's not working. Flash goes in and like stops the dude. He like takes the phone off of him and like runs around him and ties him up, and then boots him over, and he saves the old woman. But the guy gets out and he like tries to shoot the Flash. The bullet comes at him and Flash catches it in his teeth and then spits it out at him. And he's like, so that's what it's like to catch a bullet between your teeth. As the saying goes, dirtbag, right back at ya. You shit. It's moments like this where I pull to people when they say like Barry Allen stole Wally West's like sense of humor and like quips and stuff, and it's like, no, Barry Allen was making quips during the Carrie Bates run. You're just proving that you didn't read Barry Allen's run. Like, Barry Allen didn't steal Wally's personality. He just gained more of a personality that he already had. Like, he already had that personality. It's just Jeff Johns developed it even more, and that's when people realize that Wally and Barry are like very similar characters, and they always have been. You know? Like, it's not one stole from the other, it's just that both of them are very similar, and there's nothing wrong with that. They always have been. You know, Wally's definitely a bit more jokier than Barry, but Barry does joke around. Even when he's serious. Like, right now he's serious and he's still joking around. So he shoots the bullet back at the guy, and the gun explodes in his hand. And then Detective Curtis tells Flash, he's like, look, the city's supporting you. And Flash turns around to see like a skyscraper, and like people have put up a banner that says, way to go, Flash. Like, the city loves you, Flash. And Flash, like, he like cries. He sheds a tear. And he's like, I love this city. Like, I can't believe that these people are standing by me after everything that's happened. Like, I love you all so much. So you see a boomerang floating through a window to where the Pied Piper is. Captain Boomerang sent it to send him a message. And he's talking about how, like, the bizarre revelation that Mayor Pinchot made on TV is, like, it's confused all of us rogues. We've come to the conclusion that, like, you went too far. He's like, when has any self-respecting rogue gone this far to, like, manipulate a mayor to do this kind of thing? He's like, you are disrespecting us as a group. What happened to... And he's like, whatever happened to fighting the Flash face to face, Hartley, like the rest of us do? Oh, is that the problem here? The Pied Piper has lost his nerve, and then, like, Pied Piper, like, blows up the boomerang. He's like, lost my nerve indeed. Like, I'm just fed up. Like, I want to get this over with. Like, I'm done. Like, the Flash is over. He's got a bunch of, like, horns on him. Like, a bunch of musical horns. And he's, like, practicing with them. He's, like, training. So he's got, like, these, like, cardboard cutouts of the Flash. He's, like, shooting them with his pipe and destroying them. He, like, destroys one. He's like, gotcha! And then he shoots another one. He's got, like, little, like, blasts that come out of his horns. He's, like, shooting all these different training dummies. And he's like, yes! Like, I've trained myself. Like, the Flash can't win in a fight against me. Like, I'm too good now. Like, I've got these cool weapons. I'm gonna win. He's getting, like, so giddy about it as well. And he's like, you finally pushed the Piper too far, Flash. Like, this is it. You're gonna die. And, Daryl Fry gives, Anton the photocopies that he requested of, like, all the all the pertinent data. So that they can get, like, ready for the trial. And he's like, I suppose you know Cecile Horton plans to give you one heck of a fight in the courtroom. And he's like, yeah, I guarantee it, but, like, I'm expecting it. But, like, she's going down. Like, the Flash is guilty and I'm gonna prove it. He's like, yeah, the guilty verdict the Flash so richly deserves. So this guy is, like, adamant that the Flash is guilty. Like, he believes so, and he's going to prove it. And then, like, Daryl Fry's wife calls. And, I don't even know if she has a name. Like, I've literally been calling her Daryl's wife, and I think that's literally... Oh, it's Lorraine. Her name's Lorraine. So Lorraine calls, and she's like, I found the ring. He's like, that's awesome. You found the ring, yes. And so we cut to, like, Pied Piper. He, like, comes out of a sewer tunnel, like a sewer manhole. And the Flash is running through the city, and he's like, since I abandoned the Barry Allen identity, I'm just going to run around the city and just, like, do heroic stuff. It's the only way to keep my mind off of stuff. So he's just running around. So Pied Piper, like, shoots this, like, laser at the Flash. It's like a bazooka laser. Yeah, it's a bazooka. It looks like a laser coming out of the, like, bazooka, but it's actually, like, got a bazooka head. He's shooting it at Daryl Fry. And the Flash comes in just in time and, like, uses a signpost that people are using during, like, a riot to, like, swat away the bazooka. I think they're, like, rioting over the Flash being, like, the Flash trial. So he uses a sign to, like, swat the bazooka away, and it explodes, like, in the sky. And Daryl, like, thanks him. Pied Piper is like, damn. And then, like, Flash, like, taps him on the back, and he's like, I found you. And then he, like, smacks the shit out of Pied Piper. He, like, goes over to the manhole, like, taps him on the back, grabs him, and then smacks the shit out of him. And he's like, ugh, this is what you deserve. And Anton is, like, making it double sure that, like, he's going to, like, Anton's just being a dick. He's just like, you saved, like, our lives. And, like, but I still believe that you murdered this man, and, like, I'm still gonna prove you guilty. And Flash is just like, damn. Wow, okay, I saved his life, and that's how he reacts? Like, could at least cut me some slack. And so, oh, wait. I thought it was the Pied Piper that... It wasn't the Pied Piper that shot him. I thought it was the Pied Piper. It's just some guy. Wow. First time I read this, I thought it was the Pied Piper that was, like, wearing a costume. Like a different thing. No, it's just a guy that, like, Pied Piper hired. Damn. Yeah, meanwhile, the Pied Piper is, like, outside the city. But before that, Flash tells, like, Daryl that he's, like, hit on a new scheme for solving the riddle of his baffling disappearance. And, Oh wait, it's Daryl that tells him that. Yeah, Daryl is telling the Flash that he's found a new scheme to like help with the Barry Allen's disappearance, and Barry's like, "All right." Like Flash is like, "All right, tell me about it," knowing well known that like they're never gonna find Barry, so he's just kind of going along with it to like make Daryl happy and like keep him busy. So the Pied Piper's outside of the city. He's like summoning these like musical demons. He like has his pipe that he built, and he like summons demons from it. And like Peter and Cecile are like talking to each other. And like Peter's just like, you should have been the last person like dragged into the Flash's case. Like after everything that's happened to you, you know, like are you certain you can remain detached from like to defend Flash? Like can you keep your feelings away? And she's like, for the last time, like yes, I can. Like it's not like I'm not gonna let my feelings towards the Flash cloud my judgment. Meanwhile, people in the city are like hearing a bunch of music, and they're like, "Ah, this sounds awful. Like, what's that awful sound that I hear?" The Flash traces it to like a hill, and there's like a device on the hill, and he crushes it. And then these like creatures come at him, these like demonic creatures, and they like whirl around him and like trap him in like this spiral of like purple stuff. And he falls off like the hill, all tangled. Pied Piper jumps out of the tree and is like, "Ha ha ha! You are tangled in my like music. Like I used like technology to create like to summon musical demons, and they've got you all tangled up. And I'm gonna like float you in the air and then drop you to your death." And so he like levitates the Flash into the air with these demons. I want to explain these demons more, but I can't. I literally explain them as much as I could. Like if you're wondering exactly what they are, that's what they are. Like he doesn't even go into it. He's just like, I created these musical demons. And so he like wraps the Flash around, he levitates him up in the air with these demons, and then he's going to drop him to his death. Which is nuts. I told you, this is like... This whole story is like I said, it's like, it's a mess, but I love it. So we get on to issue 338. And so the Flash is still in the sky. He's tangled by these demons. The Pied Piper is like, yes, like the Flash is gonna die. And he's like galloping around and he's like all happy and stuff. And he's like, I'm gonna drop you to your death. Like, everything you've done, like, this is the final countdown, the big sleep, the last roundup. And, like, the Flash is like, I've got to get out. Like, I've got to do something. And they come across some, like, power lines that they're carrying him to. And he spins around and, like, knocks the demons into the power lines, which frees him. Because they get electrocuted. And then, like, he like breaks the like power lines, and so like he's free now. And the Pied Piper is head back to his home because he thinks Flash is dead, and he's like, he's got like a drink and stuff, and he's like, I killed the Flash, I'm awesome. But then like his house starts rumbling, and he's like, what the heck? No, it can't be. I have a feeling I know what this is, but that's not true. It can't be. And it's the Flash. He's calm and he's like beating the shit out of like Pied Piper's like hideout. Pied Piper's on the ground. He's like, I don't believe it. You're dead. Dead. He's like, I don't mean to spoil your day, Piper, but like, you lose. You're going to jail. And Pied Piper has a mental breakdown because he's like, oh, you can't be alive. I killed you. And he like just has a massive mental breakdown, and he gets taken to a mental hospital. And Flash tells everyone what's happened over the news about the Pied Piper, and he says like the stuff with the mayor. It was everything that's happened up to this point was because of him, was because of the Pied Piper. And now he's gone. He's in jail. Captain Boomerang is seeing it on TV, and he's seeing everything about the Piper being taken to like the psychiatry ward. the psychiatrical ward, and Boomerang's just like, what kind of like trauma did Flash, like what kind of abuse did Flash do to him to end up in that state? And the weather wizard is he's seeing it too. He's talking about it as well. He was like, man, the Flash like speed bashed the Piper with a vengeance. Like, that's cold. And like he's on contact with Captain Boomerang. He's like, man, this rates is like down and dirty. Like, even in my book, like Piper wasn't a great guy or anything, but like he didn't deserve that. So he calls Captain Boomerang. And so like they talk about like how like the Flash deserves to pay, and they're like, he deserves to be flogged in public for what he did. So they agree that they're gonna do something. And so Captain Fry is being told that so Daryl Fry has like gone to a psychic to try and get the whereabouts of like Barry Allen, see if the psychic can get a reading on like his stuff, and the psychic can't. He says like, these are all his personal belongings, but I can't get like any readings from this. Like, it's not working. He's like, my like ESP is far from exact science, I'm afraid. And then Daryl gives like the psychic his ring, and the psychic is like, yes, I have a much stronger reading off of this. And so they decide to go where like the psychic reading is going to take him to hopefully, like, they're hoping that it's going to end where Barry is. They'll find where Barry is. So we go back to the mental hospital, and like they're talking about how like the Pied Piper is going to be like some cops show up to the mental hospital. It's Captain Boomerang and Weather Wizard in disguise, and they've come to like pick up Hartley and take him to jail. And the woman behind the desk is like, "Oh, I thought he was supposed to stay here for like several weeks or months before we take him before he goes to jail." And they're like, "Yeah, they changed their mind. Like, we've come to pick him up." And she like falls for it and is like, "Yeah, go on through then." He's like, "Thank you so much. Have a nice day." So they go to find like Hartley, and they come across a patient who is currently attacking someone, and his name is Doofus, the patient. And they describe him as being like mentally handicapped, which is just did not age well. And he's talking about how like this guy like hurt his friend, and like he doesn't deserve to live because he hurt his friend. And the guy is like, "Please, Doofus, put me down." And he's like, "Let me see how you feel with this mouse trap." And he like puts the mouse trap like on his nose and like snaps it on his nose, and he's like, "See how you feel feeling this pain." And then he throws the guy out of like his little room, and like Doofus is just this giant dude. It turns out the friend he's talking about is Little Mouse. So it's literally the guy from Green Mile. Is it like Little John or whatever his name is? Big John? Something like that. I can't remember his name. I haven't actually watched all of Green Mile. I just know that the character he's based on. But he's based on that guy. And so he's like, "No one hurts my mouse friend." And then they like tranquilized him. And like he finally like gets knocked out by the tranquilizer, and they're like, "Wow, it took longer to like for him to pass out than it should have, but at least he's out now." And so Captain Boomerang and Weather Wizard keep going, and they find Pied Piper, and they tell him who they are. And like Pied Piper isn't saying anything. He's just like smiling. And they're like, man, he's completely lost it. And like they're just like, oh, he's gone crazy. And Piper is like, crazy? You think me crazy, gentlemen? Just look around. It's like, everyone's crazy here. Comfortable room with a delightful view. I don't even want to leave. And so he's like trying to convert them to join. And he's like, it's not too late for you guys to join me. Like, this place is great. And they're like, no thank you. And so they leave. They're just like, yeah, it must be true. They just drove him off the edge, so we might as well just leave him because he's not going to come. So meanwhile, there's this guy named Nathan Newberry who's just like walking in the park, you know? And he gets struck by lightning. He just gets struck by lightning. He's just out in the park, gets struck by lightning. And he survives. And like the two boys find him and they're like, wow, there's not a scratch on you. Like, he's like, yeah, it must have been a miracle. My lucky day. And then Nathan kind of like smiles. And it mentions that like he's gone through some drastic metamorphosis, and that we'll find out exactly what that means later. But essentially, this Nathan Newberry is not the same one that we saw a second ago. So Cecile is like talking to one of her friends, Dwayne, and he's talking about how like they're just like still spitting in the wind. Like they've been working on this Flash case for months, and they just don't have like any solid evidence or anything to defend him with. And then Cecile is just like, you better stop, doubting, because I'll just find another third-year student to, like, replace you. All right? Comprende? You know? Like, I don't have time for people, like, doubting my skills. And he's just like, I was just voicing my opinion. And then she's just like, lower it down. Like, lower down the volume. Like, I may have found something that could be useful for us. And so, like, the rogues meet up and they tell them about, like, what happened to the Pied Piper and that he's, like, gone cuckoo. He's like, yeah, he's completely off the bend. So it's, like, Captain Boomerang, Mirror Master, Weather Wizard, Captain Cold, the Trickster, they've all met up talking about Pied Piper. He's like, yeah, he's gone crazy, he's more reckless than ever, so, like, let's just, like, screw him. And so, like, they're planning to, like, go after the Flash and, like, make him pay for, like, what he did to the Piper. And they talk about how, like, they've got an idea of, like, a sixth villain to add to their rogues gallery, like, to their rogue group. So they got, like, a secret ally that they plan on recruiting. And so they go off to do that. So the Flash goes to, like, Sidney Dithers, the office of Sidney Dithers, a private investigator. And, like, Flash wants to hire him. And he wants Sidney to investigate Cecile Horton's past. And that, like, he agrees to, like, he's friends with Cecile, but he agrees to do it as long as Flash pays his $300 fee. And Flash is like, yeah, I'll do it. And so, like, yeah, this guy starts investigating Cecile and her past so that Flash can finally find out why she hates him. And they go to the mental hospital. Like, we switch to the mental hospital. The guards there are like, something's happening. Like, something's going wrong. And they find a roof of, like, it's like Doofus's room has been, like, broken into. And there's, like, ice in the wall, so we know that it's Captain Cold that took him. And so, like, the rogues have taken Doofus. And he's, like, in an ice block, and they've, like, dropped him off. And so the rogues are talking about how, like, they call him Baby Kong. Like, Doofus has, like, is really strong. So they got to be careful. Like when they let him out, they got to make sure that they like get him on their side. And so like they talk about how like Mirror Master like came up with a scheme in order to like get Doofus on their side. And so like they talk about how like a while back this guy known as the Monitor, and he is exactly the Monitor that you think he is that Monitor, had sent Mirror Master a box full of like weapons and equipment that was apparently owned by somebody else. And so they give all the weapons and equipment to Doofus, and it's like a knight armor with like a spiky chain ball, and because he looks like a knight, they decide to call him Big Stir. And they're basically like, with this equipment, he'll kill the Flash, and we'll just tell him, like we'll just lie to him and like make him want to kill the Flash. And so Flash is with Cecile, and he talks about how like we're gonna put like our differences aside, like we're gonna bury the hatchet and just get done with the trial. Is that a truce? And she's like, I agree. And they shake hands, and then she's like, oh wait, no, sorry, they're gonna truce. She agrees to the truce, and then Flash goes to shake her hand, but she doesn't shake his hand. She refuses to, and she's like, I'm sorry, I can't shake your hand. I don't expect you to understand. It just wouldn't be right. And then, like, Flash is like, yeah, but before this is over, I'm going to understand Cecile, because I've got an investigator going after you. Like, he thinks that to himself. He doesn't say it to her. And she's, like, got her pocket watch. She's, like, crying. And so, yeah, that's what happens in that issue. And so, we go back to the Rogues. They've got Big Sir. And they're going to wake him up to get him after the Flash. And in order to trick Big Sir, what they've done is that they've stolen, like, Flash's boots. Like, they've got, like, some of Flash's boots, or, like, exact copies of them. And, like, Trickster has them, like, on his hands, because he's a trickster and he has to do it in the most stupid way possible. But he's making, like, Barry's footprints around to, like, make it look like Barry was there. And, so he's doing that. And then they wake up Big Sir, and, like, they all lie on, like, all the Rogues lie on the ground to make it look like they've all been, like, beaten up by the Flash, and that the Flash is, like, left his footprints behind. So they're all, like, pretending to be, like, on the ground, knocked out. And Doofus knows who they all are, like, from the news. He's like, Mirror Master, like, Captain Cold, like, what happened to all these people? Like, what's going on? Like, who, like, why am I here? How did I get here? And so Cecile is talking to Barry's parents, and they're like, we're willing to help as long as you're trying to help us, like, help the Flash. And she asks them, like, to tell her their version of the story. So they tell her what happens. We get to see, like, what happened again, like, Flash killing the Reverse Flash. And then we go to the mental hospital where, like, Pied Piper is, like, kicking his feet in the air and just being a real weirdo. He's, like, all crazy. And so, like, the psychiatrist is just like, he was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Like, you're not really responsible for it. He was going to end up like this anyway. And they take Flash to, like, where Doofus has been, like, broken out, and they show him the crime scene, like, the crime scene. They explain to him, like, who was in there. You know, they got a picture of Doofus with, like, I hate the fact that that's his name, but that's his first name. Like, it's not even a nickname. His name is Doofus. It's so dumb. It's so bad. Like, it's such a product of its time. But Doofus has, like, I'll call him Dewey from now on. I don't care. So Dewey has... It just doesn't feel right. So Dewey has... There's a picture of Dewey. He's got like a... He's got a mouse that he's holding on to. And so, like, the rogues are telling Big Sir Dewey, like, what happened from their point of view. They're lying to him. They're saying, like, you know, the Flash, like, killed his friend. The Flash killed his mouse friend and then beat them all up. They were fighting, and then the Flash, like, beat everyone up and, like, beat up Big Sir. And they tell him that, like, he killed the mouse by stepping on it when he ran away. And Big Sir is like, no, not my friend. And he goes over and he finds the mouse, like, dead in the footprint. Which makes me think, like, the rogues killed that mouse just to make it look like Flash killed it. Which is just awful. And so this really pisses off Big Sir. He's like, Flash can't be hero anymore. Not if he did this. And so he buries the mouse. Makes a little grave for it. And they tell him to go after the Flash. And he's like, yeah, Flash. You'll pay for what you did to my friend. And he leaves. And the rogues all, like, put their hands together and are like, ooh, yeah, this is our victory. And, yeah, so that happens. And Cecile is still with, like, Barry's parents. And, you know, they're talking about, you know, the day of Reverse Flash. She's talking about how, like, she's gonna, like, try and, like, find... They're still, like, trying to find Barry, and they just don't know where he is. Like, that it's weird that he's just, like, disappeared at the same time that, like, this is happening with the Flash. And she's just like, I hope you're right. Like, I hope you get reunited with your son, like, someday. And they're like, thank you. And then when she leaves, they're just like... And when she leaves, like, they talk about how, like, Barry told them about how much he hates the Flash. And they're just like, he wasn't wrong. She really does hate the Flash. And so, like, the ESP guy, Norris Reed is his name, the guy that was, like, doing a psychic reading off of Barry's ring, finally locks onto Barry's location. He's like, finally. He's, like, having a breakdown because it, like, took him so long. And he, like, tells Daryl Fry, like, let me remind you, no guarantees, but I think I know where he is, so let's go. So they drive off to, like, to the location that he tracked. And Trickster and Boomerang are meanwhile, like, flying through the sky, looking over the city. They're, like, looking for Big Sir. They're, like, tracking him to, like, see him find the Flash and fight him. You know, Mirror Master is doing it the same. Like, all the rogues are, like, all looking for him. And they're trying to stall Big Sir so that, like, you know, they can stall him so that, like, they know they can be there when he finds the Flash, because they don't want him to, like, find the Flash and beat him up without them being there. So they try to stall him. Like, Weather Wizard creates, like, a cloud over him and, like, puts a downpour on him to kind of, like, keep him in place. It slows him down enough. Meanwhile, the Monitor is, like, in space, watching this all happen. He's, like, talking to Lila. She's like, you know, why did you, like, send the Rogues Gallery some, like, equipment and stuff? And he's like, need I remind you again? Once a client has paid for either the Monitor's goods or services, now the merchandise or information is utilized is of no interest to me whatsoever. I deserve and record events. I do not editorialize upon them. Understood, Lila? She's like, yes, Monitor. So, like, he has clients and he, like, sends weapons to them, but he's not, like, he's not a villain. He's, like, a contractor. He's just, like, doing his job. As you know, this is all set up for Crisis on Infinite Earths. But it's interesting. I did not know that, like, the Monitor was set up in this kind of way where he was this dude that was, like, giving weapons to villains. Because he does it in Green Lantern too. But we also don't see his face. We see Lila. She's not Harbinger yet. She's just Lila Michaels. And, yeah, so, we end up in the courtroom. They're currently looking for, witnesses. And, one of the ladies on the stand is, like, asked about what she thinks of, like, what's her opinion on the trial, and she's like, well, my dad is religious, and then she gets cut off instantly, and the guy's like, I'm sorry, you gotta leave, like, you're not good for this, you're too biased, and she's just like, and, like, walks off, and she's, like, mumbling under her breath. They're talking about how, like, it's taken them a while to find the right people, but eventually they're, like, they've been finding some, like, witnesses, but it really just counts on them finding the right ones. So yeah, things are starting to get close. It's getting real close to the trial. Like, we're getting there. It's getting close. It's almost there. And so the Rogues are still trying to slow down the Flash, so that they can come to a head, so that Big Sur can get there in time for them to fight. So Captain Cold is, like, using his, like, freeze ray to slow the Flash down, and Wizard is using his rain and stuff to slow Big Sur. The Flash, like, deflects all of Captain Cold's, like, icicles that he gets shot at him. And then, like, you know, Weather Wizard, like, tells Big Sur, like, you know, that Flash killed his friend and stuff, and now it's time. Like, there he is. Like, go get him. And, like, Big Sur, like, grabs him by the neck and is like, don't get in my way or I'll beat you up too. And then Wizard is like, no, there he is. He's over there. Like, put me down. Go get him. And so he does. Big Sur, like, runs at Flash with his spike ball, spinning around. Oh, yeah, that's what they were doing. Yeah, because, like, Weather Wizard is like, he's attacking your friends. Like, I'm your friend. Like, Captain Cold is your friend. Like, he's attacking all of us. So go get him. Like, get revenge on him. Like, get revenge for us. So Big Sur attacks Flash and, like, smacks him in the face with his spike ball. Sends the Flash flying. They have their jury. The trial. That's what I meant. Jury members, not witnesses. The jury members have been. The woman from earlier was trying to be a jury member, and because she was biased, they didn't let her in. But they found 6 jury members, and they need a 7th one. And they're like, where are we going to find a 7th one? And then this guy shows up, and he's like, I'll be your 7th witness. And it's Nathan B. Newberry from before, the guy that got struck by lightning. And so he becomes the 7th witness, the 7th jury member. And so the Flash is fighting Big Sur, and, like, Big Sur, like, smashes a wall and, like, tries to get the Flash. He's, like, smashes through the wall and, like, grabs the Flash, and, like the Flash is, like, phasing through a wall, and then Big Sur, like, smashes through the wall and, like, grabs him, and the Flash is, like, knocked out. And then, like, the Rogues are like, oh, they got him, yeah, he got him. And then Big Sur, like, jumps away with the Flash, and then it's kind of like we're left on a cliffhanger of, like, what's Big Sur gonna do with the Flash? And so now we get to the point where the trial begins. This is the final act of the trial of Flash. And you still with me? Because, like, there's a lot. But I feel like this is probably going to be the longest one of these, just because I kind of wanted to do the whole trial in one go instead of splitting it up into parts so that we could then get to the later stuff. But here we go. This is we're getting into issue 340. So Big Sur takes Flash far away from Central City to, like, this mountainous area for killing his furry friend. He's, like, still talking about how, like, you killed my friend. And cops find the wall that, like, Big Sur had broken through to grab the Flash. And Trickster shows up and, like, shoots confetti at them and, like, Weather Wizard like tangles them in confetti stuff, and then Weather Wizard shows up and like freezes one in like snow, and then they tell the cops about how like they recollect to the cops that like Big Sur was like fighting the Flash, and that they took him away, and then because the Flash has been taken away by Big Sur, the Rogues are like, well, since Big Sur is going to kill the Flash, we can go have fun in Central City because there's no Flash now. So they run off to like cause havoc. And Cecile goes back to like her broken house and like is rummaging through her stuff. And they find that like the psychic and Daryl Fry arrive. Dreed and Daryl Fry arrive. And they say that like this is where like Barry Allen was last known to be. Like this is where the ring brought them to. So it means that Barry Allen would have had to have been here. And like because Cecile doesn't know the Flash is Barry Allen, she's like, yeah, Barry Allen hasn't been in this house. I'm sorry. And then so like the ESP, like the psychic is like, sorry for wasting your time. All right, I guess that was a dead end. And so they leave. And so Big Sur has like taken Barry Allen to the top of a mountain, and he's like hiding him in a cave. And he's like got him all chained up. And so like Barry tries to get out of the chain, but the chain is like all energized by Big Sur's like power that he can create like things out of like energy. He can like cover things in energy to make them stronger and like hurt him. So he tells like Barry tells Doofus about how like he tries to convince Doofus that the Rogues like kidnapped him and that like he didn't kill his friend and that the Rogues killed his friend and then like blamed him and they're like trying to trick him. And Big Sur is like listening to him, but then like Barry realizes that he's not listening to him and that Big Sur is actually focused on like this little bear cub that's on top of a mountain. So Barry's just like, he's not even listening to me. He's focused on something else. So Big Sur like jumps out to save the bear cub. And so like Daryl and the psychic have like gone to get hot dogs. And you know, they're upset that they didn't lead him anywhere. But he was like, I warned you that like there was a possibility it wasn't going to lead anywhere. But like Daryl Fry is still like has a hunch that Barry is out there somewhere. And he's like, I'm no psychic, but like my hunches, like I respect my hunches over the years. And so they also come across a newspaper about the Flash trial starting tomorrow. And so Big Sur jumps up to grab the cub, and he grabs the cub, but then he like falls over the side of the cliff that the cub was on, and he like uses his chain ball to like grab onto the cliff, but he like hits his head, and so he knocks himself out, and he's just hanging there. He's just like helpless, hanging, unconscious. Still gets back to Farley and Horton, attorneys at law. Where she's talking to Dwayne. And like she's like Dwayne is still like telling her to like cut him some slack. And she's like, I can just blame him all I want. Like, I don't really care. I'm still not letting it get in the way of my job. And Cecile's like, we have enough work ahead of us tonight as it is. And it's like, as for like our client's morals, like that's his problem. Like I don't need to care about that, because Dwayne is just like, you can't really believe that like he would be possible of manslaughter. Like look at all the good stuff he's doing. And Cecile's just like, yeah, like that doesn't matter to me. All that matters is the trial. And so Flash is like in the cave and he sees Big Sur like hanging from the rock. And because the ball and chain is so tough, like the rock is breaking. And so like the rock breaks and Big Sur is at risk of like falling to his death. So Barry is like, I gotta get out of this chain in order to like, it's like breaking. And like, he's like, I gotta get out of this chain and like save Big Sur, otherwise he's gonna die. And he doesn't deserve to die. So Anton, the guy who is against the Flash in the trial, is having a drink, and he's trying to be convinced by someone that like Barry is a superhero, and that can't mean that he's guilty. And Anton is like, superhero he may be, but he's guilty. Like I am sure of it. He's like, once I've presented the case for the prosecution, the jury will have no choice. And they clink their glasses. And so Barry is like vibrating to get out of the chain. And he vibrates enough so that he loosens the chain enough that he can get out. And then he like grabs some rocks. And he throws the rocks at the rock that Big Sur is like hanging from. And he breaks it. And then like he throws more rocks. And because he's going so fast, they're like in the air, like suspended. So he uses the rocks as platforms. And he runs up just as like Big Sur is falling. And like he saves the cub while Big Sur falls, and like he's fine. Because it turns out like Big Sur wasn't going to die. Like it's like he's fine, he's wearing armor, so he's all good. It was the cub that was mostly in danger. So the Flash saves the cub and then Big Sur is okay. And it's because the Flash saved like Big Sur's new friend that Big Sur is like he likes Flash now, and they become friends because he's like, you saved my Lion Cub friend, like you were a good guy the whole time, I believe you. And they shake hands. And they make up. And then we go to the trial, and we're in the court room, and the judge is like, all rise. And it's like, Flash isn't here yet. And Cecile is like, can we please like hold back the trial because my client is unavoidably detained at the moment. And the judge is like, no, we can't. Like, but there are like penalties for your client being late. And then Flash shows up just on time. He's like, I'm here. Pardon me. And then like the judge is like, yes, we know, Flash, unavoidably detained. Now that we're all here, I suggest we get this long overdue case underway. And the trial begins. So the trial begins, and Anton wants to make a formal announcement. He wants to drop the manslaughter charge. Barry gets all happy, and then Cecile is like, don't be so happy too soon. And then Anton says, I'm dropping the manslaughter charge in favor of second-degree murder, thanks to new evidence that has come up. And Barry is like, oh no, this can't be happening. And then Cecile is just like, if you'd have showed up at the consultation, like you would have known ahead of time. And Flash was like, I was kidnapped. And then Cecile was like, spare me the details. Like the best we can hope for is an early recess. And then reporters are like, man, this is like the report of a decade. I gotta go get this like out in the late edition. And the judges are like, order in the court. So we see in the city that there's a bunch of mirrors set up around, and they're reflecting a laser, and the laser hits the side of Central City Bank, Mirror Master comes out of the bank holding a mirror and some cash. The police try to shoot at him, and he absorbs all the bullets with his mirror. And then, like, he leaves. And the reporters are reporting on it that the rogues are attacking Central City now that the Flash isn't around. Some civilians are watching the report, and the Trickster shows up and is like, ooh, my favorite channel. And then he's like watching the report, and he sees that the Flash is being done for second-degree murder, and that he's like on trial, and like he gets pissed off and he punches the TV. The reason why is because Big Sur is currently free in the city, and the rogues know that Big Sur knows the truth, and so without the Flash around, he can't protect them from Big Sur. So we go back to the courtroom. Elongated Man is the current witness that's been called to the stand. He stretches his arm out to the Bible to pledge the oath, and she's like, the judge is like, please don't stretch your hand out, like that's like not allowed in the court of law, like respect us. And Elongated Man is like, oh, sorry. And so they ask him like what happened, like what he saw. And so Elongated Man, Ralph Dibny, recollects like what he saw that day. That he saw like the Flash grab Reverse Flash, and then he died. And then Cecile is just like, no further questions. And then Anton is like, I would like to try an experiment. So he brings in a cop who has like a vest on, and Anton has a gun. And he's like, this is how we're going to find out if Ralph Dibny actually saw what happened. The Flash and Reverse Flash were running faster than the speed of a bullet. So in order to prove if Ralph Dibny's story is true, we'll just ask him what color of the bullet this is that I shoot at my friend, like at this cop. So he shoots like a dye bullet at this cop, and the cop catches it in a box. We, the reader, see that it's blue, but Ralph Dibny didn't see that it's blue. He doesn't know what the color is, and so they deduce that like if he couldn't see that bullet and what color it was, there's no way he could have seen the Flash attack Reverse Flash, which means Ralph Dibny's testimony is completely like useless. Like they can't, it's pointless. And so it gets turned down. And Cecile was like, objection. And so we switch to this guy who is like stealing dogs. And Big Sur shows up and like smashes the crap out of his van and sets all the dogs free. And then Big Sur like shows up behind him and like grabs him and tells him to stop. He's like, stop doing this to dogs. Stop being mean. And then throws him to the ground. And the guy's like, I promise, I'll stop. So the Trickster goes and like meets the rogues on top of a skyscraper. And they talk about how like the Flash is being locked up means that they're not safe from Big Sur. And that the best thing that they can do is try to take control of Big Sur's mind. But Weather Wizard says that like doing that could be fatal because Big Sur doesn't have much of a mind to begin with. But they say that, like, if it works, then we're in the clear. So we got to give it a try. So let's set a trap for our friend. So we go back to the courtroom, and Anton is talking to Fiona about Barry. And he twists her words on, like, what she says. And Cecile comes and says, like, think back. Isn't it true that when Flash was consoling you, it was during the intervening moment before Captain Fry came forward? She's like, yes, it's true. Like, he left Flash's body, like, Reverse Flash's body there and came to me first before even knowing that, like, Reverse Flash was dead. And so, Sid Dittners, the private investigator that Flash hired earlier, arrives at Fairview Cemetery. And he asks the lady there about Cecile Horton. And like, or not, it's not a lady, it's a groundskeeper. He asks the male groundskeeper to take him to like like to show him why, like where Cecile goes whenever she comes to the grave, and so he does. He takes her to a grave, Jack O'Malley's grave. John Jack O'Malley. He was a cop who had died in the line of duty previously, and he is Cecile's father. And so we go to the animal shelter. Big Sir is like, Big Sir is like at the animal shelter, and he's like, "You're not angry with me for ripping the doors off his hinges? What about the rest of what Big Sir wants?" And like, he's like trying to get them to like release all the animals from the shelter. And it's actually Captain Boomerang, who is like in disguise, and I think it's supposed to be Mark Marsden, the weather wizard, who is also in disguise. And so they agree to help Big Sir by tricking him. They're like, "Yeah, we want to release them, sure." And he's like, "Oh, I'm surprised you want to help me." And he goes through the door, and it wasn't Weather Wizard. It was Mirror Master. It's really hard to tell when they're not wearing their costumes. But he goes through the door, and Weather Wizard like zaps him, knocks him out. And so like Captain Boomerang and the others like take off their disguises, and they all surround Big Sir. They take him to a tree, and they use like a mind device to take control of Big Sir's mind. And it's like the spinning device that they use to take over his mind. And so the court becomes adjourned. The court is adjourned. And Cecile and Flash have like gone outside to chat. And like Big Sir shows up. And they're like talking about like Cecile's like, "We can't afford any more of your disappearing acts, Flash." He's like, "I read you, Cecile." And then as he's talking, like Big Sir just smacks him in the face with his mace. And Flash is like, "Ooh." And then Big Sir's just like, "Big Sir, keep hurting Flash till Flash dies." So Flash runs away holding his face. And Big Sir keeps chasing him. But he loses the Flash. Flash ends up collapsing in a park where two kids are playing baseball. They find his body and they flip him over, and Barry Allen's face is all mashed up. So they can't tell who the Flash is. His face has been like completely mashed up from Big Sir's spike ball. So Big Sir is like attacking random buildings and shit because like he's trying to find the Flash. He's like going crazy, jumping around, causing all sorts of havoc. And they're asking Cecile like how bad the Flash was hurt, and she's like, "No comment." She gets into the car and like she's crying while holding her pocket watch. We flip over to like the kids finding Barry's body, and he like wakes up and he's like, "Oh, my face." He like puts his mask on, his face is all fucked up, and he's like, "I need to get medical attention." It's got blood like dripping out his face, and like runs across the ocean. He's like, "The only place I can go to get like my face fixed is like there's only one place I can go. But will I survive the journey?" He like runs across the ocean. Meanwhile, the rogues are like cheersing. They're like, "Cheers, we did it. Yum." They're like having a little party, which I love. I love when the rogues are just like hanging out. They're like drinking from champagne after having like mind-controlled Big Sir. And then they throw all the champagne glasses. And they were like, to pillaging and plundering. Central City is ours for the taking. So Flash ends up in like an Eastern African... Like, he ends up in Equatorial Africa, where he collapses and he's found by a gorilla. One of the gorillas, Nerja, finds him and takes him back to Gorilla City. And while he's there, like, the gorillas treat him And before they do, Barry asks them for a favor, and Sullivan agrees to it. But we don't know what the favor is. He just asks Sullivan to do something before they fix his face. And Sullivan is like, of course, you're our friend, so we'll agree. So they do surgery on Barry, and they fix his face. He's got like bandages all over his face. You know, I think the gorillas like offer again to like help him in the trial, and Barry's like, no, I don't think there's anything you can do. I don't think they would listen to a bunch of gorillas. So Barry leaves in his ship. And he ends up back in yeah, Barry leaves Gorilla City, but they send a shuttle off to help Barry's friend Peter, because he's in bad condition. So they agree to like help his friend while Barry goes off back to court. And so Barry goes back to court, and they're talking about how like Reverse Flash is a time traveler from the 25th century, and that like it's impossible for him to have died in the present because like he's supposed to be alive in the future. But then Anton introduces Rip Hunter. Yes, that's right, that Rip Hunter to the stand. And Rip Hunter basically says that like if you have somebody from the future come to the present and they die, then they die. And that just because they're from the future doesn't mean that they can't die in the present. Like, that's where they die. Like, death is death, no matter where you are. So he basically, yeah, he says like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you're from the future. Like, you can die in the present and be from the future. I've had people with me. I've had compatriots. I've had friends who have died in the line of battle while we were in different timelines, and that is where they died. So he said like, yeah, it's definitely possible that Reverse Flash died in the present, even if he was supposed to be born in the future. So Big Sur is seen like jumping across the country. He's like enters Gorilla City and finds like a little monkey. There's like a gorilla there that's like trying to stop him. And they manage to get him, and they like take Big Sur away in their ship. Yeah, because that's what it was. They I'd forgotten why they had sent the ship away. I thought it was for Peter, but no. The reason why they sent the ship away is because Barry wants them to help fix Big Sur, who is being mind controlled. So they take Big Sur away to Gorilla City. The Rogues find that Big Sur has been like taken away. And then the Flash shows up, and like, you know, Big Sur shows up and like beats the crap out of him. Like, he's back. Like, the gorillas took him away and then he came back. There's some stuff that we haven't seen yet, but like the gorillas took Big Sur away, and now he's back and he's helping the Flash fight the Rogues. And he's talking normally now. He's not talking like a dumb person. Like, he's not talking in an offensive way. So he's like beating up the Rogues with Flash. The Flash and the Rogues, like, Flash and Big Sur fight the Rogues. You know, and they eventually they win. They beat the Rogues. They beat the crap out of them. And it's revealed that like Big Sur was taken to Gorilla City, and they used like this machine to like fix his brain, which is so problematic. They basically just made him not disabled anymore, which is really messed up. I really hate that. But yeah, they like fixed him, quotation marks, and so now he's just a normal guy again. Because they say that like he had some kind of disease in his brain that like made him like have the brain of like an infant, and that's why he was so stupid. And so like he's fixed now, and he's not going to be Big Sur anymore, and he's officially retired. And he's like, you can call me DP from now on, because his name is still Doofus, because that's his actual name. And so we go back to like the court, and Barry gets given like Cecile's file from his private investigator, and that's when he discovers the truth about Cecile. And he's like, "You realize no one can blame the lady for hating her guts, Flash. Least of all you." And Flash is like, "No." And so Cecile is like, "Do you mind, Flash? Court's going to be in session any minute, and there you stand off in a world of your own, looking at God knows what." And Flash is like, "Oh my god. Like, this can't be true. Like, I can't believe this." And yeah, he like starts contemplating about how like Cecile must have been in like a real dilemma when like Peter asked her to like become his attorney, because now he knows why. And that he says that like, why, like he's like, I can't believe she must be really strong if she agreed to like become the attorney of a superhero who was directly responsible for the death of her father. And he like crushes up the file in his hand. So we go to the far future where a robot is like looking over like a prisoner that has been detained. This like energy comes through like the window where the prisoner is and like zaps him. And the robot's like, "Crisis, crisis, prisoner escaping." And this mysterious prisoner like escapes from his cell and like disappears. He's like, "I've got centuries to travel." And disappears. And so we go back to the court, and court is adjourned, and they all leave, and Flash is like, and so Cecile is like, "At least the prosecution didn't damage us too badly today. Before tomorrow, there's a couple of things we need to review for." And Flash is like, "It'll have to wait, Cecile. I got something much more important to do." And so he leaves, and Cecile says that like, she's on the side of like, no matter what happens in the trial, like once the trial ends, it's all over for her, and she'll be happy once it's over because she doesn't have to deal with the Flash anymore. And so Flash goes to the police headquarters to get like details on Jack O'Malley, and it turns out that he was killed by Goldface like 30 issues ago, when Goldface was like on television, and he was like threatening to kill a person every time Flash did heroic things. And he looked like he told the world that he had warned Flash. When he didn't, he had actually lied, and he didn't tell Flash. And so Flash obviously saved someone, and then Goldface killed Jack O'Malley. This is a retcon because Jack O'Malley's death was not shown in that issue, but like he did shoot a policeman. In fact, I think he might have even... They might have actually shown the policeman getting shot. I don't remember. It was a long time ago that I read that one. But, like, he killed Jack O'Malley by shooting him with, like, gold in the back and killed him. And so Flash is like, "Oh my god, like, I am partly responsible for his death." And so, like, you know, Cecile is, like, talking to Davis, her, like, friend, about the whole court situation. There's a lot of talking about like the trial that goes on. It's the same kind of stuff that we've like been over, you know. There's nothing really new. They're just talking about how like the trial sucks and it's like really difficult, and like they're in a really tight bind. And you know, Flash, Cecile says like goodnight to Dwayne as they like part ways, and then Flash comes out of nowhere and he grabs Cecile and he takes her to the graveyard, like to the cemetery, and she's like, "How could you bring me to this place? Like of all the places, how could you bring me here?" He's like, "Yes, Cecile, like this is like the graveyard of Police Sergeant John O'Malley, who gallantly gave his life over 2 years ago in the line of duty." She's like, "How compassionate of you." "Yeah? Well, since you were responsible for his death, like considering you were as directly responsible as his death as a cold-blooded killer who shot him dead, And then she talks about how like time stood still ever since that day. And she recollects the day her father died, where he was just like helping an old lady. And then he got shot in the back by like Goldface's gun, like molten gold, shot him in the back and killed him. And then Goldface like went on TV and like talked about it and said that like she like accuses Flash of saying that like he knew that was going to happen, but he let it happen anyway. And Flash tries to tell her that like Goldface is lied, but she doesn't believe him. And she's like, "You really disappoint me, Flash. Like, you'd lie about this." And she was like, "I thought you would at least try to come up with something more convincing." And so he leaves, and Cecilia's just like crying. And so we go to the far future, and this guy in a chair is talking about like this person who has escaped from prison. And I'm pretty sure, I don't even know if this plot even goes anywhere, honestly. Like, I remember reading this and being like, is it Abracadabra because he's the futuristic villain? Abracadabra never shows up in this story at all, so I don't even know what that is. I don't think it went anywhere. But Cecile is having like a dream, so we'll forget about that for now. And if it comes back up, I don't think it does though. It's one of those things where I think Carrie Bates started writing that and then like stopped. Oh wait, no, it does come up later. What, how am I so stupid? God, yeah, no, it does. So they do resolve that. There's so many plot lines going along in this. You can't blame me for like wrapping my head around it, even though I just read this. You know, even I am like confused. But no. So like, prisoner escaped from the future. They're trying to figure out who. They're gonna try and like track down their location. They figure out that the person has gone like to the present. And so Cecile is having a nightmare of Barry like showing her dad's grave, and then Goldface like comes out of the ground and is like haunting her and being like, "I murdered your dad. Rawr! Like your life is painful because of me." And she's like, "Ah!" And so like they go to Cecile goes to like the prison where Goldface is to see him and talk to him. And then like she asks Goldface like if he was lying about telling the Flash, and he of course says no. And then yeah, she says that he's a liar. And Cecilia's like, "You told me more than I need to hear." And I don't think like she believes him. At least the vibe I get, that she didn't believe Goldface. Like, she knows Goldface is lying. But like while they're talking, there's like a helicopter above, and like the helicopter shoots like a laser into the roof that is supposed to pinpoint Goldface's location. And it's like a golden force field that protects him, so the police try to like shoot him, but like the bullets don't hit him. And then he takes like Cecile's gold watch because he's obsessed with gold, but she grabs onto him and like he takes her with her to like the helicopter, and they go away. Like, he escapes. The police are like shooting at the helicopter, but the helicopter gets away. There's like a satellite tower nearby, or like a power cable tower, and like Barry runs up it and like grabs onto the helicopter, like the Flash. He like grabs onto it, and like Goldface gives her like watch back because he's like, "You cherish this, don't you?" And then he like threatens to drop her out of the helicopter, and he does. He drops her, but Barry like comes through the side of the helicopter and kicks the pilot in the face. He then like destroys the helicopter's like tail, causing it to fall out of the sky. And then he jumps off and like grabs Cecile and then spins in the air to like lessen their impact into the water. And so they both fall into the water, and like she's safe. They get onto a nearby boat and they talk things out over what happened. And she like realized she reveals that like she believes Barry and that she doesn't believe Goldface. And so they're just like, from now on, we're going to work together to like try and prove your innocence. Like, she's finally decided that she's going to work with him more and not against him. Sorry, I was just grabbing my... I've got some food ordered, so yeah, I'm just going to grab some of that so I can have it for later. But we head back to the court where the cops have a mysterious witness that they're bringing to the stand. This witness is wearing a cloak. Sorry for the noise, it's just a bag. Witness is wearing a cloak and they're bringing him in. And, like, he comes through the door and Barry is just like, no, it can't be him. There's no way. There's no way he would betray me. And it's Kid Flash. Kid Flash is the next witness. And so Kid Flash comes up to the stand and, he swears to tell the truth. And a lot of this is just flashbacks to, like, old Flash adventures, so I'm just going to, like, skip over it. And so, Barry is recalling, like, his memories with Kid Flash, like, with Wally, and, so, like, Anton asks Kid Flash if he believes that Flash, like, that it was necessary that, like, he asks Wally if it was necessary that Barry kill Reverse Flash, and Wally says, like, no, it wasn't necessary. And that's where it ends. Like, that's where the issue ends. And also at this point, like, Wally West has retired, and he's, like, dying because he's got a heart condition thanks to his super speed. So, like, yeah, he's and it's believed that, like, the reason he's testifying is because, like, they forced him to come in. Like, he's doing it against his will because they pulled him in, and he can't say no. So yeah, like, Wally is testifying against the Flash, which is insane. And so we find, like, we're in, like, the future, right? We're in the future now. Heads up, we're in the future. And there's, like, a spaceship flying around the city looking for, like, an unauthorized being that, like, breaks into what they call, like, the north wing of a building. And these, like, futuristic police are going after it. And they shoot the crap out of the building that this assailant has entered. And then they enter the building, and they find that the assailant has entered a teleporter and is teleporting to the present. And so, or it is teleporting back in time. We don't know what point in time, but they believe it's most likely going to be the present. So we go back to the courtroom, and, like, Kid Flash is still being questioned. He's like, can you repeat what you said? And he's like, yeah, I believe it wasn't necessarily for the Flash to kill Reverse Flash. So Anton is like, can you list off different ways where, like, Flash could have, like, handled it, like, different ones? And, like, Kid Flash says, like, instead of overtaking him, he could have come from the side and then, like, ran around Reverse Flash, disorientating him. If he wanted to do a more aggressive tactic, he could have, like, jumped into Reverse Flash and, like, planted him into the ground. And he's like, even simpler yet, he could have just bumped Reverse Flash out of the way by running side by side with him and then grabbed Fiona. So he's, like, giving all these different ways that he could have done. And Anton is like, that's enough. Like, I've heard all I need. So it's definitive proof that, like, there are many different ways that Barry could have stopped this, and he still chose to, like, kill Reverse Flash. And, so he could have done all these different ways instead of the malicious way that he did it. And then, like, Cecile says, like, one question, Kid Flash. And so she's like, perhaps Mr. Slater, but I assure you in this instance, the obvious is most recent. Here, catch. And she, like, throws a book to Mr. Slater, like, Anton, and he, like, tries to catch the book, and he fails, because he's, like, it's out of nowhere, and he, like, tries to grab it. And she's like, did you see how, like, Anton, like, had a split second to think, and he couldn't catch that book? Well, think about what it was like for Barry when his wife, like, not Barry, but Flash, talking about the Flash. I'm so used to calling it Barry. The Flash, when he was, like, trying to save Fiona. And, like, he only had, like, a split second to think. So him killing the Reverse Flash was a reaction, not a choice. Like, it was just a mental reaction. And Kid Flash agrees, and he steps down. Like, he doesn't agree, but he steps down. And Barry gives him a thumbs up, which lets Kid Flash know that he, like, went there against his will. Or, like, he didn't want to be there, And so this mysterious being from the future that we've been seeing lands in a building. The cops hear him, and they're like, it came from 5C, so they go to find it. And this spectral being, like, escapes from the building and seems to be, like, speed running down the side of the building, running across the city. The cops enter the room, and they find, like, a weird puddle of, like, goo. And they see, like, footprints that look like the Flash, which they're like, that's not possible. And so we cut to, like, Barry and Cecile having lunch together and talking about how, like, that most recent thing definitely helped them in the trial, like Cecile's point, but, like, not much. Like, it's barely given them any breathing room. And this mysterious assailant that we've been seeing is still running through the city, runs up another building into the office of like a guy, like some guy, and then like knocks him out. And then he like grabs a like card like from a computer, and then he runs away. I don't know what the guy's name is. But yeah, he knocks this guy out. He's like a security guard. He like knocks him out. And then, or like he's like a dude that like is overseeing this, knocks him out, takes like this data, and then runs away. And so we go to like Barry and like Barry's parents' house. He's like having a shower. We haven't actually seen Barry's face outside of his costume yet, but they're talking about Wally being forced to go onto the stand and how like unfortunate it is for him, and that like he was like brave to do that. And like Barry's mum has like his costume, she's like holding it while they're talking, and Cecile is sitting in a tree like far away because she has a feeling that like Barry Allen is hiding something. She has suspicions. And so she looks through the window and she sees Barry's mum holding the Flash costume, and she assumes that Barry Allen is the Flash. She's like, of course. Everything makes sense now. Barry going missing all makes sense now. He was the Flash the whole time. And she's like, this is exactly what we need in order to prove the Flash's innocence. Because if they find out that like Barry Allen, like that it was Fiona Webb's husband-to-be who killed Reverse Flash, that gives him a lot more sympathy that they can work with, of like, he killed Reverse Flash because Reverse Flash already killed his first wife. So he knew that Fiona Webb, like he was going to kill Fiona Webb no matter what. So even if he had stopped in the regular way, Reverse Flash would have come back one day and tried to kill her again anyway. So that's what she was thinking of like telling. And so like we go to the guy that got attacked by the mysterious dude. They're talking about like Fred P. Smithers is the guy that got like hit in the head, and they're talking about this thing that like attacked him, and they were like, man, he was fast. And this guy like, this is weird, like, he came and just stole data, like it's just certain chunks of data. They ask him to like be more specific, and it's all the names of like all the records of the rogues have been deleted. by this mysterious assailant. He's come in and deleted all the rogues' records, which is, like, bizarre to them. Like, they're like, why? And so Cecile is, like, all pompous because she's like, I figured out this case. I'm gonna win. I got a huge lead. I'm ready. She, like, goes into the trial room. Barry comes in. And he's like, notice I'm on time for a change. Cecile's like, good morning, Flash. And she's like, it's Barry. Like, she's like ready to, she's like, she knows it's Barry now. And he's like, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. And they go into the courtroom. And so Anton asks Mr. Pearson, who is the photographer of Barry Allen Fiona's wedding, to show the photograph, because he believes that the photograph may have, like, gotten pictures of Reverse Flash killing or being killed. And so the photographer does say that he did take pictures at the time, and they bring up one of the pictures, and in the picture we see Barry Allen grabbing Reverse Flash by the throat and killing him, which is not a good piece of evidence to be seen at this point in the trial, because this is just hard evidence of Flash killing him. And he even makes the point that, like, Flash's face is all disgruntled and angry as proof of, like, he killed Reverse Flash out of anger. But, like, you know, Cecile objects, and the objection is sustained. And so they get let out on a break, and Cecile takes Flash away because she's like, I've got one last idea and it's the only one that, like, will it's like our last chance. And I need you to agree to, like, just let me do it. Like, let me handle this. Like, will you allow me to do what I want to do in order to do... Like, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something, and I want you to be okay with it. And he's like, yeah, cool. I'll go with it. Sure, whatever you want to do, you can do it. I give you full permission. And so they go back to the trial, and, like, Cecile is talking about how, like, the Flash... That, like, Miss Webb was far more to the Flash than people realize, and that, like, it is related to a previous murder from several years ago, the late Iris West, and Flash is like, oh no, where is she going with this? Oh no, she knows. And so, like, Cecile is just like, that common link was always Barry Allen, the husband-to-be of Laura Webb, on her wedding day. Like, the husband, like, Barry Allen was the husband of Iris West, and the husband-to-be of Flora Webb. And so she walks over to the Flash, and Anton is like, there's no way, like, this is impossible. There's no way that Barry Allen is the Flash. Like, what is she saying? And, like, she walks over to the Flash, she pulls off his mask, and Barry's face looks completely different. It's not Barry under there. Like, it is Barry, but his face looks different. And so what I'll do is I'll explain now that, like, when Barry's face got mashed up by Big Sur, the thing that he asked Solivar to do was to change his face and make it look completely different, because he wanted Barry Allen to be dead. So he got his face... he got plastic surgery to make his face look completely different. Which screws up Cecile's plan, because he doesn't look like Barry Allen anymore. He's got, like, black hair and, like, a chiseled jaw. Which is such a fun twist on this story that, like, is so insane. I love it. And so we're actually almost at the end of the story. We're on issue 346. So it's not long. We've got 5 issues left. So yeah, they reveal his identity, and they're like, who is that? Like, nobody even knows who he is because this person doesn't even exist. He kind of looks like Barry at the beginning of the Flash series with, like, the short hair, except it's black now. Maybe it's a callback, I don't know. But, like, they want to get photographs of this new identity, and Barry Allen puts his mask on before anyone gets a chance. He's like, I can't believe you did that. Like, why would you show my face to everyone? And so it's all over the news. They're all reporting on the fact that Barry Allen is, like, still missing, and that there's some dude who is like the Flash's identity was revealed, but they have no idea who he is. As far as they know, he doesn't exist. Like this person. Cecile recollects about how like she saw like Barry's parents talking to Barry, or like she thought they were talking to Barry, and she was holding the Flash costume, but then she assumes that they must have just been talking to the Flash, and that like they just knew who the Flash was because they were close to him. Because another thing that she brought up earlier was that like the reason it also makes sense that Barry Allen is the Flash is because his parents were at the trial, and it doesn't make sense that they would care so much about the Flash unless they were like related to him in some way. And so that was another way that she kind of figured out it was Barry. But now she doesn't know anymore, and she doesn't think it's Barry anymore. Which is such a good way of like having a character find out the identity and then be like tricked into like, and then to be like tricked into like not being that identity anymore. You know, like into not knowing the identity. Sorry, getting my words muddled up. Fiona's currently still going through therapy. And Flash is like kind of watching her have her therapy because he's been like checking up on her occasionally. And we get a little bit of a recollection of like what's been happening lately with like the death and Fiona Webb's like the trauma that she's been through. And you know, Barry just like is talking about how like he's just hoping that they keep giving her the therapy that she needs, and that he's just glad that she's doing okay, and that like he's gonna be out of her life now. Like Barry Allen is no longer in her life, and like because he's still the Flash right now. Barry Allen is out of her life, and he's gonna stay out of her life. That's what he tells the therapist. So he leaves. Like he lets her know that she's gonna be better off without Barry Allen, and then he leaves. Meanwhile, like the psychiatrists have like hired Hartley Sawyer to like help them with their technician stuff. Like Pied Piper, Hartley Sawyer is like helping them, and then he like shows them this cool thing that he's done to their like computers, and it starts like playing music, and like the music puts everyone in the entire facility to sleep. And Hartley Sawyer uses the opportunity to put on his Pied Piper gear and escape. But then the mysterious assailant that we've been seeing runs into the mental hospital, and like he like runs into like he's like chasing after Pied Piper. So Pied Piper is like running out of the facility, and then like this assailant like cuts a tree that almost falls on Pied Piper. And then, like, the assailant, like, stamps on the ground and cracks it open, and Pied Piper falls down a crack, and then, like, into a ditch. And then he looks up and sees someone, and he's like, anybody but you? Henry, do try to get a grip of yourself. And the mysterious person's like, you know, for a man who was cavorting as if he was completely recovered from his nervous breakdown, you certainly don't look so good, Henry. In fact, I think we're talking major setback here. And here you are all decked out in your Pied Piper suit and all. What a pity. Not you. It can't be. So Pied Piper's freaking out because he's seeing someone that gives him reason to freak out. And everyone in the psych ward can hear like him laughing. Oh yeah, he also picks up Pied Piper and like shakes him as well, like this assailant. So they hear, like, Pied Piper laughing, and he's, like, back in his cage. Like, he's, like, back in... Not his cage. He's, like, back in his room, like, laughing. Like, he's, like, gone insane again. He's, like, laughing his head off. And they're like, well, he's broken again. Like, what happened? And he's like, the whole world thinks he's dead, but it's all a joke. He's alive. Don't you see? Alive! And he's, like, laughing his head off. And so Flash speeds up to, like, Cecile's car and is, like, running alongside it. And he's like, good afternoon, counselor. Mind pulling over into that wooded area up ahead? And so they talk to one another, and, like, she talks to him about, like, he talks to her about, like, how he is Barry Allen. And, like, he admits to her that he is Barry Allen. But that he, like, reveals to her that he got, like, facial reconstruction surgery, and that's why he looks different. So he explains to her about everything that happened. getting hit in the face and, getting the reconstruction surgery. Because he's like, Barry Allen has already been presumed missing or dead these many months. I decided to make sure his death is permanent. So Barry Allen is dead. Now, I don't know why Barry Allen, when he got resurrected, didn't come back looking like his reconstructed face. I also don't get why, like, people still thought Barry Allen was dead. Like, was there a whole thing of, like, the Flash coming back? Like, I can't wait to read, like, that stuff, because I'm curious if, like, Jeff Johns remembered that, like, the Flash and Barry Allen was still known as two different beings at the time, and so when the Flash died, Barry Allen was already dead. So when Flash came back, both of them would have been two separate people that were dead or had gone missing. So I'm hoping it kind of covers that and, like, explains it, because that's what I'm curious about. So, like, some of the psych ward patients, like, some of the psych ward guards have, like, Fiona Webb on a stretcher. And they're, like, they've taken her away from the psych ward. They're, like, moving her location. And, Flash makes Cecile promise him that, like, he'll never, like, tell anyone his secret. And so she promises. Yeah, she promises him that she'll never tell anyone his secret. Sorry, I just had to put my cat out of the room again because she's being annoying. And so we come across, like, a bus that has, like, all of the like, jury on it. And the car gets bumped off into a river. And so Flash comes and, like, saves everyone. And Nathan is like, calm down, everyone. Like, we're going to be fine. Like, that's the guy that got struck by lightning. I think that's his name. Nathan, right? There's so many characters in this storyline. It's really hard to remember everyone's names. So Flash comes in. He saves everyone. He, like, pulls the bus out. And then, like, they were like, maybe you were right. Like, I can't believe, like, you were right about him coming. Like, he must be some kind of sidekick. Like, all of the jurors are like, wow, Nathan, you must be some kind of sidekick because somehow you knew that Flash was going to come and save us. And so we see, like, a thief stealing somebody's purse. And Daryl Fry, like, gets his gun out because he's going to shoot the guy. But then he sees, like, this mysterious being come out of nowhere and chase after him. Like, chase after the criminal. And so he sees, like, the assailant go into, like, a alleyway and follows him. And then he finds the criminal beaten up and bloody. And that's when he comes face to face with the Reverse Flash. The Reverse Flash is like, now, since I did you a favor, I expect a favor in return. I want you to tell the world the Reverse Flash is back among the living, and he's going to murder the Flash the way he thought he murdered me. And so the Reverse Flash is alive. And so we see somebody walking up to, like, a door, and they are visiting Cecile, and they're, like, having a cup of tea. And it's Fry. It's Captain Fry. He's come to talk to Cecile about what happened. He tells her that Reverse Flash is back, but she doesn't believe him. And he tells her, like, what happened. Like, Reverse Flash is kind of, like, beating him up. He's like, this is from him. Like, he hurt me. But she doesn't believe him. She's like, there's no way he's still alive. He actually slapped the shit out of Daryl. It's really funny. Like, you see a panel of him, like, just slapping the shit out of Daryl. He's like, if you don't believe me, I'll go prove it myself. And so he leaves. And Cecilia's like, man, like, I didn't think Fry would ever try and do this, you know? That he would ever, like, try and make this kind of statement. And so, we find, like, we find that the Mirror Master has found like a solar mirror powered getaway retreat, and while he's walking around it, like the mirror on top just like breaks, like his solar mirror, and he's like, "Oh no, what? My solar mirror!" It's like pieces are everywhere, and he looks into one piece of the mirror and he sees the reverse flashes. Like he's like he sees like the reverse flashes, like the reverse flash is like in the reflection of a mirror, and so like on the ground, like so all the glass is on the ground and reverse flash is there, and he like sees his reflection in a piece of glass. That's what I meant. And then he like kicks the glass and like breaks it, and Mirror Master hears it and he's like, "You!" And reverse flash just comes at him like with his fist, and he's like, "Nevertheless, Sam Scudder, you're about to become cold meat." And we cut there. So yeah, so we go to Detective Curtis. Pretty sure that's his name. Or is that Peter? So many characters look the same in this. So yeah, he's talking about how like, you know, there's if you're following like the trial as he has, like so much evidence is like pointing against the Flash. I think it's Curtis. And that like it's hard. Like he's saying the same thing that like a lot of people say. Like you can tell at this point they're kind of like fillering it out. There's a lot of filler where it's like people are reiterating stuff that people have already said. I feel so bad for Carrie because he's being forced to like drag this story out by DC. So we get like a lot of like the same kind of dialogue. But like, yeah, he's talking about how like the trial sucks. It's really hard. It sucks for the Flash. And so like Nathan is having a drink and there's a guy outside his window and he's like, "It's one of them jurors." And he's like, "Oh, judged by what he's wearing, like he must be rich. So I'm going to steal like his money. Like I'm going to hold him up." The guy comes through the window. Nathan like talks him down and like manages to talk him into giving him his gun. Like somehow he just like hypnotizes the man into like giving him his gun, and then he also gives himself up, and he goes and like gives himself up to the cops, and the cops are just like, "Well, that's weird." And Nathan is just like, "Yeah," like looking through the door as it happens. So yeah, he just talks the guy down completely. We go back to the courtroom, and you know, Cecile is asking about like Miss Webb not being hurt, and they were like making it a statement that like the Flash, like she's like asking Flash questions, and you're like, "You're making sure that Fiona Webb didn't get hurt at all, and you are definitely sure that you did not know that the Reverse Flash had been injured at any point when you went to check on her." And the Flash was like, "That is correct." And he's like, "No further questions, your witness." And so Anton goes up to Flash and he's like, "If I may, Flash, I would like to re-examine what was going through your mind with regard to your attitude toward Reverse Flash." And Flash is like, "All right, go ahead." And he says like, "Oh, there was more at stake than just an innocent life that day, much more. Motivation, anything but altruistic." And so he says to Flash that like Flash saw a golden opportunity to get rid of the Flash once and for all when he took it. You know? So he like made the split decision to like kill Reverse Flash. And Cecile was like, "Objection! You know, this prosecution is badgering the defendant." And so, yeah, like, Anton's just being, like, cutthroat. It's pretty great. And meanwhile, Daryl is, like, visiting a doctor, and he's, like, getting his pacemaker altered by the doctor. And so, like, it creates, like, this heart pressure that makes it so that, like, he has like 7 times the amount of strength. I'm not kidding. That's the best I can explain it. He alters Daryl Fry's pacemaker, and it gives Daryl Fry strength, super strength. In some previous issues, Daryl Fry tried to be a superhero called Captain Invincible. And so this is kind of what it's throwing back to. Like Daryl Fry is planning on becoming Captain Invincible again because he believes that he's the only one that can take down the Reverse Flash at the moment, because he's the only one that knows the Reverse Flash, or that he knows of, that knows the Reverse Flash is alive again. So he's like, I've got to take things into my own hand. And so, like, you know, we find some guards that have been, like, defeated. Like, we cut to, like, a place where, like, these guards have been defeated. A van has been, like, toppled over on its side. And, like, the Weather Wizard is, like, coming out of the van with money. And then the trickster, like, steals the money from him and, like, runs off. And, like, Weather Wizard, like, shoots at him and, like, hits him. And then he goes to, like, grab the money, and he sees, like, Trickster just on the ground somewhere else. Like, so he, like, hits Trickster, and then he, like, walks to go get the money. And then he sees that Trickster is in a different spot. And he's like, how did you end up over there? And then Reverse Flash shows up, and he's like, it was me. I did it. I put him over there. And Reverse Flash, and then, like, Wizard is like, you, it can't be you. And he tries to shoot at Reverse Flash, and Reverse Flash, like, speeds around him, and, like, he grabs Weather Wizard and, like, moves him in front of his own blast so that it knocks him out. And so we cut to the two guards waking up, and, like, Weather Wizard and Trickster are both gone, and so is Reverse Flash. And so Cecile is now talking to the jury and telling them that it now falls to them to decide the fate of the Flash. So it's down to the final, like, the final vote. And she tells them to, like, really think about the decision and make sure that they know that they're making the right one. And that we hope that you make the right choice. The choice that you believe is the right one. Meanwhile, Daryl Fry is, like, he goes to get his Captain Invincible suit. He calls himself Captain Incredible now. He, like, changed his name. Either that or, like, Carrie Bates forgot that his name was Captain Invincible. But he's called Captain Incredible now. Maybe he changed his name because he has powers. So he goes gets his costume. It's, like, a really stupid-looking costume with, like, a bucket hat and, like, just regular rags. It's pretty funny. And so, you know, Anton has his last chance to speak to the jury about, like, their vote, you know, to try and sway them. And he's saying about how, like, the facts of the case speak, like, differently. And, like, these are the facts, you know? And I hope you consider that when you go, that, like, when you place your vote, that you consider that the Flash is guilty, because I know he's guilty. And I hope that you can see that too. So, Flash and Cecile go outside of the courtroom, where Cecile tells him that, like, Fry had come to her and told her that the Reverse Flash had gave him, like, a super speed beating and had, like, beaten them up. But that she doesn't believe him. And, so, like, she says that Fry is, like, his mental state is bad. And, you know, Flash is like, please, she's like, I didn't even think of bringing it up because, like, I think he's crazy. So that's why I didn't tell you. And Flash is like, please tell me what you're talking about. And Cecile is just like, he actually tried to get me to believe the Reverse Flash was back from the dead. And she's like, I'm going to recommend a therapist for him because it's practicable that he's, like, certifiably crazy because of how, you know, how adamant he was. And Flash is like, I've known Daryl for years, and so I don't think he's lying. I don't think he has any kind of, like, he doesn't suffer from delusions. I think he's telling the truth. And so, like, he heads up to Darrow's house, but Darrow's not there. His wife tells him that Darrow may have gone to his brother's house. And so Flash goes off to Darrow's brother's house. And Darrow's brother is the one who gave him, like, this cardio power, is what they call it. Where he explains to Flash that, like, it gives him more strength, but it also puts stress on his heart, so it could, like, kill him. So he explains to Flash everything. He tells him, like, I gave him this thing for his heart that, like, makes him super powered, but, like, it could also kill him if he's not careful. And so the Flash is like, crap, I've got to go find him now before he does anything stupid. So he heads off, and Darrow, as Captain Incredible, is fighting Captain Cold at the jewelry store that Captain Cold is, like, stealing from. But while Captain Cold is stealing stuff, Reverse Flash shows up. Because Captain Incredible is obviously, like, waiting for him to show up. You know, Reverse Flash shows up, and, like, Captain Cold shoots, like, his ice at the Flash. Like, Reverse Flash is like, a most appropriate choice of word, my inferior fellow foe. I know you're not so pleased to see me. You're absolutely shivering with delight. He's like, what the devil? My visor must be playing tricks on me. He's like, you know, how are you alive? And he, like, shoots ice at Reverse Flash and, like, freezes him. But then the ice, like, Reverse Flash falls apart, and so it's revealed that it wasn't him. And that Captain Cold had just frozen a speed variant of him, like, whatever you want to call it, like a duplicate. And so Reverse Flash, like, backhands Captain Cold, knocks him out. He, like, taps him on the chest, and then, like, he taps him on the back, and then smacks him out, like, across the face. He's just like, boosh, knocks him out. Captain Incredible sees the whole thing, and then he notices that Reverse Flash is, like, gone. And Reverse Flash, he's like, where did he go? And then Reverse Flash appears behind him and, like, kicks him off the roof that he's sitting on. It's really funny. He's like, I super sped up here after I spotted you spying on me, strange man. I'm not familiar with you or your outlandish garb, but my instincts tell me you're nothing but trouble, and my instincts are seldom wrong. Happy landings, whoever you were. And he, like, kicks him off. And I love the fact that he says whoever you were, because he's like, you're dead. Kicks him off the roof. Darryl Fry is about to hit the ground, but Barry Allen comes out and saves him. And Darryl takes off his helmet. He's like, I would have survived. Like, you didn't need to save me, Flash. Like, how am I supposed to make you believe that, like, this helmet is invincible? And, Barry's just like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Reverse Flash, old friend, once you see this film, you'll know the truth. He's like, I saw him. I have proof of him. And so, like, Flash is like, you want to run that past me again, Captain Fry? And he's like, I have proof that Reverse Flash is alive. Right here on this film. Look at it. There's your proof. And so Flash takes Captain Fry away, like, to the police lab so that they can look at the film. They look at it, and it's exactly how Darryl Fry said it would be. You know, they see the picture of Reverse Flash kicking him off the roof. And there's, like, a picture of him, like, standing over, looking down. It's really funny. It's very memeable. There's one of his face, and he's, like, really intense looking. Darryl's like, Flash? And, like, the Flash is gone. Like, he looks behind him, and Flash is gone. And so he looks at his, like, Captain Incredible suit. And, like, he's like, Captain Incredible can't fight the Reverse Flash. Like, no matter how hard I can try, like, I'm not going to beat him. So this is Flash's battle. He's going to have to do this alone. And so the jury are currently deliberating over, like, who they think is, like, if they think Barry is guilty or not guilty. They come to, like, they vote on they vote, and then they come to a standstill of they just can't agree. They can't come to an agreement. They're split. 3 of them say guilty. 3 of them say not guilty. And so Barry Allen is with his parents, just watching everything on the news, all the reports of the rogues going missing. They're all going missing, and the Flash, they're asking why the Flash hasn't turned them into the authorities. And Barry's saying about how he's got to go deal with something himself. And his parents are like, well, Cecile promised that she'll call us if anything happens, jury-wise. So, we'll be right here if you need us, son. And so Cecile is looking over, a lake. Daryl meets up with her. And she's, talking about how, she just wishes she could do more in the courtroom because she just believes that Barry... that Flash is going to be, he's going to be considered, he's going to be, they're going to find him guilty. That she's done everything she can, but she doesn't have faith that she did enough. And, she still thinks that Reverse Flash coming back is far-fetched. And then Daryl Fry is like, far-fetched, is it? What if I were to tell you that someone wielding super speed has been systematically eliminating all the costume crooks at large in Central City? And she's like, oh! So we see Captain Boomerang on a giant boomerang, because that's just what he does. He's flying around. Reverse Flash runs up a water tower and knocks it over. And he jumps off the water tower onto the boomerang and destroys it, causing Captain Boomerang to fall to the ground. He's just blimey! And then Reverse Flash just grabs him by the scarf, takes him away. So the jury cast their votes, and they read them off, and they're guilty, guilty, guilty. Meanwhile, Rainbow Raider is they're calling off their votes, and meanwhile Rainbow Raider is he's stealing a painting. He's stealing a Van Gogh, and Reverse Flash runs after him on his rainbow and knocks him out, and then runs off with him. And this time somebody sees him. They say the blur I saw wasn't red, it was yellow. Yellow? So people have an idea of that it wasn't the Flash. They think it's the Flash capturing him, and then they realize it's not the Flash because it was a yellow blur. And so they're reading through the ballots, and they're at a stalemate. And so Nathan takes it in his own to try and convince everyone of how he's I'll convince you to prove that to vote towards Flash being I'll prove to you that Flash isn't guilty, because he's Nathan is really pulling for Flash, and he's if Flash isn't guilty, and I'm gonna prove it to you. And so Cecile finds out that all of the files for the rogues, they're all missing when Daryl shows them to her. Nathaniel is trying to tell the jury that he has a plan to show them that the Flash isn't guilty, and they all get pissed off at him because they're you can't coerce us. You're you're trying to coerce us into what you believe. You suck, man. We don't want to listen to you. And so Nathaniel Nathan pulls out a device, and he shoots everyone with it. He teleports them all away, and they become spectral ghosts in the courtroom. And then they travel through a time stream. No jokes, this is exactly how it happens. He shoots them with a device, they become spectral beings, and then he takes them away in this time stream thing. They teleport away to the day. He takes them to the day that Fiona Webb exited the chapel, and they all get to see the Reverse Flash get killed by Barry. And he shows them, like, he uses a device to reveal the Flash's face and that it's Barry Allen, so the jury all know that it was Barry Allen who is the Flash, and that the reason he killed Reverse Flash was because Reverse Flash killed his wife. And so now they're all like, oh my god, it's Barry Allen the whole time. Like, well, then he's definitely not guilty because, like, he was killing Reverse Flash because he had to. Like, it was the only choice he had to save Fiona. Because if he wasn't going to stop him now and kill him now, Reverse Flash was just going to come for her again and again and again. So he did what he needed to do. And some of them are crying when they see this. It's pretty great. And then, like, they're heading back through the time stream to the present, and a Reverse Flash is in there with them. I don't know how he got in there, he just did. I mean, it kind of explains how he got in there a bit later, but, like, right now he's in the time stream with them, and he comes in and he shoots Nathan, and he's like, ugh, gotcha. Like, I'm not letting you get away with this. Like, you're not going to make Barry a free man. He, like, shoots Nathan, and then, like, they're like, oh my god, what's happening? And then Reverse Flash teleports everyone. Like, he's got a wand just like Nathan, and he takes everyone back to the room where they were doing all the votes. And he turns into Nathan, like, he makes himself look like Nathan. And then like, decides to deter them away from their original choice. He, like, wipes all their memories about everything that they've just seen and the decision that they made, and he makes them think that, like, their decision is that he is guilty. That Flash is guilty. So he makes them think that that is the vote that they're going to cast. And so Barry is, like, on his bed. He's, like, depressed. And, you know, he gets up and he's like, I can't believe, like, all of this agonizing months, like, have gone by, and it's about to be over one way or another. He's kind of like, he just doesn't care anymore. He's like, I don't care anymore. If I end up in jail, I end up in jail. I just want this to be over. So he, like, goes to get a shower because he's just fed up. He just wants it to be over. Just like the reader does, you know. Just like me when I was reading this. I just wanted it to be over. And so the jury has come to their conclusion, and they conclude that Barry is guilty. Nathan announces it himself, and as we know, Nathan is now the Reverse Flash, and he announces that they have come to the verdict that that Flash is guilty. So we go into issue 49. We've got 2 issues left. We're almost at the end. So the trial is over. Barry is guilty. The Flash is guilty. He gets arrested, and they, like, take him outside. There's reporters. They get him, like, straight in the car, and they take Barry away to prison. And one of the reporters is like, what was your initial reaction, like, Cecile, to the guilty verdict? She's like, I just don't have anything to say at the time. Like, please just leave me alone. And so, like, Nathan and all the other jury members are leaving, and they're, like, trying to get, like, the reporters are trying to get, like, information from them, and Nathan is just like, leave me alone, you annoying woman. And the reporters are like, why is he such a dick? And then Nathan starts, like, running super fast, and, like, he speeds past everyone, and they were like, whoa, how is he running so fast? What the heck? And he gets rid of his visage, and it's Reverse Flash again. And, you know, he's, like, just running around, you know, because he's done what he came to do, you know? He got the Flash put in prison. And, so the report is going on at the Flash Museum. Dexter Miles is listening to it. Like, we kind of go around to all these different people kind of listening to what happened to the Flash. We got, like, an old couple who are listening to the Flash being put in jail. You know, Elongated Man and his wife. Like, we got Ralph Dibney and Sue Dibney listening to it. And Ralph is, like, stretching his arm to, like, turn it on so they can look at the report. Wally is listening to it while he's in college. He's just sitting there like, until the day I die, I'll never know for sure. And he's like, if the testimony I was forced by Sapona to give against Flash was the crucial factor which steered the jury toward finding Flash guilty. So Wally's just feeling super guilty. Like, he blames himself for what happened. And he, like, punches his TV in frustration. Knocks it over. So Barry's in a jail cell. And, like, Barry's just given up. Like, he just wants to be in jail. And Daryl Fry is just like, the Flash I know never gives up. I can't believe you're giving up. And Flash is just like, leave me alone. Like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I've had enough. Can you just go, please? Like, for how many years I've been dealing with this? Like, I'm just glad it's over. Like, my wife is dead. My girlfriend, like, doesn't, like, thinks I'm dead, like, gone forever. Like, nothing matters anymore. Like, he doesn't say that, but that's obviously what he's, like, talking about. Like, nothing matters to him anymore. You know? Like, it's over. And so, like, you know, Daryl and Cecile leave. And Daryl still, like, believes in the Flash, but Cecile is just kind of done, you know? Like, it's over. So the Flash is, like, in his bed, just, like, in a fetal position. It's, like, on his cell, like, his cell bed. And then he sees, like, a light appear in front of him, and it's Nathan. He's like, Flash. Like, I know you probably think you're dreaming at this moment, but believe me on faith. The voice you hear and the person before you are most assuredly real. He's like, I recognize you. And he's like, you are one of the jury members. Like, why are you here? He's like, not that it will make any difference to you at the moment, but I've always known you were innocent. And I tried to do everything that I could to, like, prove your innocence, but, like, you know, the Reverse Flash got in the way. He's like, you come through time and space and you tell me that this isn't a dream? He's like, yes, reality. This is reality, Flash. Like, this is real. This is actually happening. He's like, you really have no other choice. You need to come with me. And then, so, like, Flash is like, okay. And, like, he takes Nathan's hand, and he and Nathan teleport away. And the cops come to the cell, and they see that the Flash is gone. And so, Nathan takes Flash to the courtroom, and Flash is just like, but why did you bring me back here? This is the last place I want to be. And, meanwhile, on a mountainside, we find that the rogues are being kept in this floating box, like glass box, inside a cave. They've been in there for a while. They've got, like, stubble and stuff. They're like, man, like, this sucks. Like, we need to get out of here. Like, what the heck? And, like, Reverse Flash shows up, and he's like, tisk, gentlemen, like, I'm about to make you pay for, like, what you did to me. Like, you destroyed my, like, you tried to destroy my body and stuff, and you're all pathetic, so I'm just gonna kill you all. And, like, they think they're hallucinating. Yeah, he's like, for you see, this ultimate triumph and my crowning glory are still to come. So he's, like, gloating to them about, like, he's won, and that they're going to, like, they're all pawns in his plan. You know? Yeah, he's just doing the Reverse Flash stuff. He's, like, gloating and stuff and being like, yes, my ultimate plan, Barry Allen, is now in jail. Rah, rah, rah. And, Nathan takes Flash, like, tells Flash that he is from the far future. He is from, like, he's, like, from the far future in the late 20th century, where his, like, family sent him back in time to take over the body of Nathan Newberry. And so, like, that's what the lightning bolt was. It was this person coming from the future, like being sent from the future back in time to take control of Nathan's body, and their goal was to help the Flash, like help prove the Flash's innocence and make it so that he's not guilty. So we get like a recollection of like what happened. And so like, yeah, the whole point is that like Nathan is like, this is not how history is supposed to go. Like, you're not supposed to go to jail. So we need to set history right. So he uses his wand. Like he tells Flash about how like he brought the jury here, but then the Flash kind of like got in their way and stopped them from being able to do it, and then made himself look like Nathan, like took over, and that's why he ended up being guilty. And Nathan was stuck in the other world, but he had like a device on him that allowed him to escape. So that's how that happened. He had like future stuff. And then he's like, and the rest you know. Like, he's like telling Barry everything. And then Flash is just pissed off. He's like, Reverse Flash alive? Then all the months of agony that I've sustained was for nothing, because the man I was apparently killed wasn't even dead. And so we go back to the mountainside cave where the rogues are just chilling. They're defeated. They're kind of just like, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to get out of here? Reverse Flash is asleep. And then he comes back. He's like listening to them, and he comes back in. And then his form shifts. And we see that it's not the Reverse Flash. It's Abracadabra. So the Reverse Flash was Abracadabra the entire time. That's right. It was never the Reverse Flash. The Reverse Flash isn't alive. It was Abracadabra. The whole time. Which just feels like a last minute pull. Like, I don't even know if that was always planned from the beginning. I feel like it was. But yeah, that whole stuff about like the criminal escaping from a prison cell and coming to Earth and all that. Like coming to the past and stuff. That was Abracadabra the whole time. And so now we get to the final issue. This is it. This is the end. Daryl Fry is like making an announcement about Flash's arrest. And, about how the verdict is final. But there's always a possible appeal and the chance the verdict could be overturned in a higher court. So, like, the verdict isn't final yet. Cecile goes to... or a mysterious woman... Not Cecile. It is Cecile. Yeah, it is Cecile. I'm thinking of a later part of the story. Cecile goes to visit, like, Barry's parents to just talk to them about everything that happened. You know, she reveals that she knows everything about how, like, his face got messed up and he got it changed. And she lets them know that she's like, I still want to help him as much as I can. And they're like, oh, thank you. Like, we really appreciate your help. And so the Reverse Flash, who is not Reverse Flash, we now know who he is. Reverse Flash goes back to, like, the Reverse Flash, quotation marks, goes back to, like, where the rogues are being held in, like, the glass box. And he, like, uses his wand on it. And the box starts, like, shrinking. He's like, oh, the walls, they've begun to shrink. Reverse Flash intends to crush us alive. Not quite. Crush you dead would be more accurate. So he plans on, like, crushing the rogues and killing them. Now, if the six of you will excuse me, I must take my leave. He just leaves them there. And the rogues are getting, like, crushed. And so Reverse Flash is like, I have a job to do back in Central City. And so, like, the rogues are still stuck. They're being, like, crushed. And they're arguing, they're bickering. They're like, hey, can you get your ribs out of my back? Like, hey, your elbow's in my face. It's pretty funny. And then, like, Mirror Master remembers that he has, like, these mirror lenses in his eyes that shoot lasers that he hasn't used in years. And he, like, uses the laser to break the glass box so that they can all escape. And it's, like, just in time. And yeah, they're all like, man, like this Reverse Flash, like he tried to kill us. Like we got to get our revenge on him. We got to do something. Like we got to stop him because like no one does this to the Rogues and lives to tell the tale. So they're gonna go get their revenge. And so Nathan and Flash are like still talking in the courtroom, and Flash is going over the fact that they've been brainwashed into saying that he's guilty by the Reverse Flash, and that he'd come from the future. They basically just go over everything that we said. Reverse Flash comes to the courtroom where they are, and like he teleports his face into the courtroom and is just like, hey guys, I don't like the fact that you're like talking about this. I'm gonna blow the shit up. Like I'm gonna blow you up. And so he like shoots at the courthouse and just completely destroys it. But the Flash has like taken Nathaniel on the ground, so they avoided the blast. He like spun Nathan into the ground and avoided the blast. And the cops come and like, oh my god, you're alive! Wow, how was that even possible? And he's like, but like, they think that the Flash did it because they don't know that the Reverse Flash is still alive. So everyone thinks that the Flash destroyed the courtrooms. So they were like, how could he like resort to such vandalism? And the Flash is just annoyed. He's like pissed off. So he grabs Nathan. He runs away. And like the cop tries to like stop him from running, but he just leaves anyway. He's like, don't you dare! And then Flash is just like, you can't stop me. And like runs off. And so he takes Nathaniel to like an area far away so that they can talk. And Flash is like talking about how like he's giving up hope on ever like being set free. And Nathaniel is just like, never give up hope. Never. And so the Rogues crawl out of the cave that they've been kept in. They're like climbing down the mountain, making their way back to Central City. And Trickster is like, my air shoes stopped working. Like there's shoes that let him like run on air. So he's like, I have to walk back with all of you too. And so like he's forced to walk with them. He can't even run on the air back. And so a reporter is like reporting on the destruction of the courthouse, which everyone is seeing. Barry and Nathan come to like Barry's parents' house where he introduces them. And they think that he's like a culprit, but like he's just like, relax, he's a friend. And so they kind of explain everything to Barry's parents about like what's going on, and that Barry has to like leave. And they're like, okay, like and Nathan's just like, well, I'll just give you a moment, like one last moment with your parents to just like talk. And so we cut to a man named Paul Gamby, who in earlier Flash comics is the man responsible for creating the costumes of all the Rogues. So the Rogues go to him to get like his help on like fixing their costumes because they've all been torn up by the glass. And then like Barry, like Nathan and like his parents have like had dinner, so Barry's like cleaning up all the plates. And then Barry and Nathan leave and they transport to the future. And Barry's parents are like, goodbye. And then we cut to the Flash Museum where like the Rogues attack Dexter Miles in the Flash Museum because they want to find the cosmic treadmill, like Flash's cosmic treadmill, and Dexter Miles is like, I'll never tell you. And then like Trickster just uses his hypnotized device to like make him tell him. So he tells them where the cosmic treadmill is. They find it. Roy G. Bigelow like tinkers with it to make it work. And then they all get on it and they transport to the future. They all time travel together. So, Flash and Nathan end up in the far future where they meet the enforcement squad who tell them about like the Reverse Flash and how like he's still dead in the future. So there's no way that he's still alive currently in the present, because he is currently still registered as dead. Like, he is dead. So Barry's like, how is that even possible? Like, how is he dead and alive at the same time? So they start, like, searching around the city, and they go to Professor Zoom's, they go to Reverse Flash's, it's called Professor Zoom sometimes, but they go to Reverse Flash's, like, hideout, and they, like, look around it, and they find, like, a device in his house. Like, it's, like, an alarm, and, they're like, it's an alarm, and it's like, it's not an alarm, it's a booby trap. It sets off a massive, like, vortex inside Reverse Flash's house, which sucks both Nathan and Flash into it. But Flash is able to use his speed to get out of the vortex. Or at least he tries to, and then Nathan is like, he's not able to, so I need to use, like, this device to, like, shock Barry. Like, it will stun him so that it can get him out of the vortex, because it's Barry's speed that's, like, getting us caught in this vortex. So if I stun him, it'll cut off his speed, and then we'll be able to escape. So he does that, and they escape. And then the police tells them that the commander requests them at the quarters, like, the headquarters, so they go to speak with him. And the commander reveals that, like, they figured out through, like, this special machine who... like, there was, like, a structure directly opposite of Professor Zoom's hideout, like, who escaped from that. So they use this machine to, like, create a 3D image of the person that escaped, because this guy is, like, another criminal. Yeah, so, like, there's this guy in, like, this machine chair. I'll try and explain it. There's this guy in the machine chair, and basically he is a criminal who was in a facility across from Professor Zoom's hideout. So he saw whoever went into Zoom's hideout, like Reverse Flash's hideout. So they hook him up to this machine that will turn his memories into a 3D printed image. And so the 3D print, like, the, like, image machine starts, like, drawing who the perpetrator is through his memories. And it's Abracadabra. Like, it doesn't finish the picture, but we know it's Abracadabra, and now Flash knows who it is. And so, like, he takes Nathan off, because he knows exactly where they need to go, and, like, they teleport even further into the future, because that's where Abracadabra lives. He lives in the 65th century, because right now they're in the 25th century, and they need to go to the 65th century. And the Rogues are in the 25th century at the moment. They've arrived at Reverse Flash's lair, where they find it completely destroyed. They find a device that shows them, like, inside the... They find a device, like, inside the lair, and they, like, turn it on, and it's, like, a hologram device, and so it shows that, like, Abracadabra, like, putting it there, so they know that it's him. And so they decide that they need to go after him, and they also know that he lives in the 65th century, so they decide that they gotta go to the 65th century. So they teleport into the future, further into the future. And so Flash and Nathan end up at the Hall of Magic History, which is Abracadabra's hideout, and they go through. And they enter, and, like, Nathan gets, like, shot by, like, a beam, and then Barry gets shot as well, and they both get knocked out. And it's Abracadabra, and he's there with, like, he has, like, his own helper this time called Snurf, which is really weird. He's like a little mini Abracadabra, and they're talking about how, like, the plan has come together, they've done what they needed to do, like, this is how history is supposed to go. Like, I needed to do this in order for Flash's history to go right. Like, that's basically why Abracadabra did this. He was like, I'm doing this not only for fame, like, I'm doing this for fame, but at the same time, like, I have other reasons for doing this that I won't let the audience know yet, but apparently it's really important that this happens, not just out of, like, because the whole thing with Abracadabra is he just cares about applause and fame. And so in order to get that, he decided he wanted to put Flash in jail. And he thought that would get him the fame and stuff that he needed to put, like, a murderer in jail and stuff like that. So that's basically the whole plan, which he's explaining to Snurf, that he was behind everything. And he has Flash and Nathan caught up in, like, this like, green laser that like has them all tied up. They can't get out. And you know, they're talking about how like Flash has kind of figured out who Nathan is, you know, because Nathan talked about how he came from the 30th century. And the Flash is like, you came from the 30th century. It's like, I think I know who you are. And Nathan is like, then you know, don't you? You really know. Yeah, because like Barry is like, it explains how you know so much about me. You know, I know who you are. He's like, get us out, and Nathan's like, get us out of here. And so like Abracadabra is like doing evil shit. He's just like talking about his plan, you know. He's like, I never dreamed I would have the satisfaction of having the Flash within my grasp. You know. Lured by my trail. I did this whole thing on purpose. Like, he ended up in jail, and then, like, you know, I knew he would come looking for the Reverse Flash, and eventually he would find me so I could capture him and destroy him. And then the Rogues blast in, like, as he's talking. They come in, they see that the Flash and Nathan are, like, tied up, and Abracadabra is like, no! And, like, he, like, uses a beam on them that, like, makes the Rogues, like, spin in circles continuously, because he's like, you are not going to stop my plan! And the Rogues are like, ah! And they're all, like, caught in this thing. And then while they're spinning around, like, Captain Boomerang, like, Mirror Master attaches a mirror to, like, Captain Boomerang's boomerang. I'm trying to explain this as well as I can, because a lot is happening. And he throws it, and the boomerang with the mirror on it hits the laser that is attached to Barry Allen and Nathan, and deflects the laser enough so that it can free them. Got that? Like, did I explain that well enough? I think I did. He threw a boomerang with a mirror on it, and it deflected the laser that had trapped Barry and Nathan, setting them free. And then because of that, the Flash saves the Rogues. Like, he lets them out. He gets them out. The way he does it is that he, like, uses super speed to nullify the whirlpool, and then he, like, grabs them and puts them on the ground. And then the Rogues are like, let's get him! And they all attack, like, Abracadabra, or, like, where he's standing. Like, he's, like, he's, like, up above in, like, a glass, like, area, like a safe room. So the Rogues all, like, shoot at him, and they, like, break the glass open, and they come in, and Abracadabra's gone, and he's abandoned Snurf. And Snurf is just like, bro, where did you go? And they all run past him, and Abra's trying to make a getaway in a little spaceship. And then the Flash comes in and, like, beats up his spaceship and completely destroys it. And then Abra is like, no, you don't understand. Like, I had to do this. Like, you don't understand. And then Flash, like, beats him up, and he's like, I'm not buying what you have to say. You know, like, I don't care. So he beats the shit out of Abra. And then Snurf tries to stop him, and he's like, no, you don't understand, Flash. Please don't go, for Abra's sake and your own. And, like, they're trying to get the Flash not to leave. He's like, save it for 6 angry rogue villains, Squirt. They'll be more than glad to keep you two company till I get back. Sooner I'm out of your master's error, the better I'll like it. You know, and the Rogues all get sent back to their regular time. So, like, Abra and Snurf have been defeated. The Rogues get sent back to the regular time. And, it's all on the news. You know? Apparently, like, Nathan is, like, given devices to the government, all based on the future, like, from the far future. And, one of those devices allowed the other jurors to recall their memories, so they were able to say that the Flash was not guilty. So the final verdict was that he was not guilty. And the Rogues are all in their house, and they're just like, like, everything's back to normal. And meanwhile, the Flash is still in the future. So he hasn't come back, and the Rogues are like, you know, I had a hunch that the Flash wasn't going to be coming back. And, Trickster's just like, considering the amount of treatment that he's gotten recently, like, who can blame him? And so, like, the Flash hasn't come back from the future, but there's, like, newspapers being handed around. The Flash is being cleared, like, he's not guilty. And, Flash has been taken to, like, a building in the future where he meets up with Iris's real parents. The parents of Iris West. So, long time ago, it was revealed that Iris was actually born in the future. She's a future baby. And her parents sent her back in time. And, like, she was adopted by the Wests. So these are her real parents in the future that Barry is talking to, while her fake parents, I guess, or, like, her current parents, like, her parents that aren't her real parents, her adopted parents. Fake parents, that's an awful name. Adopted parents. Sorry about that. Her adopted parents are, like, back in the past. But Barry's with her real parents, and they reveal that, like, that Iris, her physical body died, but her spirit remained. And they took her spirit, and they put her spirit in the body of, like, this young woman who had just died. Like, there was this young woman that had just died from, like, some sort of, like, disease. So they, like, put her spirit into this fresh body. So it's, like, Iris in, like, this new body. And then they sent Iris back in time, and it was Iris who was in Nathan Newberry's body the whole time. That was Iris. And that's why Nathan knew so much about Flash, and why, like, he was so insistent on, like, proving that Flash was not guilty. And so Barry gets to see Iris for the first time in years. She's in a new body. It's funny because both of them have new faces. You know, Barry looks completely different. Iris looks completely different. And she was just like, Mum and Dad warned me about your new face. Come closer. And Barry's like, I don't know how to say what I'm feeling, Iris. And she's like, don't say anything, darling. Show me. And they lived happily ever after. For a while. And that's it. That's the trial of the Flash. It's a mess. But the ending makes it worth it. I really hope I did a good job of explaining it. I know this was a very long episode. It went on longer than I was expecting. I don't think the other episodes of this are going to be this long. I don't plan on doing any other events in one go like this. But I just kind of wanted to get the trial out of the way and really talk about it. Especially because no one really talks about it. But I hope you enjoyed this. And I hope to see you next Sunday. You know, I'll be doing another podcast. And I will be covering Crisis on Infinite Earths. For the first time. Never read it before. So I hope to see you then. I don't know when I'll upload it. It'll probably be around the same time. Like, it'll probably... I was hoping to upload this episode at 1 o'clock. I don't think there's going to be a specific time that I upload it, because it all depends on how long it takes to record. And if it ends up being another 6-hour recording like this one, who knows? But it won't be. I'm going to be, like, cutting down the... I just wanted to get the whole trial out there. I didn't want to do multiple parts. I just wanted to do the whole thing and just be like, this is the trial of the Flash. But yeah, Crisis on Infinite Earths next episode, next Sunday. And yeah, that'll be in like a... So this show is Flash Forward, where we'll be focusing entirely on Flash stuff. The other show I was talking about was a show that I'm thinking of calling like Midlife Crisis or something like that. I thought that would be a fun name. And that's where we talk about like events, big DC events. I'm planning on covering every single event in DC, including all the tie-ins. So not only will I be talking about the event, but I'll be talking about all the tie-ins too. Those will be multi-part ones because like that'll take a long time. But I'm going to be doing them at the point that they happen. So while we do the Flash eventually, like, when we get to, like, Infinite Crisis during the timeline, then we'll cover Infinite Crisis, and then we'll get back to the Flash, etc., etc. I have a lot of, like, I own, like, all the events in book form, so, like, I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you enjoyed this. I really enjoyed talking about this. I have a lot of passion for comic books. I have a lot of passion for the Flash. I hope that you got everything that you would have wanted out of this if you listened to it. Like, and that I explained this story the best way I could, and I'm going to keep doing that in these other podcasts, explaining the Flash as well as I can. So, yeah, if you enjoy this podcast, please feel free to listen next time and join me again. It's pretty chill, and yeah, if you want to follow me on any of my socials, you'll find me on Twitter at KChambo, CAICHAMBO. You'll find me over there talking about comic books, talking about Flash. It's when I'll make updates about the podcast on, like, what time specific episodes will be released. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, and hope to see you next time. Bye.